Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, where I'm going to be your hosting, Caster Necro John. Alongside with me on the panel is going to be my good friend, actually, Johnny. It's been a while, Johnny, that you have been over here for the first game. That's why I just fumbled up a little bit over there. But how you doing, man?
I mean, I'm doing pretty good, and there's a reason behind it, right? It's
Yeah.
not about game number 1, it's about game number 4. I don't like Vikendi.
Oh, no. So you're just saying that you don't like Vikendi, that's why you're over here for the first game. But you know what?
Yeah.
That's a perfect thing, considering now we're going to have so many better talks about the teams that we expected good performances from. For example, Newman Gaming, quite a lot of teams as well who are still on the latter half of the board inside these groups. And as we all know, today as well, 2 groups will be there duking it out once again. And today's going to be the decider day.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be the decider day. Last day of round 4, and I think that is what we need to focus on. Of course, you've been mentioning since yesterday you expect a lot of big names to make a comeback, but I think the group that we start the day off, the kickoff group, that's going to be Group 4 or Group D, it is super exciting because this is, I think, the perfect start for the last day. This is that one group where the undergods have just gone on to dominate the competition yesterday. We saw Growing Strong off to an amazing start. They're sitting way high up above everyone else in the entire lobby, and that's the only team that I feel, all right, this team is comfortably going to secure the first spot at the end of today as well.
Growing Strong have showcased an immense amount of improvement inside their gameplay. You cannot agree on to that. The first time we saw Growing Strong, there were a couple of little bit of loopholes over here in their game strategy, but then as slowly and steadily they kept on progressing on, they started improving so much more better. And then another team on the opposite side of the spectrum who's been on the first half of the board all the time, that is Team Insane. And these guys, no one can dethrone them from that first half of the board. It's just next to impossible to take them down. But speaking about taking things down, we've got the prize pool in front of us, and this prize pool will never be taken down. It will be the same one all the time. It's going to be 2 crore rupees and the champion team getting 75 lakhs all to themselves.
See, here's the thing. When BGIS was announced in 2023, when this edition was announced, this prize pool was the biggest the BGMI community had seen till that day. And it still remains one of the biggest prize pool that has been given out to the community in a tournament like this, where it was run through the open qualifiers primarily. And yeah, there were 256 teams that made it through grind, but only 64 of them were able to make their way into BGIS. And out of that, a lot of them have been kicked out. So it was a massive opportunity for the community to actually show up, take the fight, stand up above the competition. And if eventually you end up making it to the grand finals, you have a shot at winning the tournament and also walking home with those 75 lakh rupees in the bag.
Speak about winning the tournament. I think so that's a little bit too much ahead, right? Let's be honest. Still, the grand finals are a bit far away. We're still eyeing out for the lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen. And a lot of these teams are also getting quite complacent in the lower brackets. Genuinely, though, I would like to say if you have got a direct shot for the semifinals, might as well go ahead and try to grab that, right? But you know what? Speaking about the semifinals, lower brackets, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys are going to be sitting at your homes clueless. So just to let you guys know how this tournament's been working so far, here's the format in front of us. As we all know, we kick things off from the grind. Then round 1, 2,048 teams join alongside from the in-game qualifiers. Round 2, the teams are narrowed down to pretty much the quarter. And then round 3 was where 16 teams from the bottom of the board moved on forward to the lower brackets. And now it's at round 4. No team's going to be eliminated, but the top 16, they've got a direct shot at the semifinals.
This is the first time in the BGIS where we haven't really sent anyone home. And we are not going to send anyone home in round 4. And that itself is pretty amazing to talk about. I mean, because every single round, you talk about round 1, 2, 3, there were these teams that would be just entertaining as hell, and you would just enjoy their performances. But at the end of the week, you would have to say goodbye to a lot of them, and it was quite upsetting for me. I mean, still missing out on a lot of those names. But round 4, if you are in the top 4, you get to move to the semifinals, as Necro mentioned. And if you are not in the top 4, if you fail to make it to the top 16 at the end of the day, all the other remaining teams from all the 4 groups, they head to the lower bracket where they will be joined by the 16 teams from the previous round.
And speak about joining the 16 teams from the previous round. As we know, the lower bracket isn't going to be in front of you. The remaining 48 teams will be moving down to the lower brackets, while the teams that were still there from the round 3 who were not able to make it inside the semifinals, even these guys will be moving down the lower brackets itself. And then, as we all mentioned, once again, the bottom 16 teams, or which pretty much the teams that will be on the top of the lower brackets, that will be moving on forward to the semifinals. And then 16 teams as well from the round 4 too will be moving forward to the semifinals. That means in total, 32 teams will be there, will be seen over there. But you know what? Speaking about the good stuff and the bad stuff, I think so first we need to take a look at the bad stuff. And speaking about the bad stuff, that is, a lot of these teams are not able to perform. For example, LOC. we had big expectations, especially Salty, who's sitting on the other side, is not going to be too happy with his pick.
I mean, a lot of these teams, as you mentioned, not just the undergods, but even the experienced teams have taken a tumble in round 4. And my mind is still on the same topic about this. Like, I still believe it's just because of the fact that even if you underperform, you're not going back home. You have that lower bracket safety cushion available to you. And a lot of these teams might just feel a little too confident about their chances of making it through the lower bracket. But there's going to be an unpleasant surprise waiting for them on the other side.
Hey, but you know what? They need to get their hands on these points that are currently on your screens. As we all know, the first spot will be getting 15 positioning points, the second 12, and the third 10. It's going to keep on descending downwards until you take a look at each finish equals 1 point. That is something that really motivates these teams to go aggressive inside the lobby. But as we move on forward towards today's schedule, Group D is going to be the one to kick things off. And today, they're also going to start off from Erangel. This is the best thing they can ask for themselves.
And I think this is something that teams like Team Insane, Team Mayavi were actually hoping for, because apparently yesterday when this group started on that off map of Vikendi, growing strong, proved to be the strongest team in this particular group. I mean, 3 games, every single game they were in the top 5. They were very consistent with the placements. I think the first and the last game of the day, they did secure a lot of finishes to their name as well, because of which there's a stark difference. We'll have a look at the rankings, I believe, in a few short moments. And I think everyone will notice this. There's a stark difference between the first and the second position itself. And from the second till the 7th position, this is what I wanted to talk about beforehand, before we actually jump into the action. This is 7 points separating these teams. 7 points and everything can change. And after that, I think on the 8th, we had Team Mayavi sitting on 19 points, like 12 or 15 points separated from the rest of the competition.
I mean, look, as usual, as we all know, the mid-pack's going to be super fragile. One single bad mistake, and maybe all the things that you've put up so far, all the efforts that you've put up will be down the drain. Not exactly, though, considering from the round 4, no one's getting eliminated, but still, at least you will be in the lower brackets, or in the loser brackets, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, you mentioned an upsetting performance yesterday from the players of LOC, but there were 2 other names as well, Necro, that you have to agree, I mean, did underperform a little bit. I am Official, Hub, Medal Esports as well. Medal Esports is definitely, like, yesterday was a little bit of a letdown, but we expect them to bounce back today as well. Apart from Medal, X7 Wolves, they were also another team we were looking out for, and we hoped to see them at least in the top 8 at the end of yesterday, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, exactly. X7 Wolves is actually on 13th spot in the overall standings. They're not looking too hot, but you know what? A team that just performed so well and surprised all of us has to be 5Filter. A team that just came in out of nowhere.
Last game,
All these guys were just playing, I think so, in the offline qualifiers, if I'm not wrong, or in the offline matches, that's what it is. And then Team 5Filters just comes in out of nowhere. And in that last game of Erangel, they just snatched the victory away.
Yeah, that last game of theirs was like pretty amazing to witness. I mean, their pacing looked quite nice. They moved around the map. The rotations were super good and super clean. And I think because of that, they did end up securing a lot of points in that last game of theirs. We do see those 32 points, seeing them sitting on that 6th position. But again, Necro, the inconsistency was still on display, because look at that. Even after a chicken dinner, still on the 6th. Dragon Esports as well. Quite consistent in their placement, 35 points on the 5th with a chicken. And Acid Esports. Acid Esports, they have been on that aggressive front, because you see that chicken dinner, and you also see those 16 position points. You get 15 for the chicken. That means in the other 2 games, they just got 1 placement point.
Hey, but you know what? Now let's move on forward to the latter half of the board. This is where things will be even more spicy. As you mentioned, I'm Officials not been able to perform. Team Crores, only at the start of the day, I think, so they got a little bit of knowing for themselves, but then later on, it was a big downhill performance for the side of Team Crores. These guys desperately need to wake up. And speaking about just waking things up, Acid Esports is one of those teams that should be an inspiration at this point in time. These guys have been performing consistently on the first half of the board all the time. They've just never dropped down.
I mean, yeah, they have been quite consistent, and I think they did put in a lot of efforts in prepping for these stages, prepping for the bigger names. And it's quite clearly displayed in their gameplay as well. You see their rotations, you see the way they pick those fights, you see how they move in those team fights, and it feels like you're already watching a team with a lot of experience under their belt. And Acid Esports, I see them going all the way to the grand finals if this keeps going on.
Of course, I think so. Acid Esports have already booked their slot. Let's be honest. Yeah, they're not really on the first spot in the overall standings where GS is currently standing, but I genuinely think so. They've got what it takes to sort of be consistent over there. But as you mentioned, quite a lot of these teams are now going to be eyeing out for that one as well, considering Team Maya V2 will be in the fray. If you remember, in the round 3, that's how Team Maya V used to like to start things off. On the first day, a little bit of inconsistency, a little bit of bad performance, and on day 2, out of nowhere, it's just like a rocket ship just hitting the deck, and out of nowhere, they're just in the points table in the top 4.
So we expect them to give nightmares to a lot of teams today as well. That's what you're saying.
I think so. It's their time to just get back in the prime form. Once again, only 3 more lifelines left in their hands. Not just Team Ivy, for a lot of the teams, only 3 more lifelines left. Even LOC is one of those teams I'm going to be looking forward to. So let's move on forward to the first game of the day, as Erangel's going to be on the board and the big bird's going to hit the skies. That means the plane's already in the skies, and the plane flight path starting all the way from Lipovka towards Quarry. This is an interesting plane flight path.
Yeah, this is quite interesting, as you said. I mean, you do have access to the military island as well. You do have access to those northern parts of the map. And it's going to be, well, something we call like a standard flight path. The ideal flight path you would want in the very first game of the day. Teams will get their opportunity to decide where they want to drop. Even if you want to head towards Darky, you have the option of dropping towards that Georgia Pole City, northern Georgia as well, and then picking up vehicles and then rotating up north. If you want to head towards that military base, drop towards Milta Farm. There's a ferry pier bridge as well. You're going to find a few vehicles close to that gas station, and from there you can rotate towards the military base. Or if you want to go towards Nevarapnoi, as I said, Milta and Farm is going to be the ideal drop. But Necro, there's one team we missed out upon, and
Dragon.
Not Dragon Esports. I mean, Dragon Esports did do quite decent for themselves, but we expected them to take that aggressive front. They've been focusing on placements. I think today they might step things up. But there was one team who was completely focused on placements. Yeah, completely focused on placements in the previous round. But this time, yesterday specifically, they just shocked everyone with the amount of aggression they brought into their games.
Exactly. Lucknow Giants, they're just looking a little bit more confident inside this lobby. Not a little bit. They're actually looking pretty confident. But once again, Johnny, it's just the day 1, right? Nothing can be concluded on day 1. Usually on day 2 is where the real action starts up. So let's see. Let's know how these teams are going to be performing inside the day 2. This is where Lucknow Giants will be tested to their fullest potential. Are they good enough to sort of put themselves in the first half of the board, put themselves in the top 4 or not?
Look at the circle. It's going to be so intense even in the early stages. Around 30 to 35% water is going to be in there. I mean, can't really count for that river down the middle separating Nevarapnoi from Farm and Milta, but let's see. I mean, this means there's a lot of, well, there's a lack of physical land for the teams to work with in the early stages. Did see one of the players of OR Esports take a little bit of damage. I assume it was dished out from the players of I Am Official, who are in fact quite close to that spot. Also, one more thing we have to talk about. Now, since we did see the teams drop out in the early stages of the map, Necro, remember the last Erangel from yesterday. We saw a massive cluster of teams towards Ferry Pier, Primorsk, Query. There were like 4 or 5 teams present there. Now there's just one.
That is true. There's only one. And Johnny, you know, at the start of the day, you also mentioned that you don't like Vikendi, right? That's why you're over here for the first game. But I've got a good, I've got a good news for you. You're still going to be doing Vikendi, my friend, no matter what.
I know. So, as you said, I mean, that was the reason why I don't start the day off, because like we repeat our rotation. First 3 games, then the next 3 it's the same set. And I think
so. You should be having fun though. Podcast hours. We have some good talks.
Miramar for that as well.
Yeah, me and Akash Kohli, we have some good conversations.
See, I have bad sinuses, and as Akash keeps pointing out, Vikendi is super cold. I don't want my nose to get messed up.
Oh, I understand what you mean. I mean, I've got sinuses too, but it's not that extreme.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, you start bleeding out of your nose.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. That's normal. But you know what? Speaking about things that are definitely not normal.
Do not go on to that mountain trip with Mr. Salty.
I think so. It's better. I can just control my breathing a little bit more better.
Why?
That'll just give me a little bit more practice.
Yeah. I mean, talk about practice. This team has had quite a lot yesterday.
Yeah, indeed they had. And speaking about growing strong, I mean, not just yesterday. These guys have probably been putting up hours and hours, even in the offline games, probably. And by the offline games, I mean scrims. These guys definitely do have those.
I completely agree with you, because, I mean, we were surprised with what happened with growing strong yesterday. The first game happened, we saw them in the top 4, the top 3, I believe. And I was like, all right, off to a good start. Did expect that from this team. I do expect them to be in the top 5, maybe the top 4 as well. But the amount of consistency, and not just in terms of position, but also the finish points they have managed to put on the board, I mean, it just looks like a completely different team. I mean, they've showed up with a completely different mindset to dominate the entirety of the competition and not backing off at any given point. And that is just incredible to witness. I wonder what they will be up to once they make it to the semis.
That is true. And speaking about the semis, a team that's quite far away from the semis so far is Officials, and they're quite close to the players of Hub on the northern side towards Severny. It's not really giving me good vibes. Maybe there's a chance the collision might just happen soon enough, but what was Sparky doing in between those containers? Finally started to move, though.
Both the teams, by the way, are too far away from the semis. Even Hub Official is not having a fun time in the games.
I think so they're at least a little bit closer to the first half of the board, though. There's a chance they can make a leap if they have a solid game.
I mean, if that is the case, then even the team on the 14th position has an opportunity, because as we saw the overall rankings, Mayavi sitting there on the 8th spot with 19 points, and the team on the 14th position is there with just 10 points. That's a 9-point difference. You do well in this game of Erangel, you can easily cover up that gap.
Yeah, I mean,
jump
that's
into the top 8.
Yeah, that's what I meant, right? So if Hub Esports, they get like 10 more points, they're already there on the first half of the board. Then 10 more points, then maybe inside the top 4 they can crack up, or maybe at least in the top 5 they can be. 10 more points, maybe in the top 4.
It will take 2 games to, unless you win the match, it will take you 2 games to cover up the difference from 8th to the 7th position itself, because from 19 we jump into the early 30s.
Yeah.
That is a problem, and I think I mean, teams are gonna have to pop off on this map of Erangel, otherwise it's gonna be tough.
I mean, my eyes are going to be pinned on Mayavi. I'm just looking forward to how they're going to be rotating inside the circle, how they're going to be playing the game. The positioning game is something that really comes into play for these guys nicely. And they know how to put up numbers on the board as well, especially on the day, too. That round 3 performance in the map of Miramar just shook all of us.
And it was that one game that actually got them into that position from where we saw them moving up to round 4. Otherwise, I mean, Mayavi, they started the day off on the 2nd page of the ranking. Their performance in round 4 is still better than that. At least they're on the 1st page.
And Mayavi's already on a move. They're dropped inside Puchinki. Now they're trying to close on to the centric spot inside the circle. I want to see them go a little bit more aggressive, though.
Where do you think is this game going to end? Shelter?
I want it to end in prison. Inside prison.
Oh, it's going to be so intense. I mean, prison is a very interesting... So, Erangel, I like this map because of the diversity of terrains and how they've been designed. I mean, I've always been vocal about why I love the Stalba Kameshki hill, the step design. It's quite contrasting to what you see in a lot of those hills and terrains in Miramar, or even on Erangel itself. The ridges are quite same. It's just like a plain slope up front. On Stalba, it's like a little bit weird. And that forces you to think about how you want to take those fights. Prison, it's a similar thing. You would expect being in a building to give you an actual advantage. Not in prison. The building is surrounded by all of these cliffs from 3 different directions. The front is completely open. You can't escape. And if the zone is not on top of you, your game is done.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know, speaking about prison, even inside the map of Miramar, we haven't really seen a lot of prison finishes.
Yeah, I think we have seen none.
So, I still remember back when I used to play for professional, there was this one tournament where the circle actually ended in prison off the Miramar that I'm speaking
Bringing
about.
up being a pro, have you won any trophies?
No, that's what the thing is. I told you I was a troll dude.
Were you griefing in like pro tournaments?
Yeah, I was. I used to drop in some of the most hot
How many teams did you get
drops.
kicked from, Necro? Be honest about it.
I didn't get kicked from any teams because
Did you leave teams?
So listen, so it was just a group of friends who we knew that we were actually pretty good at the game. So we had the firepower, but we had 0 team synergy because we used to just play for fun anyways. And we somehow got access to the pro scrims and the pro tournaments.
So you were troublemakers
we
back
were,
in your days.
Pretty much, yeah. We used to just drop on the main spots inside every single map. For example, Picado in Miramar, and for example, military base, or even school in the map of Erangel. That's how we used to play. We used to just drop in the main spots. We lose, we lose. If we take you down, well, bad luck for you. We don't care anyways.
We'll just go as far as we can go.
Yeah.
That's quite a simple strategy. I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, you were never really planning for it to work anyways. But talking about these teams, they are making sure, or at least trying to make sure, that their strategies work 100%. And right now, as you predicted so correctly, IM Official, Hub Esports clashing against each other mid-rotation. One of the players from the side of IM Official actually was on 80 clips, 82 rounds in the back, 40 in the mag. This is going to be a tough fight. Both the teams lacking quite a lot of utility, but Hub Esports have taken a knock, but the trade was there from IM Official.
IM Officials looking forward to get a couple of more finish points underneath their belts. But even the trades have happened quite equally. For IM officials, they can still be back upon the numbers. For the players of Hub, they've got 2 men knocked out, from which one of the guys has already been finished off. And even soon enough, the second guy will be confirmed too. It's better for the players of Hub to take an exit from this fray. It's not really a good fight. They should move on forward and try to eye out. And that's what the players of Hub are now going to start to do. Hub Esports taking an exit from this entire fray. Probably going to try to play a little bit more on the placement points now.
You know who actually won that fight? It was X7 Wolves. Because while these two teams were fighting, you see the players of X7 Wolves just overshoot the entire hill. And they're waiting down on the southern side. And now, if Hub Esports come anywhere close to the lads from X7, they might just take a massive hit, lose out on the remaining 2 players, and be kicked out from the game entirely.
There's definitely a chance. X7 Wolves is there. But I still highly doubt they're going to try to cross them in their lines. Hub Esports, they're trying to move themselves on the separate path. Even X7 Wolves, they've got their own intentions to play it around the game with. So I don't think so these guys are going to be crossing each other anytime soon. Hub Esports, a smooth rotation inside the circle. X7, the same thing happened with them. But one thing that is quite interesting over here is that look at the center of the circle. It's a big splash of color. So many teams in that same vicinity. This is going to be an absolute big battle.
Yeah, but it makes a lot of sense as well. It's an open position, shelter, farm, Milta City. I mean, you have these major spots. Apart from them, you're going to be pinned down in a corner if you're late in securing cover for yourself. But what we just saw, that was a little bit surprising. OR Esports losing out on their player, one of their players, so early in the game. It was Team Mayavi who were a little bit quicker on their feet. From Pachinki to Milta, they were the first ones to rotate, and because of that, they have a positional advantage now.
Team Mayavi 2 in a really decent spot, actually. So, if you do take a look at this spot, you think that it's not really that good of a spot, right? Considering it's in the middle of the street, it's not really that good if you take a look at it like that. But when you're actually playing in the game, that's not a bad spot at all, Johnny.
Yeah, I know, because a lot of crossfire options available. You have a lot of tactical options in terms of repositioning as well.
Yeah, the best thing is that the opponent will always keep on guessing where to nade and where not to nade. Because you've got so much concrete cover to play with.
And the setup from Team Mayavi is actually perfect. They have 2 people up front, one towards that roadblock, the tool booth, one guarding the house right opposite from that. You have 1 player in the back just providing suppressing fire. If anyone tries to be a little bit cheeky, go for a wide flank. So they have prepared for the situation that might arise. Now all they have to do is just wait for the opposition to head towards them.
That is true. I'd speak about waiting for the opposition right now. Team Crores, these guys are definitely playing quite soft. Not really going for anything aggressive, not trying to be dominant inside the lobby. Team Cruz going to let the flow set up for this game. Next circle shift's going to be in front of us too soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, it's going to center on up once again towards the shelter side. OR Esports in the smack center, looking in a pretty good spot. Even Team Cruz on the southern side, they're going to start a cruise on up to the centric spot once again. Growing strong on the northern side, looking pretty solid.
And so far, I mean, as we transition into the 3rd stage of the game, we have barely seen any action. 2 finishes were secured by Official as they picked off Hub. And now it looks like they're still on the hunt, but Hub, they are reacting quite furiously. They have finished off 1 player from the side of Official. Inferno in the front lines is going to be taken down by Toxic as well. The TVS can be quite toxic, but the nade from Brokey secures the finish. And from a 4v2 Necro, we're down to an even 2v2 between these 2 squads.
Oh, that return nade from Toxic could have been quite deadly, quite toxic. But the foe's now starting to fall back. Officials. They want to let the players of Hub Esports just in their own misery. And Officials, once again, I mean, it's an even Steven fight. It's a 2v2. The odds are 50-50. But still, the players of Hub Esports, they've got the high ground advantage inside this one. For the players of Officials, they're in a default disadvantage. It's better to back out from this one.
I mean, I like the fact that you called it a default disadvantage because, I mean, it might just eventually happen if Official were a little too eager to go for the push upon this building. Hub was prepared for the punish, and their setup was perfect. But talk about perfect setup. You have Team Insane, who had set up a trap for the opposition, anywhere who dared come their way, but as an Esports, I mean, just a little bit quicker in those vehicles, just rotate right through them, but still caught off guard. Duora is going to be the first person to be put down.
Acid Esports in the receiving lines, and Team Insane, as usual, they're here to rip apart their prey. Acid Esports down to a 3-man squad. It's not really that bad of outing, though, still, considering they were trying to find a little bit of good lines inside the circle. They have got some info to play around with as well. But losing out on that one single guy is definitely going to be quite a big pill to swallow.
Uh-huh. And Acid and Insane have their own little thing going on, a little bit of a love story happening in the overall rankings. I mean, Insane, I believe they're on the 2nd position, and Acid is on the 3rd, if I'm not wrong,
I
Necro?
think so. Something like that. Acid Esports is currently on the 3rd spot
Yeah.
in the overall.
So they are quite close, and I believe even in terms of the points, there's like a 1 or 2 point difference between the two. This was an important fight. I mean, Insane with this can just secure that 2nd position, move closer to growing strong. Acid, if they win this, they're going to try and move up to the 2nd spot, get a little bit of a better safety cushion than the one they already have. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team leading the leaderboard right now, growing strong, and they find themselves up against the players of X7 Wolves in Shelter, out of all places.
I really want to know, where did they get this name from, Growing Strong?
I think it's just the sort of the motto of the team. That is what they want to accomplish every single day. Just keep growing strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice name, nothing taken away from that. It does have quite a lot of deep meanings too. And speaking about having deep meanings, right now the players of Crores, they've got the best position they can ask themselves to be in the smack center of the upcoming circle too, but just hope that you've got the hard cover to play with, because it's still the late game phase. If you are going to be in the smack center, you might just be the center of attraction too. And Team Miyavi just taking so many shots against the foes. Almost finding that connection too. I think so he does as well, and even now the sprays are being taken from Team Miyavi. They see so many teams going for the desperate rotation, but even Team Miyavi, they need to be a little bit quick on their feet. If they are going to be the late preachers, then all the sidelines will be taken and covered up by the teams.
At this point, they're just being a nuisance to everyone else in the lobby, just taking shots on anyone who's trying to move towards the circle, and they themselves have been delayed because of that. And I do agree with you. If Team Miyavi, their rotation is delayed, then there will be an opportunity for the other teams to just gatekeep them from the edge of the zone. But talk about gatekeeping. There's LOC. They have a little bit of a cover to work with. Titan FTW gets spotted. The spray from Redox does not really connect. Dishes out a little bit of damage to the opposition, but fails to secure that knock for his team.
It's going to be a little bit tough to connect that spray.
Plus, regrouping is going to be an issue as well now.
Yeah, LOC, they've got a decent split. I understand why the splits came into play as well, but
yeah.
Once again, if the man who's separated out, if he's taken down, the problems will keep on occurring in front of them. And right now, we've got the players of 5 Filters in front of us. And 5 Filters, they're starting to get picked up against the players of OR Esports, grumbling down against the pressure. And this is where OR Esports, they shine through quite like a bright diamond, because these guys have been forced under that pressure.
Yeah, that was like a well-rehearsed fight from the side of OR Esports. 2 players jumping in tandem. It was like a scene out of a movie, but you talk about movies and highlights. Insane pops up on our screens. A squad wipe has been secured. They've managed to secure 3 eliminations, I believe, from this one. No, 2 actually. They got 1 from the side of Acid Esports. But let's see how far is Insane going to go. Today, it needs to be there. They need to move up the rankings. And no, for a team like Insane, it's very important to secure that first position on the leaderboard.
Insane not really in the best spot they can ask themselves to be in. But they got to make something out of nothing at this point in time. They've fought so many teams to get that spot in their hands. And Acid Esports somewhere else on the line, somewhere else on the map. We've got fighting going on even in this fray. Acid Esports up against the players of Dragon. This is going to be an interesting fight, Johnny, because look, there's an awkward amount of distance between these two teams.
Yeah.
You do not really know how to go up against each other, considering Dragon Esports, they aren't really peeking over the ridge. And even the players of Acid, they're playing it quite safe. The only thing that can be touching each other are the utilities if they are going to be lobbed to perfection.
In the last 60 seconds, we have seen 4 teams get completely wiped out. Yeah, I mean, we're going to discount the fact that Hub Esports and AM officials were already down 2 players. But still, 4 squads getting wiped out in an instant, and I keep seeing Team Miyavi's name pop up on that finish feed. I wonder how many finishes have they racked up.
Even a question on my side. As soon as we do take a look at Team Miyavi's
all will be
maybe,
revealed.
yeah, everything will be revealed. That Easter egg that we talk about will be broken. Team Crores, as we mentioned, this team was looking in quite a good spot, and now even the next circle, one of the guys from Team Crores is actually on the edge. It's Sai.
Look at growing strong. That is such a great position to be in. Them and Lucknow Giants, Necro. This is quite surprising. I mean, already the zone shifting their direction. And these 2 teams, I feel like, at this point, even destiny is aligned for them.
Speak of the game just being served in a silver platter, this is what you're going to ask yourself to be in. for Lucknow Giants, the only way to sort of take a lot of control is once again push back outside of the safe zone and trying to get rid of Acid.
Yeah. Completely agree with that, because Acid actually can cause a lot of trouble for them, but I believe Lucknow Giants, at least for now, they have some concrete cover to work with. If Acid react without thinking, if they just decide to move straight into the zone, then Lucknow Giants can pick them off, taking advantage of the fact that they have a building under their control. But look at this. Acid, they are being delayed by the players of Dragon Esports. They picked off 2. Rocky is there, knocked out as well, and he was eventually going to bleed out to his eventual death. Because Max, the last player remaining from the side of Dragon Esports, abandoned his teammates. There was no other option for him, and he just went straight towards the circle trying to find a safe haven, which, well, unfortunately is not going to be available. It's an open zone.
Acid Esports, oh, this is not really how things should be looking like for these guys. Too many teams. They're covered with a lot of enemies. And for the players of Acid Esports to get out of this spot, it's not going to be that difficult, actually. All the players need to do is just keep on just moving forward in a straight line, and Acid Esports will be in the safe zone.
Yeah.
Metal Esports can be that troublemaker for these guys, but still, let's see how well they can deal with this trouble. That's what I want to know. Team Miyavi, you wanted to know how many elimination points these guys have managed to rack up. And now Cypher gets knocked out. Blacks is down way too low on his HP, but eventually he patches himself up in the nick of time. But still the man in the front, he's got his hands on the A-cam. Maybe Blacks can be dealt with. A nade tossed up. Blacks now is down to just a single of HP, and even he gets dealt with from somewhere else on the map. And Team Miyavi is going to be eliminated from the game.
And we saw them on the screen just for a few short moments, but I wasn't really able to see what the total number of finishes were. I was just too focused on what Blacks was up to. He went out of that wizard tower, ignored the fact they had 9 eliminations. All right, this is why, we love our production. Showing the eliminations every single time the team is taken out. But still, as I was talking about Miyavi, he went out of that wizard tower, just completely tunnel visioned on the team he was fighting, ignored the fact that they were on a late rotation, the flanks was going to be covered, and it was OR Esports who ended up securing that final finish for the side of Team Miyavi. But let's look at this. Acid under heavy fire, and they finished off.
Acid, they are eliminated from the game completely. This is not a good outing for a lot of these teams. Team Miyavi, Acid, yeah, they did get the 9 elimination points, but is still that enough? That's my question. Team Insane looking forward to conquer that throne once again, looking forward to get that crown. It might just be a tough climb for these guys too, but let's find out how Team Insane can try to adapt to the circumstances that they're being put in. And OR Esports so far, this team's been able to make a life inside the circle consistently.
The entirety of top 5 is the top 8 of the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. These teams are just putting next level consistent performances. Titan, this is going to be brutal. He's the last man standing for his team. Just a pixel of HP, and well, Prajwal is going to be there to finish the job from the side of Lucknow Giants. Lucknow Giants, again, another team sitting on the 4th position, I believe, in the overall rankings, right?
Yeah, some solid stuff from Lucknow Giants, having that good survival instinct inside the game. Definitely a lot of improvements are seen by these guys. And now growing strong in front of us. This one single guy has got such a good position to play with. And this is what I sort of like about the Shacks, right? I genuinely do not like to play from the inside of a Shack. I like to play from the outside. From the inside, it's just going to be a massive death trap.
I agree with you, because we've all been there, right? You're trying to hide inside the Shack thinking that, yeah, it's going to be protected, it's a solid cover, but you see those windows. Quite easy to lob a few nades in there.
That's you do not really have a lot of wiggle room.
Can't go anywhere. Someone drops a nade, you run out, then you get shot because you were just like...
It's a little closet.
Yeah.
And right now we've got the players of OR Esports. Going for the reses on the fallen players. Still, a couple of teams, they're desperate to make the rotation inside the safe zone. Prajwal gets knocked out and finished from the side of Lucknow Giants. And growing strong now, looking forward to get their hands on these elimination points. They're sort of being the Guardian Angels, denying all the entry points for the players of Lucknow Giants inside the circle. But these two guys, they finally start to make a rotation. They've got the supercar with them. They want to be desperate enough to make it inside the circle, but still, one man is in the back line. Austin Botts, he might just be able to find a couple of more elimination points for Lucknow Giants, but even he gets knocked out.
We have the top 4 of the leaderboard battling it out right now, and this will cause a lot of changes in the overall rankings, the top 4. We do see Insane still surviving with the numbers to their name, but OR Esports on the verge of getting eliminated. Lucknow Giants still barely present inside this match. Whoever wins out of Insane, out of Lucknow Giants, out of OR Esports will definitely get a massive boost in their overall rankings. And if Growing Strong secure this win, then it's just them sitting on the first page. Oh, what just happened? 2 more teams got kicked out.
Yeah, Team Insane being a little bit too aggressive inside these type of moments. Overcommitments just now. Not really paying off for Team Insane, and even Dark Lord's gonna be finished off. Growing Strong, a game that these guys have conquered. The first game of the day, too. And no one's gonna be stopping these guys from winning this game unless Skips is able to pull off some miraculous clutches. Then definitely things gonna be a little bit more different. But this, man, what a heroic entry from Growing Strong in that moment. They knew no one's gonna stop them from getting this chicken dinner. So this is where they started pulling off some shenanigans.
Hey. One thing, I mean, do not try this at home. That was done by professionals, ladies and gentlemen. Because, I mean, that vehicle that was heading, not the first one, not the buggy, but the next one after that, that had 2 players in it, and both of them were so committed to securing that finish. They took an exit while it was moving too quickly.
Exactly.
Both of them were down to just like, I think it was around 30 HP.
One guy was in the blue zone. He was about to get knocked out.
It was so easy to, like, there was a possibility. I understand the odds were slim, but there was a possibility that that last fight could have been brought down to a 1v1.
Yeah, but once again, these guys just knew that they just had so much confidence. They knew that anyways, we're going to win it whatsoever. Growing Strong, this is what really gives you, right?
Yeah.
When you know that you've pretty much pinned down that first spot whatsoever, even if you do get taken down on the second spot in that previous game, it's not going to affect you a lot. They've got so many elimination points backing them up, and they've also got that consistent stuff going on inside the lobby.
Yeah.
And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, considering the first game is off to a great start, considering, as usually expect, the aggression is there, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, वन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो, टक्करे!
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. And we are off to a great start to this last day of round 4. An impressive win from growing strong, and they keep growing strong game after game, day after day. My name is Super Johnny. Joining me on the desk is Mr. Akash Kole, aka Salty, on the panel. How are you doing, buddy?
This is probably the first time you've actually called me by my name in this entire trip, not just on the broadcast.
This is the first time I actually called one of the gamers actually by the real name, because I keep using IGNs my whole life.
But to be honest, what do you call growing strong as they keep growing stronger and stronger? Just growing stronger, I guess?
Yeah, growing stronger. I think we should add that ER.
ER.
Oh, talking about ER, that reminds me. Easter eggs. We did see that impressive BGMI Boli video a few moments ago, and you have been looking for a few Easter eggs yourself, haven't you?
To be honest, I have been looking, but the only ones which I could find are the most obvious 7.62, the can which is placed on the table, and that's it.
I found one. Okay. But I don't know if I should tell it to the audience. Do you guys want a hint? Do let us know. Do let us know in the chat. Do let us know on the social media. If you want a hint, I'll give you guys a hint.
I think you should.
I'll give you guys one Easter egg.
I think they should actually work hard on their end as well to try and find out what those Easter eggs are, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are actually getting the UCs.
We can get UC too, Salty. We just have to put the video up. The process is simple. You put a video up and use the hashtag BGMI Boli.
Yeah.
And that is it. And after that, you just wait. UC is going to come your way if you are lucky enough. And if you have found enough Easter eggs, of course. But talking about Easter eggs, in this game, the main Easter egg was, where is the zone going to go?
Exactly, and the zone, obviously, right from the get-go itself, the zone was like very tricky right from the start, and then the hard shift, left, right, center, pretty much on the eastern side of the map. I love these eastern zones, to be honest, because there is so much diversity. You were talking about it during the cast as well. There is so much topography into play. Sometimes there are open lands, sometimes it's an urban warfare. You never really know which position to take. And at the end of it all, it just felt like growing strong. Their prediction to be on that northern edge of the zone, it kind of worked out perfectly.
I've sort of noticed this, like growing strong is never running into fights up until stage 6 and stage 7. They don't even fight mid-game. They take extreme late-game fights. Because by the end of the match, I believe growing strong ended the game already. 6-7 eliminations. That is it. And in terms of how the other teams have been playing, this was just hilarious to look at. Godbot is going to be quite grateful for his teammate in the backlines providing suppressing fire, because both of them combined together were the reason that last round from the Insane squad went down. Otherwise, it would have been a different story.
I would have loved to actually see that situation in slow motion, use cinematics as well. One car just flying past this side, the other car flying past this side. You've got bullets coming your way as well.
Yeah, the last moment like this where someone actually turned into Neo from Matrix and started dodging vehicles instead of bullet, I remember was Scout OP on Miramar. Where he had two vehicles from the side of Godlike push him.
Oh, yes.
And he just went first left, then right, like a boxer himself, like just dodging all those punches, but this time made of metal.
Absolutely. And to be honest, that moment I remember very specifically which moment you're talking about. This was a similar moment, but this time he could not actually survive. Pretty much Scout also could not really survive in that initial skirmish as well. But growing strong with the kind of performance that they've shown, they are building up that lead. Lucknow Giants, though, they were in that 7th spot initially, but the point difference was not much. What do you reckon? Are they inside the top 4 right now?
I think they are going to be in the top 5. I think Lucknow Giants did quite well. As I mentioned, even during the cast, the top 4 teams from this particular game were also the top 4 on the overall leaderboard.
Yep.
And even though these teams might just swap positions amongst themselves now, this will create a nuisance for the other teams underneath them, because at the end of yesterday, as we mentioned, 2nd to the 7th position, just 7 points separating the teams.
Yeah.
Then there was, I believe, an 11 or a 12-point drop from the 7th to the 8th. Drop. And after that 12-point drop, there was just 9 points separating the team sitting on that 8th position to the same team sitting on the 13th spot, if I'm not wrong. The last two teams were still on single digits. But just these slight differences are going to mean that you won't climb up all the way from that 10th position to the top 5 directly. You will have to approach it in steps.
Yeah.
First, you try and break out of the top 8, break into the top 8, and then you try and break into the top 5, and then the top 4. But now even that is going to change. Just because of how consistent these teams have been, I think the top 4, it will be in an entirely different league, and we might just notice a very stark difference between the top 4, and the rest of the lobby. What do you think?
I think I 100% agree with you. The power dynamics inside this overall leaderboard has sort of been set, just like you mentioned, growing strong at the tippity top. I think they've sort of solidified that position. And then the top 4 is in a league of their own. They are just chiming in, always trying to battle it out. The only map where there might be an outsider, technically, would be maybe Sanhok. where we kind of expect a little bit of change. But apart from that, Team Mayavi, who is like at the very bottom, they're of course just fighting with the mid-table. They're still yet to break inside that top 7 group that you're talking about. And I'm pretty sure like the kind of approach Mayavi has had over the past 1 or 2 days, it's kind of like backfiring against them. Even in this game, they've got 9 finishes to work with. But what is the use of the finishes when you're not making it till the end game stage?
This happened yesterday as well, and I do agree with that. I mean, what is the use of all those finishes when the placement points are not going to be there? Because you put in so much hard work securing those 9 finishes. You won so many fights, but you get 1 or 2 placement points. That is not going to help you. On the other side, you make it to the top 4. That is 8 position points already secured. And for a team like Team Mayavi, who we know for a fact can win those fights in the late game stages quite comfortably because the other teams are going to be lacking numbers, they can rack up so many points on the board, and I think that is about to happen. We just wait for the next match. It is their strongest map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the game is going to be Harsh from the side of Team Insane. 4 eliminations secured by the lad, and his team was also putting in a lot of effort. I mean, Insane, we know they have, like, I believe, quite close to double-digit eliminations in this matchup, but we're going to have to see the rankings for that. But looking at the top 5 Rebels, we have Godbot from the side of Growing Strong, and this is what I wanted to talk about. Growing Strong, as I mentioned, just 7 eliminations on the board, 4 of them were by just one man. This team is not about those fights as much as we think. It is about that positional game, and it is paying off dividends for them.
But you know, there is a very interesting stat which I will pull up once we actually look at the overall standings as well. Growing Strong, they seem to have that unsupremacy lead at the very top. Once again, here as well, you've got 8 finish points, just like you mentioned, 15 position points as well, 23 points for this team, OR Esports as well. All of these teams, they are very consistent, but that consistency has led Growing Strong to be one of the finished leaders in the overall lobby as well. It seems like they're not really going for the finishes, but still, courtesy to the fact that they are always surviving the longest, they have those huge numbers to
Exactly. If you consistently make it into the top 4 of a game, one thing you will notice is the fact that teams in the top 4 are going to be down to 3 players, 2 players. I mean, if a team is doing very well for themselves, they might be there with all 4 of their players, but if you manage to survive with all 4 players, what's the harm in taking that even fight? It's the end game situation anyways, and if you win it, that's like 4 points coming your way. Then the other teams are going to be lacking numbers. You can sort of pick up their points as well, and that works out. You know who else, what other teams have actually gone on to prove this same thing? Blind Esports, Gladiators, Team Soul. They all work in a similar pattern. Their strategies is the same. It's a little bit of that playing for survival mixed with their own unique elements of the game. Like for Team Soul, they rotate to the circles early. Gladiators is always going to play late game. And Blind Esports, they just run through everyone, doing whatever they feel like. I mean, I don't know how they make it work, but that's a completely different story for another time. But look at the overall leaderboard. 76 points. Our expectations have been met by the top 4.
Absolutely. OR Esports, Team Insane, and Lucknow Giants have actually breached past the top 4 right now. Now, this is where things get pretty interesting. Dragon Esports, one bad game, they've been thrown away. Acid Esports, once again, they have the consistency. Just one game, 1 point, that is a difference. And of course, look at the teams who are at the 5th, 6th, and the 7th spot. They're the ones with the chicken dinner, but consistency put OR, Team Insane, and Lucknow Giants up top.
One last thing. I mean, Team Mayavi, they have the same number of finishes as the team on the 2nd position. But, ladies and gentlemen, after 4 games, 6 placement points. This team is not going to stop. I don't think they're going to stop Salty.
Exactly, in this game as well. They had like 9 finish points and just 1 placement point. They don't care about the placement points as long as they're getting those finish points. But that's the problem, right? I mean, once again, just get the finish points, but getting the placement points also gives you that added cushion, that added comfort inside the overall leaderboard. But there are a couple of disappointments, or rather signs of worry in this second page, Johnny, and one of them has to be Medal Esports, expecting a lot of consistency from them. This was one of the most consistent teams in my opinion, but Medal Esports, all of a sudden, their performance has totally dropped.
Yeah, the performance has dropped, and we don't know why this is happening, because the team is looking so different from what they were in the previous round. I mean, even in the previous round, Medal Esports, the moment they were pinned down, they wouldn't just hold back. They would react. They would try and fight back. They would try and go for the aggressive front. But now that is not happening. If they are pinned down, they look for an easy way out. They look to avoid collision, avoid contact, and it feels like this is not what the team is about. This team has some of the best players in the region. I mean, you've seen these players dominate again and again back in the days, and even in the recent days as well. Their form looked quite extraordinary. I still think it's that mental thing of knowing that we are not going back home. Lower bracket, we'll make it through the lower bracket. It's going to be a Cinderella story. We're going to make sure everyone's going to be shocked. First, we'll be like, oh, yeah, we're not performing. And then we'll be like, are we not performing now, huh?
I'm pretty sure it's all about procrastination at this point. Huh? Is it all about procrastination? All right, fine. We have another day to perform. Maybe just we can just let ourselves lose.
Or maybe it's not about losing, or maybe they're just trying something new.
100%.
Could be. And
Whether
it's
is
not
it
working out.
whether is it trying something new or whether is it preserving it for the later stage of the tournament, we never really know what is happening, to be honest. And this has always been like a very used tactic. We're just preserving our stats for the semi-finals and the finals. Medal Esports, one of the contenders, we usually expect them to be inside these top stuff as well.
This saving our tactics line is just used in interviews and in front of the media. I have talked to a lot of people in the professional circuit, and everyone agrees on the fact that no one believes this. If things are not working, they are just not working. You are trying new things, and a lot of teams and the coaches do admit to the fact that, yeah, we just tried something different because we wanted to. We knew we weren't going to lose out on much in this particular round, and it's okay to admit to that fact. Like, yeah, there is no harm to us and our position. I mean, we do go to the lower bracket, but we are confident. We are confident in our skills that we know out of the 64 teams in the lower bracket, we will be in the top 16, because that is what you have to do. Out of 64, you have to be in the top 16 to move from the lower bracket to the semi-finals. And if you're confident you can do that, if you're confident you can pull it off, might as well just try new things in a round where you know that elimination is not actually going to be there.
I mean, we'll find out how confident they are and how that confidence turns into actual performances. Because like we said, lower brackets will be the trenches of hell. But for now, though, we will have to focus on what is going on. And Miramar and Sanhok still left in the mix. How much of a change are you expecting in the overall standings?
Oh, quite a lot. I'm expecting Team Ivy to bounce back up, because Miramar, one thing is pretty clear. Their reads on the zone are pretty good. I mean, yeah, yesterday they were outperformed by the players of Acid Esports, but all of that was due to the fact that there was a massive cluster that Team Ivy, for some reason, thought that they could just like stop all of them all alone, just like they thought the same thing on this map of Erangel. And I think they might have just learned their lesson, but we know they're not going to back away from the aggression. It's the fact, if the zone favors them, which most of the time on Miramar it does, they might actually show up with a big game just like in the previous round. And that is what I'm expecting, a turnaround from Team Ivy. Along with them, Lucknow Giants. They have been so incredible. They breezed in the top 4 as we saw them. Can they push any further? Because now even the top 3 is a little bit dicey. I mean, the teams in the second and the third position, they are 100%. Quite close against each other in terms of points. It's just growing strong just on the first position that is safe at this point. But the top 4, the top 5, team on the 5th position as well has an opportunity to break in. Now you have to try and get as far away from them as possible. And Lucknow Giants, it's an important game. They need to finish this game either on the first or the second or the third, basically anywhere in the top 4, secure as many points to get you a little bit of safety cushion, get you away from OR Esports as quickly as possible.
One team we actually missed out upon is Acid Esports, right? They are on that 5th position right now, barely a 1-point difference between them and Lucknow Giants. Acid Esports won the previous Miramar, and they looked pretty darn strong on this map. I'm not really sure how they can actually come back on this map. You know, I think they are eyeing on a big chicken in this one.
I mean, they're going to be eyeing on a big chicken as well. I completely agree with you. But do you remember what the last fight on previous Miramar was? It was Acid Esports and Lucknow Giants. It was, well, we thought it was a 1v1, but apparently the last player from the side of Acid did in fact give a revive to his teammate. So it was a 1v2, but that man had to put on a first aid in order to face Dawn. And from our perspective, it was down to between Dawn and the last player from the side of Acid. I'm forgetting which that individual was. But it was down to that 1v1. Whoever won that duel would have actually secured the chicken for his team. It was Acid Esports. But today, Lucknow Giants will be looking to turn things around. Will be looking to make up points for that game yesterday. But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, we'll only know the result once the game comes to an end.
100%. I mean, once the game comes to an end, I think the overall leaderboard will also start taking shape as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let the deserts get dolled up because we are ready for takeoff. Mr. Pilot Super Johnny, where are we heading today?
Yeah, Pilot Super Johnny, I like that. I mean, I like the ring to that. But, I mean, talking about the flight path, we're going to start off just a little bit north of Impala, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be heading towards the city of El Pozo. Now, El Pozo, we have known this to be a city where we have seen a lot of drop clashes in the recent days, especially in the previous round, in this round as well. A lot of teams have decided to drop clash El Pozo rather than drop clash in San Martin or Hacienda del Patron. And that is quite interesting because from El Pozo, you don't really have a lot of escape options available. You run towards the crater fields, it's an open area. You run towards south towards Montenegro, again an open rotation. Teams have that opportunity of chasing you down. And if they find those DMRs and the scopes, they're going to shoot at you from the distance as well.
Well, we'll actually find out which are going to be the initial collisions as well. We have a little bit of a skirmish towards Team IM officials, I can see a couple of teams over there. It's Team IM officials as well as Team DE. Now, it seems like DE, they are still moving down south. They are moving towards the Pyotiparazu region. But apart from that, nothing as such. The flight path as well, it's pretty basic. It does cover, just like you mentioned, it does cover almost entirety of the map itself, apart from the very extremes, up north and up south. But apart from that, the teams will be safe. I'm just looking for those urban battles. I'm expecting this at this stage of the group itself. I'm expecting those early battles to sort of start changing the momentum of how the group plays out. I'm expecting those teams who are at the second page to just go a little more aggressive.
And I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, there will be the option of stepping into those aggressive fronts for a lot of these teams. But look at this. I mean, you do have the circle forming towards, well, the northwest quadrant. And for some reason, there's two teams dropping towards La Cobriera. An early drop clash in La Cobriera. How many times have we seen that before? Not a lot, right?
Not a lot. I mean, not as a full-fledged 4v4. We've seen scrambled players just trying to retrieve a vehicle from that region, getting caught in a crossfire. So those situations have happened, but a proper fight, this is something new. And both these two teams, they need to resurrect themselves at least to try and compete, because they were one of our absolute favorites when it actually comes to the undergods. LOC Esports, X7 Wolves. I really love and adore these teams and the way they've actually played so far, but round 4 just did not seem to be their game.
To be honest, I mean, the way I have been viewing and what sort of my views have been about this entire round 4 of BGIS, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be crying and just like in a puddle of tears when this comes to an end, when the lower bracket actually comes to an end. Because I like a lot of these undergod teams, man. X7 Wolves, they were so fun to witness. LOC as well. LOC, the level of aggression they displayed, the confidence in this team was so mesmerizing. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's the biggest name in the region, just in a 4v4. They will take that fight, and that was so entertaining to witness. X7 Wolves, I mean, we've seen them improve so much over the last few weeks. It was so exciting. I'm official, such a nice name to see them in the top 4 in the previous round. It was amazing to witness their run. Titan FTW have been so impressive in this particular round as well. So, I mean, Dragon Esports, I can't stop talking about these teams, and they were so phenomenal. And I mean, the lower bracket is going to be there, but at the end of the lower bracket, some of them are going to go home. But so far, who's going to go back home in this lobby, in this particular game? I think that is the question. LOC, from their positional perspective, what are your thoughts? Who do you think has the advantage in this fight?
I'm not really sure. LOC Esports, they look to be well settled into this particular fight. They were the ones who to dish out the little bit of an early damage against Williams, if I'm not mistaken, from Team X7. So that was definitely on the cards. But it seems like LOC Esports, they have other priorities. They would rather regroup with their own teammates other than just trying to force the fight against X7 Wolves. It's just a slow start, but look at this. There is some sort of maneuver happening from Team X7 Wolves. The vehicle tried to set up a flank for them, and it seems like I think they are in the right position.
Yeah, it is a counter flank coming in from the players of X7 Wolves, but Redox, realizing that his team might be in trouble, just goes for an aggressive push. Now this is going to be quite interesting. LOC looking for the opening, do find it indeed, as Evil is going to be knocked down. One more player in the same building finds the trade, but instantly is going to be traded out himself. Now Mafia from the side of LOC went down, but for that one man, they took 2 from the side of X7 Wolves. Williams, he's giving away so much information to Payne and Nevin in the back lines, but they can't really do anything with it, can they? All they can do is just get in that vehicle and try and make the great escape across the desert.
And that is what they're doing. Just trying to flee the situation, because of course they had no opportunity over there. LOC. Wait, what? From the back lines, Mafia could actually shoot him down with an AK. I'm not even sure which scope he's using.
Yeah, we'll find that out. I think it has an hollow or something. Oh, he has
that 4x. All right.
Yeah, but to be honest, just needed to tap that line. Payne was there with like, I think 5 HP. There was just like one shot connecting. We just heard the pop and he went.
You know, Mafia was like, the world shall know pain.
Yeah.
But on the other
You've
side...
been watching Naruto recently.
Oh yeah, I was actually watching a couple of episodes on YouTube. I watched this specific episode, but look at this. This episode seems to be pretty exciting as well. It's Titan FTW. The team we were talking about, they are in the midst of an awkward fight. Once again, just 2 angry neighbors duking it out amongst themselves. Team Crores on the other side.
Yeah, Crores not really in a good position, to be very honest. I mean, it's 4 players from the side of Titan. Crores, if you look at the map, it's 2 isolated players on this side of the road, 1 in the back lines and 1 on the flank. So Titan can actually just isolate these fights, pick off these players one by one. On the other side, Crores, the only thing they can work with is the fact that if Titan pushes all together and if they time a nade perfectly, not one nade, like a couple of them perfectly, and drop an artillery strike on the players of Titan FTW, then Crores stands an advantage. And now I think Titan have messed up because that flank from Crores gives them a lot of information to work with. Shows them, or in fact lets them know exactly when the players of Titan move up ahead. But look at this, the wall of smokes denying information to Sai, and he has the 4x. He can scope in, try and stop the players. He's going to try and go for it, sees them run across that road, shots lined up. Can he secure the knocks? Finds the opening. Impressive.
2! He actually finds 2 as well. Team Crores, nicely done. It seems like they are in a good spot, but a trade knockout was there as well. Shoji Lopi, he was taken down, and now Hawk OP has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Does try to go in for a flank, but it seems like Team Crores, they were very well split up.
Yeah, they were split up, but what they've done is just change the tempo of this fight, and this change of tempo might just be in the favor of Titan FTW. They could have gone for revives, but the Titans, they're refusing to back off, taking the challenge head on. Last player from the side of Crores brings it down to a 1v1, but can Sai win this? The answer is a simple no, because Sixth Sense uses his Sixth Sense, runs outside the building right in the nick of time and finishes off the opposition. What an incredible moment. And as I said, the critical part of that was Crores not going for the push, not committing when they actually had the advantage. It was a 2v3 in their favor.
It certainly was. I mean, to be honest, the fact that Sai was already present from the backlines, he got the first knock, should have just elevated Team Crores to that advantageous position. They just could not really capitalize from it. And I kind of felt like Sai also took a lot of time in trying to get his trigger outright properly. He could have potentially gotten more than one knock in that situation as well. The counter knocks came through and Team Crores just went about it. Titan officials, Titan FTW, not just giving up in that final fight. A 1v1, and then just like you said, from the backline through the door. The spray was perfect though.
Yeah, the spray was absolutely perfect. And Titan, look at this. Even with 2 players down, Nanoboy, you have to give him props. Had he not been able to secure this knock and he was out in the open, so exposed, that Crores should have punished that play. In an ideal situation, you would expect that, but did not happen. Messed it up, and the blunder, well, it was a massive blunder now, because you have just become the first team to be sent back to the lobby. Even X7 Wolves are surviving with their last player.
Yeah, I mean, basically 6 bodies had dropped down to the ground at the end of that particular fight. It was a 1v1, and both the teams, none of them actually could leave unhurt from that particular situation, and it's completely fine. I feel like X7 Wolves, it's not like they really had the opportunity of making a comeback. I think they will have to continue the journey through the lower brackets, but apart from that, they could have actually fought for a little bit of pride. They could have fought it with much more technicality and just showed the world what they're capable of. Hopefully they come back on the map of Sanhok, but look at the circle. This is pretty interesting. Once again, we're heading to the sides of El Pozo. I think it is going to ditch El Pozo at the last moment and move towards Crater Fields and hills surrounding it.
I was just going to ask you, Salty, that you've been getting a lot of your predictions right in terms of the circle. Right? Not in terms of the teams, but at least the zones do exactly as you tell them to. And you now said you believe it's gonna end, or in fact end. The game is gonna end towards the crater fields.
Yeah.
The hills or the actual crater field, the tip?
I think it's gonna be the hills, but usually the circle never ends up on top of a hill. It is somewhere down the line, on the sides or at the very bottom. So we'll have to find out. I mean, I can't be dead accurate, to be honest, Johnny. That's too much pressure on my shoulders.
Hey man, we all know that one individual who's always like there with his own prediction, like right on point. And not just one, quite a lot of them. Especially the IGLs of a lot of these big names. The reason they become successful is because of how good their rotations, reactions towards the circles are, or sometimes how good they have a read on the zone. Because I mean, at this point, I think, and a lot of people do say this, but I find it like extremely difficult to sort of make it happen, that zone patterns do tend to repeat.
I mean, zone patterns, if you actually study the game all that much, and you figure out a connection between the first circle and the final circle, and if you study it, if you go through the stats, I think you will be able to figure out, statistically, almost 60-70% of the time you will be accurate.
Yeah, Mr. Sharma once told me there's like a 100 and somewhere around 110 or 115 patterns on every single map that tend to repeat themselves, and from the start to the last zone, you can easily calculate where the game is going to end. You have to do a lot of maths to make it happen as well. And you have to remember all of those patterns, and I refuse to put in that much amount of work. If I did, I would like be playing in one of these teams right now.
If you did, why would you be playing? You could potentially become a mathematician or a chess player.
Yeah.
If you could potentially remember that many
I'm
circles
rated
and
400
possibilities.
in chess. That's a horrible rating to have.
Oh yeah, you got beat down by Spiro.
I mean, I also did manage to beat him in like with the Scholar's Mate, which is like
But-
4 moves.
Yeah, that's fine, but Spiro just started playing like a day or two earlier. You've been playing for a very long time.
Yeah. Yeah,
Come on.
I mean, I'm not that great at
Come
chess.
on,
I just
Johnny, you've got to
play
pull
like
up
a
your
horrible
socks.
game.
It's chess. You're supposed to win it.
Yeah, but it's also supposed to be fun. Someone has said it. I'm not gonna take their name, but I mean, them and I myself, we look at the game in the same way. It's not just a board. It's a battlefield. It's a war. And war, you're gonna lose people, man. I'm not afraid to sacrifice my pieces.
If you are a military general, I'm pretty sure your king would hate you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, because your army is just gone in a day. Like, where did it go? Oh yeah, we were just trying to take control of that spot. Did not work out. Did not predict they were gonna have like elephants and stuff pushing like an RTB that are there now.
I mean, dude, you've got to work out in a way where your troops are a little more efficient. You save a couple of them as well for later battles.
Yeah,
You
that is.
can't be Team Mayavi all the time.
That is why I love Team Mayavi. Exactly. I love aggression, man. I am in it for the fight. I enjoy the action. And if there is an option available to take the fight, why not just take it? Who plays for placement in chess? I mean, otherwise you would be just winning games with draws and like just like stalemates. Not winning games, but you would just score points. Draw gets you like half a point, 1 point sometimes. You just go for it. Like, get stack of points. Yeah, it's not going to get you high up in the tournaments, but it's going to get you a few points on the board, right? That is why I love Team Mayavi. That is why I love the other teams. Troublemakers. Why I enjoy Troublemakers. I talked about them so much. Because I enjoyed the fact that they were not really caring about where they were inside the game. They would just run into fights and see if they won them. It was gamble.
Oh, for sure. Kind of correlate. I could actually correlate between you and a lot of these teams. But I think my sort of intention or my sort of circle is not really happening right now. Creative fields have actually been sacrificed. And it's possibly because of the fact that we're having this conversation about chess and I'm not good at chess.
Hey, but you know what? This time, we have a deja vu moment, Salty. We're going to bring it back to the game, the conversation, because I remember this fight from yesterday, and it did not go the way Team Seal planned. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, a recap for the people tuning in right now on the map of Miramar. What happened was Team Mayavi started off the game by picking off 2 players from the side of Titan FTW.
Yeah.
Titan FTW, 2 individuals managed to make a great escape. They went to Hasia del Patron, where they were caught off guard by the entirety of Team Seal. And Team Seal lost that 2v4 fight. And then Titan FTW eventually got wiped off by Kesu, Team Mayavi. But today, Titan FTW have been spotted by Team Seal, and I wonder, are the Seals going to take this one? Are they looking for revenge from last night?
I'm pretty sure as soon as the lines of sight are open, they are going to open fire. The call is set. The atmosphere is built up as well. And I can hear that shot. I can hear that first bullet hitting the metal seal of the bus itself. And now Titan FTW. These spotted Team IM officials themselves as well, trying to go in for the high ground. But I think they are going to shoo them away right at the nick of time. Titan FTW will be the first ones to get the high grounds for themselves.
Yeah, and they're rotating along with the high ground, trying to make sure, or at least trying to see if they can keep a check on the players of IM Official. If they find them, they're going to try and take the vehicles out of use, put them out of use, and then see if they can pick off the players as well. The tire is about to blow. A lot of shots connecting, but no, Carnage makes the great escape. IM Official, they managed to make a getaway at least. Stay alive for the next few moments of the match. But still, cannot forget the team on that high ground. Titan FTW, they are going to rotate along with that mountain.
Yeah.
The cliff, in fact, the summit of that mountain. And they will keep a check on the opponents. But we all know, taking a fight from the distance, you have to be completely aware about when they are peeking as well. And a little bit of a distraction from the side of Titan FTW is going to result in Punk getting knocked out. IM Official, they react quite nicely.
If the circle shifts away from Titan FTW, I think this is a very risky position. But well, they have a little bit of the circle themselves. Sparky is on the right end of it, and the majority of them will also try and go in. I think they can go around the mountains and find that sweet spot for themselves. They will still have the little bit of a topographical advantage. But look at the convoy coming in from the southern end. It's completely out in the open. OR Esports have already found themselves a little bit of compound, which there are. But apart from that, there is absolutely nothing. It's absolute desert, Johnny.
Yeah, it is going to be quite difficult for OR Esports to move up further in the game if the zone is right not on top of them, as you mentioned. But again, I mean, one more team that we have to talk about, in fact, two more teams that we have to talk about are on that northwestern edge. Acid Esports and the players of Team Insane. We saw that fight happen yesterday, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back to that in a bit, because right now we have the players from the side of 5Filter Esports going up against the players of Team Seal, and Team Seal completely ignored their backlines. The third party comes in from the lads of Insane. They find the opening knock for the players of 5Filters, but will 5Filters use this advantage that has been granted to them and actually win this fight?
I think 5Filters are not really aggressing at the right time, but from the backlines, Insane just doing so much work for 5Filters. What are they waiting for?
I mean, they're just protecting their position, the players from the side of 5Filters. I want to know, what is Team Seal doing? Your player, one of your own teammates, got knocked out in the exact same spot, and Blackie just went there out in the open like he owned this factory and no one's going to do anything to him, right? That's not the case. Team Seal all of a sudden find themselves pinned in a corner. Nowhere left to run. 5Filter, they have the advantage. All four players can commit to this fight all together and pick off Team Seal like they mean absolutely nothing to them. Look at this, Sarge. He's lining up the nade. If this connects, it should be enough to actually secure the knock, but it wasn't in fact. Blackie from the other side, from the side of Team Seal, did in fact lob a brilliant nade onto Nikki from the side of 5Filter Esports, and now the numbers are a little bit even. Oh, this one as well.
Oh, now this is an advantage. Team Seal, once again, it's sort of like an absolute blunder from the side of FFE Esports. Team Seal have finally figured the invasion into the compound, and now they are laying it up with utilities. Molotovs being thrown in as well. Team Seal definitely want to use the numbers advantage, but Zodiac and his spot. This can be the game changer, Johnny.
It can actually be the game changer. I mean, Amun's position is going to be compromised in a few moments, and he's not even looking at where the opposition was coming from. Got distracted. This was an absolute bait. I would not really blame Amun for this, because he was baited by the player in front of him. The player who was coming from the window ran right till the edge and then stopped. Waited for his teammate to push in and secure the easy finish, and now the last player from the side of 5Filter Esports has also been wiped out. That's a squad wipe secured by Team Seal in a 3v4, mind you.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of like the fact that 5Filter Esports, they were not really looking to just overshoot themselves into this particular fight, considering that they knew there were third parties involved into it as well. Team Insane was also in the picture. But the fact that they just held their ground, but not really held their ground, they just gave away ground to the enemy lines. That's just absolutely not needed or not expected. But look at this, Metal Esports once again on court trying to close in the distance against Growing Strong, one of the table toppers right now. Metal Esports, if they get this particular fight, I think they will have a lot of space to work with.
This is one of the most interesting fights in the game. I mean, as you mentioned correctly, Metal Esports, if they pick off Growing Strong, they could have actually gained an extra edge, looking to climb further inside of the ranking, but that might not be the case. For Growing Strong though, if they lose out on this fight, it is going to be the opportunity for the other teams to actually climb up on the rankings. Growing Strong might move to the second position. And also, Growing Strong, this is the first time we are seeing them being a part of the early action, and this is not working out for them. Metal Esports have actually managed to catch GS off guard, completely distracted, and now GS is down 2 players. Metal, they have the advantage. Godbot is on the flank. Oh, nade lob towards him. Does manage to avoid the damage, moving in the vehicle just a little bit far away, but is there an opportunity for him to go for a revive on his own teammates? I do not think that is going to happen. It's going to be so tough. They have one lad there, but I think those 3 players are going to be pinned down.
I think they're still going in for the revives. One player is down on his knees, and even he has gotten revived as well. So for Growing Strong, GS, they definitely are reset to come back into this particular fight. But as we were talking about it, Medley Esports, for them, this is like two birds at one stone. You try and stop the table toppers, and then you put yourself in a really great spot considering the circle. But if they do not finish this fight right now, they are being pushed by the blue zone. They are in that open end of the blue zone, which means they have to travel a lot right now. With multiple teams in the vicinity, I'm pretty sure Medley Esports, they are going to be laden with bullets, peppered with bullets as they make their journey forward.
Oh, and look at how the game plan of Medal was ruined by none other than the players of Growing Strong. They left one man behind, and as Medal tries to rotate, push for the edge of the zone, they are going to be completely finished off. Lucknow Giants, ladies and gentlemen, getting that final finish of the game. Not of the game, well, the final finish for Medal Esports' game, because now they are outside of this match. Lucknow Giants 6 elimination secured, hiding behind the haystacks. They also do not have a great cover to work with. Oh, is he the last man for his team? Taking the fight. He's not the last man. He gets knocked out. I'm official. They do trade position with the players of OI. I think the last man is right there. You see that pink spot on the map, not too far away. That's the last man from the side of OI.
How long is he going to hold on to the position? That is the question, because nobody has any sort of cover. It's just the buses or the tractors or the haystacks. That is it. But of course, Team Titans, they're the only ones who sort of have the high ground advantage, and they have the entire vicinity to work with.
This game is turning out to be an absolute nightmare for anyone who thought they were going to breach the western edge. Oh! Well, do not face the DBS at point blank, but growing strong, not too strong in this game. The leaderboard leaders wiped out in a fraction of seconds due to poor positional play in a team fight, not the overall game. I mean, the idea was right. I mean, they planned on staying on the edge. That was always the game plan for them. But Acid Esports, they take the fight head on. And there was another team, I think it was Dragon Esports from the distance actually, who ended up third-partying the entire fight, finishing off the last two players from the side of GS.
Johnny, I'm not entirely wrong when I said that I want the circle to actually finish on the hills of Crater Fields. Even though it's not exactly the same hill, it's a little southward, but it still works, it's still a hill. In Titan FTW, they are successfully holding it. Once again, a hardship, which puts them in the prime spot for winning this entire battle. They've got Insane right in front of their crosshairs as well. They know exactly where the teams are, and they are struggling. They have nothing to work with.
Yeah, I think that is the only problem. Titan FTW, they've been just trying to get those picks for so long that at this point, they're running out of ammunition. They're running out of armor on their own bodies as well, and they won't be able to protect themselves in a little while. The problem in this entire situation is that, yeah, their position is great, but every single team they pick off, every single loot crate is down on that low ground, and all of this is available to teams like Team Insane, teams like Dragon Esports. But Insane, they're running through the opposition, trying to gain a position, trying to gain control of the circle. Will this work out? It looks extremely tricky for them. LOC from the distance looking to find the knock, but Redox, he's going to be pushed back from the flank.
Team LOC, they have a battle of their own as well. It's basically with Team Titan FTW for the King of the Hill. They want to be. There will be only one team at the DVD top. Meanwhile, there is an entire war, an entire entourage coming in from the low ground as well. Team Insane, as a matter of fact, just like you mentioned, it's a really hard spot for them to actually hold. They still try to make that early rotation, use the smokes to prevent them from getting taken down in the earlier parts of the fight, but still, it seems like they have a couple of vehicles to kind of hold their ground as well.
But hey, look about holding their position, and I'm official. They've been holding the solid ground for themselves for a long time, but all of a sudden, they find themselves in a very precarious spot. Last player remaining. Forever bullet, but it's impossible in this game to survive forever, to live forever. But with this nade, maybe he's going to end the run for Team Insane if it lands properly, but no. The trade of utility was there. Bullet has taken a lot of damage. And since his position was compromised, it was quite easy for the lads of Insane to actually secure that finish. But ladies and gentlemen, down to the top three of this game of Miramar. We have Titan, we have LOC, and then we have the consistent team, Team Insane.
Team Insane, for sure, they are very consistent. I think this is the opportunity. If they still want that #1 spot on the overall standings, this is going to be their game. And they've got the first pick as well. Team Titan have been reduced to a 3-man unit. In fact, it's not just Titan. Even LOC have lost a player of their own as well.
Team Insane, I think there's a very high possibility they might just end up winning this game. We saw them in the top 2 of the previous match. Weren't able to win it due to a man disadvantage, but now they have 3 players left in the lobby. And Titan, FTW, and LOC, they're busy in their own fight. Look at that nade. Ends up securing the finish for Redox. LOC down to 3 players. 1 more player knocked out. The second nade looks perfect as well. Was a bit short on the other side of the ridge, but as Titans, they overcommit to the players of LOC. Insane. They realize this is their opportunity to go for a third party in both these two squads. Mafia has been spotted in the distance, but it's going to be Shocky taking damage from Skips' AUG. Wasn't enough to secure the knock, but still that extra bit of damage will help his teammates out to reduce the numbers of Titan even further.
You know, Team Insane, they can't really be a third party or can't really be just watching this particular fight from the backlines because the ball is in their court. They're outside the circle right now. Even if the fight between LOC and Team Titan get delayed, they'll still be fine because the circle is on top of them. But Team Insane, they have a massive ground which they need to clear, and I'm pretty sure before that actually happens, they want a couple of bodies to hit the deck, and that is what they're looking for. But the problem is they're not actually finding the picks. Instead, Team Titan and LOC are just coming together, being a tag team and taking Insane down at the first place.
So here is something that you can actually pull off in a situation like this when you have two teams who are, you see them just committing heavily towards each other, and you know they're not looking to back off. If you have first aids on all of your players, give all of those first aids to one player who's going to stay in the loop, try and heal battle for as long as possible. The other two players can actually just try and dish out as much damage as possible for as long as they keep standing. But that is not going to be the case, because as Insane commit to pushing for the zone, Titan FTW looking for the win as well, finish them off, and now the push comes towards the players of LOC. Sparky is going to be the man starting things off with the help of the DBS, secures the opening. Two players left from the side of LOC, but one more man has been brought to his knees from the side of Titan as well. It's a final 2v2 of the game, ladies and gentlemen. The Molotov on Omega did not connect actually on the opposition. What are the Titans going to do? They are trying to bring their numbers back into the game. One revive is being given, and Sensei, 6 Sense in fact, is going to be brought back. But as soon as he is back on his feet, he's going to be down on his knees as well. The nade from Mafia was a little too perfect. The numbers again in a 2v2, but Mafia going for the push. The DBS is not going to work in front of the UMP this time. The two UMPs, they are enough to finish the job, and it's going to be Titan FTW, where they have for the win in the name, and theirs is going to be the win of this game.
Absolutely, and this was such a crazy victory, to be honest. Once again, the circle just paying dividends. That was one hill which they could hold on to forever. The circle just kept on forming for them, and it wasn't even like a basic circle. It wasn't even a central shift. It was hard shift after hard shift coming on top of this team.
Yeah, I mean, you got one thing right. I mean, you wanted it to go towards the Crater Field Hills, like, and this mountain actually starts from the southern side of Crater Fields and just stops a little bit west of Monte Nuevo. And that is actually from where Titans FTW took control of it. They wanted to take it a little bit early, but I believe it was, no, they wanted to take control of that early, and they did in fact take it, but they got distracted by Arm Official on that lower ground. They started to chase them, and they were forced towards that left-hand side. Luckily for them, it all just worked out, right? That eastern shift just made it all work out for them. Otherwise, it would have been, I believe, Insane or LOC walking away with the win.
Meanwhile, all of that distraction was happening. Sparky was on the right side of the circle, on the right side of the hill. He was holding that ground. So that also allowed them that added amount of control on top of the hill, that even if they're going in for that fight, they can just always come back and reclaim their position as well. So for Team Titan FTW, it played out perfectly. But for LOC, I think this was a massive jump for them.
Yeah, this is going to definitely pump up LOC's numbers on the overall ranking. And I think you might have also gotten one more thing right. Growing Strong might not be sitting on the first position, but we won't find that out, right? Because we'll only see the overall rankings after the last game of this group is done, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll definitely have a look at the points from this game and all of that and so much more, but after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो,
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of BGIS. I'm pretty sure you just saw the commercial where a new Indian faction is getting added to Road to Valor as well. It makes the game pretty interesting. There are some very interesting characters, Necro, on it. I mean, Talwar Baz seems to be like one of my favorites. So when I'm going to jump into the game, I'm going to use that particular character. But if you guys are actually pretty good at the game, then I'm pretty sure you will be able to dethrone Speedo, who is like at the top 500 in the whole region. I'm not really sure how that is. He is absolutely hooked to the game. I think you guys will also be hooked to it as well. But Necro, bring the conversation back to the map of Miramar and how it actually went out. Team Titan FTW, what a massive piece of luck for them. Was it luck or was it prediction?
I'm not exactly sure. Look, they had the best spot they could ask for. Also the high ground to play with. They were just pinning down teams like Team Insane too, who are on the opposite side. I was taking a look at the game from the sidelines. And Titan FTW, genuinely, I mean, sometimes you can also call it a little bit of luck. Sometimes you can also call it a bit of a prediction.
Yeah.
It's like a bit of a mix of both of that. But most of the times you can also say that is sort of like the game being served onto you just in a silver platter.
You know, it's always about, especially in a battle royale, I've heard these pro players say that you try and make use of what you get every single map, but when the circle is on you, when you see the game served on a platter, you make the most out of it. You eat a whole buffet out of it as well. And that is what I think Team Titan FTW did. But for Team Seal, I felt like this position, it was really precarious. They were being peppered in a third party by Team Insane. They had Team FFP up front, but Team FFP did not really even make a move. They were just holding their ground and Team Seal could just easily invade and finish them off.
This is the team that I was about to talk about as well. Team 5 Filter Esports. This team's been struggling, man. On day 2, the first 2 games, not able to perform. 5 Filter Esports. At the start of today's day, they were on the first half of the board, if I'm not wrong. And now look at them. They're probably not there anymore, considering even the first game was sort of slipped out. Now even the second game's not in their hands anymore. 5 Filters, they need a banger of a performance in the upcoming game of Sanhok.
You know what team I'm actually concerned about? That's going to be Acid Esports. They were 1 point away from that top 4 spot when we last witnessed them. Lucknow Giants was at 43 and Acid Esports was at 42. Acid Esports, I wouldn't really say they had the best of showings on the map of Miramar, but they still had a decent run. They still were inside the top 8 if I'm not mistaken. So they did definitely get a couple of points on board. And I'm just not sure if they are inside the top 4 as well. So for this team to actually secure their qualification to the semi-finals, considering they've performed so well over the past, I think the map of Sanhok gets extremely crucial.
I I mean, speaking about the map of Sanhok, once again, as we all know, that it also adds on a little bit of RNG inside the game. It will be a little bit tough to get that map in your hands. But once again, you've got no other choice anyways. But a big step up from the side of LOC. They desperately needed that type of performance. They even got that performance in their hands. Team Insane, as usual, just being consistent. At this point in time, Team Insane, they just want to stay inside the top 4. And if they are going to be in the top 4, no problems for them whatsoever.
To be honest, for LOC, you just mentioned, right, it was a really good step up, to be honest, but I'm not really sure if it actually is enough. You know, top 4 is like a very distant journey, to be honest. At this point, the cutoff, I think, has breached past the 50-point marker as well, and for LOC Esports to actually breach that, not only the fact that they needed a lot of finishes in this game. I'm not really sure. I don't remember how many finishes they had. We'll find it out in the standings. Not only they need like a 20-30 pointer from this particular game, they also need a similar performance from the map of Sanhok, which I'm not really sure if that's going to happen, Necro. Do you think?
I mean, look, it really just depends on how the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be like. It will be next to impossible, if you ask me. I would like to stick to the realistic point of view over here. As you mentioned, it will be a little bit unrealistic. It will be next to impossible. But if they're able to get some elimination points off the bat, if they do start things off with like 8 elimination points in the start, then that can be a really good piece of landing that they need inside the map of Sanhok. And then later on, they can start paving the pathway for success. They can either try to go for a little bit of mid strat that can give them 12 points in total, the second spot in the overall standings. But once again, this is just theory crafting that we're doing at this point. We do not exactly know how things can look like, and considering if you speak about the stats as well of LOC, you need to look back, and so far the stats have been quite dead.
Yeah. To be honest, it's been dead, and you know, today's day as well, I think Dragon Esports is going to be one of those teams who performed really well yesterday, but now they have actually slipped down the rankings. They are pretty low, and today's performance has been dismal from them. I'm not really sure what's going wrong, but you mentioned stats being dead. Every single time Dragon Esports are just pitched into a particular fight, they are just being destroyed.
Exactly. I mean, not just that. Tyne FTW2 was one of those teams that were in the struggling phases, right? And now they're just having a nuclear performance in their hand. In the final 2 games, these guys are sort of stepping up massively. Team Miyavi, though, is one of those teams. Now that is a big point of concern, considering everyone had their eyes pinned on them. And so far, Team Miyavi is not able to perform. We thought day 2 might just be their day.
I mean, I'm not really sure what's going wrong with this team. The first game, they wanted to go in for a lot of finishes. They had that as well, but they only just got 1 position point to actually work with. But we'll actually talk about that a bit later. We have the top 5 repels in front of our screens, and it's once again a varied teams and varied plays. You've got Nanobay from Team Titan FTW. 7 finishes is absolutely massive. But then you've got players from LOC Esports, which is once again a good sign, Necro. I always love players from LOC Esports to be in this top 5 rebels.
Of course, who doesn't want them? Who doesn't want to see them, right? Mafia, as usual, is sort of like the big dog inside the team. Then we've got Skips in front of us too. Rage God's going to be there from Lucknow Giants. One thing is for sure, Lucknow Giants, these guys are being consistent as hell.
Yeah.
No matter, even if they're getting 7, 8 points, at least as you're able to keep yourself consistent in the first half of the board. Maybe the final game, if you're going to have a good point, a good outing in the final game, there's a chance you might just propel yourself out of nowhere and astonish every single person that's currently sitting inside the top 4.
Speaking of currently sitting inside the top 4, you've got Titan FTW. They almost got themselves a 30-pointer. I'm not even sure how far they will be actually pushing themselves in the overall standings. I think they are somewhere in the first page.
I think so. They might just be on the 6th or 7th spot,
6th or 7th is like a potential spot for them. And then you've got LOC Esports as well. 20 points from this team, once again contending for the top spot. I'm pretty sure like the overall standings is getting pretty interesting at this point. Team Insane, 17 points, just holding their position. Dragon Esports, who slipped down on the rankings with 11 points. I don't think they are reclaiming that spot, but I think they're still under contention.
I mean, look, as usual, the mid-pack's going to be, once again, quite fragile. There's a chance the players of LOC might just propel themselves on the 8th spot. They might be barely on the first half of the board. But as we've mentioned, right, even for the teams that are currently inside the top 4, they're going to have so much pressure. It's easy to breach inside the top 4, but it's tough to maintain because you are always going to be in that anxious spot, especially for the teams that's going to be on the 3rd and the 4th spot.
Yeah.
They will always have so much pressure.
Absolutely. Necro, let's just continue our tradition of trying to predict the top 4, right? Before the last game, this is the last game of this particular group. Give me your top 4. Who do you think is going to be at the end?
Listen, I think so. We should do that after the game's done, right? We should do that after this final game's done because that's where things will be a little bit more cleared up. One thing is for sure, growing strong team and saying no one's going to steal that spot away from them. These two guys are just confirmed over there. Maybe on the bottom half, it's still quite tough to say because there's quite a lot of these underdogs that are showing that struggle, that are showing that comfort zone inside the first half of the board, and they do not want to give their spot away. I'm speaking about Acid Esports.
Yeah, Acid Esports certainly is in the contention. I think OR Esports, as a matter of fact, their position and placement has been consistent enough. I think they are somewhere in like the 3rd or the 4th spot. We'll find out eventually. But speaking of Sanhok and the way the game progresses, I think Acid Esports, I'm expecting a very big game from this team. They might just go all in, but considering the fact, just like you mentioned, they are in that dicey position on the overall standings, they might also try and be like, all right, let's just play a little bit safe. Let's just get those safe 10 to 12 points and solidify that position inside the top 4.
Hey, you know what? I want to know your prediction, though. Salty, you've always been cursing a lot of teams, so I want to know your prediction once again. Which team do you think is going to win the game?
You should frame the question otherwise, because I know what your inner intention is. You know, you should say it out loud. Which team do you want to curse? But all right, fine. I'm just gonna go with Acid Esports. You know what? My predictions have been going right for a couple of days. All right, so I've just shook away the curse. I've been talking about it for a lot of the days on the broadcast as well. It's been you who has been cursing the teams.
I mean, look, no, that's not true. Remember my last prediction that I took?
It was just a one-off.
They actually came out on top, and it was the same thing with you. It's just a one-off. Your teams, you do pick them, but they do not completely win the game. Maybe sometimes they get eliminated on the 3rd spot in the game. That's still not a win technically. You're predicting the winners of the game. You're not predicting someone who's going to have a good performance.
But at least I'm not predicting someone who gets eliminated at the 16th spot, Necro. You name a team and they get wiped off the floor right in the first battle.
All right, you know what? We'll see that. We'll see that. You know, in this game of Sanhok, things will be cleared up, ladies and gentlemen. Whose team will be eliminated, whose team will not be eliminated. But you know what? You didn't ask me for my prediction.
I was about to ask you.
Yeah, and my prediction's going to be Team Mayavi.
Pretty interesting pick, to be honest. I think Team Mayavi, we haven't really spoken about this team. Once again, just completely skipping all the conversations because today's day has not really been that bright for them. They were in that very awkward 8th spot yesterday.
Yeah.
And right now, they definitely haven't helped their case to try and move towards the top 4. But we know they are made up of like metal and steel. They might just be making that huge comeback in the last map. Do you think that's possible though?
I mean, there's a chance. Look, you said they're made up of metal, steel, iron, call them whatever you want. But once again, if hardened up in that right spot and if hammered down at the perfect time, even the metal and steel can be broken down or shaped the way you want it to. And there's a chance these guys can be hot enough in this final game too. And the other teams might just be the hammers that will hammer them down. Anything can happen. So many things are possible over here at this point in time. So many theories can be crafted. So many fairy tales maybe can be brought up as well. What do you know? Maybe the team that's currently on the 8th spot, maybe somewhere out of nowhere, a team that we did not even expect, they're just going to propel inside the top 4 in that 4th spot out of nowhere.
Exactly, and this is one of the reasons why I love the last game of the group being Sanhok, right? This just absolutely amps up the excitement as well because every team knows that they have to go all out aggressive, right? And Sanhok is a map which craves that aggressiveness. It craves players to just go in all guns blazing. You get to see those initial drop collisions, you get to see those reptiles, you get to see those mid-rotation clashes as well. And if the circle as well comes up with a tricky situation, I'm just thinking that that will be an entire cherry on top of the cake.
Look, speak about cherry on top of the cake. There's quite a lot of these things that we have been waiting for, right? Salty, yesterday you promised us the popcorns. You did not bring the popcorns even today. But you know what? I'm not going to focus on that too much because the upcoming game of Sanhok's in front of us as the plane's going to hit the skies once again in the plane flat path starting all the way from the southern side from Sami towards Kau. This plane flat path is quite nice, just equally dividing the map in 2 halves.
Absolutely. Every team will get their opportunity to go to the desired islands as well. If you want to go towards the Camp Alpha Island, you will be able to do that. If you want to go to the Southern Island as well, you will be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen. And I think the destination is set for every single team to just try and go in aggressive. Couple of them might just play it out safe. I'm waiting to see what actually happens right from the get-go. Have a look at this. No real cluster. It's just a massive swing of teams trying to go towards the mainland, trying to play it from the shorelines. 2 teams do tend to move towards Lakawi. That's interesting.
There's definitely a chance that we might just see a drop collision over there, but there's a chance the players of LOC2 will not go exactly on the mainland of Lakawi, instead just loot the compounds around that. And that's what is exactly happening. The players of LOC are just dropping over there. It's not the first time we've seen, so what LOC usually does is that if there is one of those teams inside Lakawi, they will try to just isolate that fight. So that's one of the best things you can ask yourself to do. But considering OR Esports is quite close to that scenario, there can be a third-party potential. But somewhere else on the map inside Kampong, which is quite close to Lakavi as well, there's a fight brewing up, and even this can be third-party in the future.
This definitely can be third-party. Team GS, they are in very close proximity of the other team. Team Crores haven't really had their case so far in terms of the overall competition, but this team does have the potential of winning those early battles, of winning those early skirmishes. And Necro, it's not just the one skirmish that we are witnessing. There is one happening in boot camp as well. Acid Esports and FFE Esports, they are also in pretty close proximity. I just want to find out where the first shot is being fired or who gets the early advantage.
You spoke about this team having the caliber to win those fights, but in the previous game too, they got eliminated off the bat.
Fine, it's a dicey situation. 4v4s are never really, it's a 50-50 situation, right? They just have the capability.
You just said that this team is taking the fights, and now you're saying that 4v4 is a tough thing. Listen, man, I want you to stick to your statement. Before now, we've got the Flex Club Esports getting pinned down and some good shots taken. Man knocked out. Toxic's not inside the game anymore, and both of these guys are also going to bleed to their death soon enough because I don't see the cavalry anywhere close.
You know, all of a sudden, Team Titan FTW, it seems like they have activated Super Saiyan mode for themselves because right now, they seem invincible at one point. They spotted out the player and they instantly go in for the trades. Their players are always ready to seek that blood. And they stopped this vehicle. I think it was sort of a shot. It was sort of a knockout which happened midway into a rotation. So Titan FTW, they were pretty quick in terms of pressing their triggers. This is a different team altogether.
Titan FTW, definitely massive switch up, right? As you mentioned, a different team completely. And maybe Titan FTW can be one of those teams that I was speaking about. A big upset, a big surprise. Upset for the teams that are currently inside the top four. A big surprise for all of us in a good way. If they do manage to breach in that top four, will definitely be quite interesting. And Team Insane, oh, these guys were ready. They were just around. These guys like those Eagles just waiting for the praise to walk in their crosshairs.
It's not always easy to actually edge past the Eagle as well, no? And Team Titan FTW just finding that right nick of time. But look at this, it's Godbot who is actually chasing Hawk OP and once again breaching onto the compound. But it's still yet to be established. Churchill OP is the first one to go down and GS have the advantage, Necro.
Growing strong already, they've got the man advantage secured inside the fight. Now gonna try to go on forward and keep on pressing up the charges. Sparky could be knocked out in this scenario. The shotgun was definitely pulled out, but not enough to get the second knock secured too. This is where the players of Crores might just manage to neutralize things once again, but Faith is ready with the nade. It's going to toss it on the upper floor. Not able to find any connection with that utility, but at least gets the confirmation that the upper floor is now clear. Growing strong, they're going to lose out on a couple of players themselves. One player being completely finished, the second man being confirmed as well. Not a good start, even for the side of Growing Storm. Now this is where the disadvantage is sort of stacked with the players of Growing Strong, and they get eliminated from the game completely.
What's up, Necro? How are you feeling?
What?
Well, didn't I say Team Crores do have the potential of winning the early game battles? You seem to be arguing with me at that point.
Yeah, but speak about the stats, right?
Well, you have one in front of you.
This is, look, you
GS
can
growing
just
strong.
say the luck was sort of with them. I understand Growing Strong, they got eliminated early off, but who's going to speak about the stats that were there from the past? Speak of the previous game, speak of the previous game to that previous game, and then speak about the yesterday's day.
You know what? I prefer present. I'm not a guy who dwells
now
much into
say
the
that
past.
I knew the future, what was going to happen. Sure, my friend. But you know what? 5-filter Esports, though. Salty, this team. Once again, struggling, huh?
I mean, to be honest, this is Acid that we're talking of. Acid is one of the strongest teams when it actually comes to bootcamp battles. They know their formation, and they know this particular region straight up. They can challenge the biggest of teams in the competition when it actually comes to bootcamp fights. And I think that for FFE Esports, they have to do something out of the hat to just pull off Acid Esports from their territory as well.
Yeah, definitely. They need to make that habit. The players of 5-filter Esports. These guys are definitely moving around in that bootcamp side. Metal Esports is not a team you would want to mess around with. At this point in time, I think some Metal Esports, they've accepted their fate. They know that they're going to be pushed down to the lower brackets anyways. It's fine. We're going to the lower brackets. No one's going to stop us.
I'm not really sure what's going wrong with Metal Esports, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad, but
I mean, you're not sure with what's going on with Metal Esports. I'm not sure with what's going on with Johnny these days, dude. He's been like that guy who just does not come out of his room anymore. He just stays over there, does not talk to anyone else. I don't know, man. What do you think changes a person like that?
oh no, I think he actually just avoids you. We've been chilling together for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I mean, because
Yeah.
I know what you guys have been doing together, but
Yeah. Gaming. Crisis.
surely, dude.
And sometimes BGMI as well. We just play 2v4s.
Yeah, sure, man.
We just don't invite you because you're just a bad player. And sometimes pretty filled with rage.
I'm not going to say it out loud and publicly what you guys do together in a closed room, but you know what? Considering the next circle shift soon enough might just be on our screens. And considering we've got the players of OR Esports 2 in front of us, and OR Esports is one of those teams that is sort of in a really interesting spot, right? Generally, in the first day, I thought that OR Esports isn't doing too good, but then I take a look at the overall standings, and they're just somewhere in the top 4. I'm like, how did they just manage to pull that off?
Yeah, OR Esports is more about consistent plays than rather just going in for the flashy big number play style. And for sure, they can pull one of those. They can pull a chicken dinner where they have like 15 finishers to work with as well, but you would more prefer, or you would more see this team just always getting those 17, 15 points per game. And at the end of the day, you wouldn't even realize when they've accumulated 60 points out of the 4 games or out of the 3 games that they've played. So this team is really good in making sure that happens. And Jelly is an IGL as well. He has got that right prediction circle. He's almost always figured out where the circle is going to land, but it seems like this time around, Mac has been picked off from the side of IM officials, and OR Esports once again just taking that early hit. I think these early hits and these mid-rotation clashes has been sort of hurting OR Esports, and just like you mentioned, the flashy numbers did not really come up. But if they get used to this particular lobby, I think OR Esports can really succeed. They have got that potential.
Let's take a look at this fight once again, how Growing Strong got eliminated. Definitely a big question. I mean, it was such a scrappy fight at the beginning as well, but then later on, out of nowhere, Growing Strong, they just get wrapped up so easily. Tough circumstance for these guys, but hey, maybe in the future lines, these guys can definitely try to wrap things around in much more better fashion. Are they going to be in the top 4? Big question, a big concern.
For Team Crores, I think they just heard me saying that they're going to win the fight, and they believed in themselves. They
That's
got
a good
that.
thing. That's a good thing.
They got that encouragement that Salty mentioned that we're going to win that fight. So yeah, that's definitely true. But I think Team Mavi has heard you as well. I hope they've actually heard you. And that is one of the reasons why they're not going aggressive. They're just lying down.
Team Ivy knows. For them, there's a chance they can move inside the top 4 if they do get this chicken dinner with at least 30 points. How many points that's going to be in total?
Somewhere about 50, high 50, 60 points.
At the start of the day, I think Ivy was on 7th spot.
Yeah, not on the 7th, on the 8th spot with 19 points.
7th or 8th, something like that.
Yeah, they had 10 points from the first game, which makes it about 29. If they get another 30 bomb, just like you mentioned, they will breach past the 30 mark. They will breach past the 60 mark. So that is not bad, to be honest.
How many points did they get in the previous game, too?
I'm not really sure. Not much, to be honest. I don't remember.
Even if they did get around 7 or 8 points,
yeah,
that will be enough to breach inside the top 4. I genuinely think so.
All depends. It all comes down to how the map of Sanhok actually plays out. Because like you said, they need that chicken dinner. Without a chicken dinner, it's not even possible. It's not even in contention for Team Mayavi. They not only need the chicken dinner, but they also need those default number of finishes for them going alongside, which is somewhere about 8, 9, 10 finishes. They need that 25 points from this game overall to just secure that qualification. I'm pretty sure there is a very tight competition happening. You remember yesterday, right? The cutoff was high 70s, 76. It went as high as 76. So it's not going to be easy to breach past the top 4.
Indeed. And speak of the cutoff, Lucknow Giants, too, can be in a really interesting spot in the overall standings. Another one of those teams that do still stand a chance to sort of moving forward in the top 4.
I mean, it's actually funny. Nobody expected Lucknow Giants to be in this position, considering the fact they just barely made it in the previous rounds. But now they've actually shown us what true consistency means. And once again, Team Insane just personifying consistency, just being aggressive every single fight, Necro.
As usual, the shot gets pulled out in the clotheslines, and that's what's going to happen. Team Insane, they just blow a massive punch in the gut to the opponents, and the opponents, once again, they just crumble down out of nowhere. You blink it and you miss it. Hub Esports, they've been vanished in thin air.
Yeah, I mean, Hub Esports. Previous two players were actually picked off by Titan FTW. You remember that mid-rotation clash which happened, two players got taken down, and now they were being just scouted and exterminated by Team Insane. Beautifully done, of course, but I'm pretty sure for Team Insane, they're looking for more. This team is always hungry for more finishes. And this was just a part of the process to try and feed their massive hunger. And they have multiple teams who are going to be potential praise up front. They heard a couple of shots, which means they know where Metal Esports are. They're still scouting the compounds nearby. And considering the fact that they are close to the boot camp, there are two teams present, IM Officials as well as Acid Esports.
Let's speak about Acid Esports. Oh, the nade blew up and the switch just came at that single instance. I thought there could be a potential knockout, but no, the nade was a little bit overshoot. But Jelly knocked out inside the scenario. X7 Volts off to a great start in this fight. You mentioned OR Esports. They were definitely on the struggling phase. They were not really having those good rotations inside the circle. And once again, the same thing follows up. OR Esports on the day two. The consistency is sort of lacking from them. And I think so on the day two, in general, a lot of teams are just playing that random game. They're just being so aggressive inside the lobby, and that's why OR Esports aren't really able to calibrate, aren't really able to know how the lobby is going to be performing, how the lobby is going to be moving.
Exactly, that is the issue that is going on with OR Esports as well, right? Their mid-rotation pit stops has always been punished. You saw where Mac was actually picked off. You saw that Jelly was actually caught in the middle of nowhere. And these situations don't necessarily happen with OR Esports when they play in like the tier 1 lobbies or the highest tier of lobbies, to be honest. But this one, they are actually doing pretty good. I mean, they're actually struggling with the new teams coming up. Look at this, though. Titan FTW once again on the aggressive shoes, and they've found Crores Esports.
Titan FTW, this is where the battle actually breaks out. The guys are definitely doing quite a great job inside this fight, and out and over, and now the opponents, they're just going to be eliminated from the game so easily. Titan FTW, they knew every single player's position before they even got inside the fight.
Yeah, it just comes with building that virtual heat map on your head, just knowing, having that sixth sense, where the position can be, where that player can be positioned.
Spidey sense is tingling.
Spidey sense is tingling. I'm not really sure if Spidey senses give you the heat map, the infrared vision.
Yeah, but you know when there's an enemy around you.
Something bad is going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the Spidey senses is, yeah.
But I think the Spidey senses might be tingling for our esports right now. They've lost 2 players in the process. But X7 Wolves, they are being pressured from the distance. It's LOC.
Oh, LOC. Some return shots have been taken from X7 Wolves. But once again, it's just way too far away. These guys are just wasting their ammunitions at this point in time. Maybe trying to burn through some enemy meds. But the next circle shift's going to be on the board, and yeah, it's going to take a little bit of another shift, but still centers on up. Team Seal's going to find themselves in a pretty comfortable spot. Metal Esports in the smack center, in a solid spot actually. They've got the high ground to play with in that entire circle. This is where problems are going to start to brew up for teams like Acid Esports and even Team 5 Filters.
You know, Acid Esports, they're holding the warehouses of the boot camp, so I'm not really sure if they're going to be in a mix of things when the entire boot camp skirmish actually happens. FFE Esports will eventually push up. They are holding that southern line of the circle, so they will try and close in on the center. And just like you rightfully mentioned, Team Seal possibly the only team who is going to be a little comfortable. They're still holding that shoreline, which I'm not actually a big fan of. But let's just see how that actually turns out. Team Miyavi, out of nowhere, they are avoiding all the collisions. They're right up front of Team Dragon Esports. But it seems like Dragon Esports wouldn't be able to gatekeep them because Team Miyavi is going for a longer rotation, Necro.
Team Miyavi trying to play this one really safe. They're desperate to get these points.
I mean,
no, so much is on the line. And for now, I know what you mean. But Dragon Esports, these guys... I mean, both these teams in general, they're in just such an awkward position right now. Both of them know that going inside the circle is their main priority, but how can they execute that? That's what they're not able to find out.
And they're right at the edge. But the problem is, Necro, it's that the fact that these guys are on a completely different island, on the Camp Alpha Island, and we know, as a matter of fact, we just saw the circle shifting right a couple of seconds earlier, that majority of the circle is on the mainland, and you've got the massive water body which just splits these 2 islands. Team Mayavi, if they have to move in, they will have to cross the bridge as well. And how do you do that? By leapfrogging Dragon Esports? I don't think that's possible. You get shot down like this. Choke God tried to do that, but unsuccessful.
Choke God, as you mentioned, it's successful. And right now, I hoping that he's not going to be choking too in the future. Thinks you need a lot of coffee, Salty. Some salty coffee? How does that sound?
Nah, man, just not my type. I would prefer salty lemonade.
Interesting. But the players of Dragon Esports, these guys definitely do want to breathe fire.
They need some coffee.
Yeah. But how are they going to breathe fire when there's water in the front? And maybe one of the options for them is to swim across the board.
You've never heard of the term water dragons? I'm pretty sure they will have to turn into something of that sort. Just take a sip of your coffee, try and come up from the slumber as well, wake up from the slumber and just turn into absolute dragons, what they were on the first day. But look at this, Lucknow Giants on the aggressive front. They are not on the right end of the circle. They're barely outside. And in trying to make their way inside, I think they will come under the contention of multiple teams. Team Insane is definitely going to be eyeing them up.
Lucknow Giants in front of us and Team Insane, as you mentioned, on the opposite side. Oh, this game's starting to shape up quite nice. You do not really see this often, the game of Sanhok being so quiet. But this map of Sanhok's been pretty interesting in the mid phase. Lucknow Giants taking some shots against the players of Thai and FTW. Or it's the opposite way around. Right now, the Lucknow Giants too, they're trying their best to fight back, but it's going to be an uphill battle for them where the disadvantage are stacked with them.
To be honest, the circle shift just made things even worse, to be honest, for all of these teams in the southern edge. Insane, Lucknow Giants as well as Titan will now brew into battle because they know, as a matter of fact, all of these three teams, they wouldn't be able to exit the situation. All of them will not enter the circle, and that is a universal fact. Team Titan might just actually find an entry spot, might just find an exit spot rather in that situation, but LG will be brooding to battle and Team Insane is definitely eyeing them up. The atmosphere is set, but from the backlines, look at this. They have actually sacrificed a player, they've sacrificed Prajwal, but now they're focusing on Team Titan and are not letting them get away.
Can Austin squeeze that first aid? That's my question. If he's able to do that, that will definitely be such a big sigh of relief for the side of Lucknow Giants, as Lucknow Giants, they've already found a couple of openings they desperately needed to. And now, once again, the situation is balled down to a 3v3, but still the players of Lucknow Giants in a big disadvantage.
Nice.
Really good Molotov place. The man in the front's going to be on fire, and that's what happens. Catches fire, gets knocked out. Lucknow Giants, the advantages are swinging in both the directions, but in the end, it's going to be the players of Thai and FTW who come out on top.
Yeah, 10 finishes already for this team, and they have been hurt as well. It's a team who survived with 2 players, but now look at this. Team Insane on the aggressive front, and they have wiped off Team Medley as well. Top Dog was the only one. In fact, it's actually just Top Dog who has been finished off.
Hirsch. Oh, that nade was so close. But Dark Lord, he knocked out from Team Insane. They cannot take a sigh of relief just yet. A good knockout. Maybe he could have found the second one as well, but needs to go for that confirmation information before that illumination point's going to be stolen away from that guy. And Team Insane, both these guys are in a big world of trouble. Dark Lord back upon his feet. Now, how can Team Insane once again recover from this entire slope? That's going to be a tough question to be answered. And now Metal Esports 2 chiming inside another battle in the front lines. It's going to be the players of Vime Officials. Last guy's he's chipped out a little bit too much in that fray, and he gets knocked out.
You know, Necro, you mentioned how the atmosphere was silent. You mentioned how everything was so awkward. And all of a sudden, it's just all storm left, right, and center. So many teams. In fact, the entire southern line of the circle has been brewed into battle. And it's an absolute warfare right now.
Oh no, gets dealt with. The Molotov, the fire, ate him alive. That's why I should never mess around with fire, kids. And right now, the players of 5 Filter Esports, once again in the big world of trouble. Considering how Acid Esports is now just peppering down so many bullets against them. 5 Filters. The last guy's just pinned inside the warehouse, nothing to do. The only thing he can opt out to do is just go for the med strat. And Acid Esports, they've got a really good slot to play with. But once again, a Team Insane looking to steal that away. The one man could have almost been knocked out, but that's not going to matter. Even Skips has got his teammates back. The second man as well. The retaliation could have been there. But once again, the trade-offs are not really being that perfect from the side of Acid Esports.
And now it's just Perigod. Not even sure if it's a 1v1. It's a 1v2, in fact. Team Insane, they have actually been hurt in this particular fight. And Paragon finds that one knock. He has that first hit as well to heal himself up. Team Insane came out of nowhere. And then there's a third party.
Yeah, Team Insane, they get completely wiped off from Metal Esports. From the backlines that was. And then even Acid Esports, they get eliminated. Salty, how do you feel cursing a team like Acid Esports who could have stood a chance if you would not have predicted them?
All right, man. Just calm your horses. Let's just find out what Metal Esports can pull off, and then we'll have this conversation later on. They have the right end of the circle, and they have almost always cleaned up the entirety of the southern shore. I think they might have even spotted Dragon Esports in the waterways as well, but their entry inside the circle will be extremely easy. Team Seal, of course, they are once again engaged against X7 Wolves. This fight is made up in the stars. These two teams, they've always been duking it out, Necro.
X7 Wolves just going for the shots with a DBS. This guy, Evil, has got some evil plans with that DBS that he's wielding in his hands, but still not able to find those crucial connections, and that's it. That man from Seal, who is player 2, will just turn him around and slap him in his face and put him down to the ground. X7 Volt's been eliminated from the game.
Team Seal, they actually retain all of their players, and they retain that positional advantage that they have. Once again, the circle just favoring this particular team. The high ground compound which they have is the only piece of real estate which is there inside the circle. Team LOC as well, they are quite split apart, but I think they've actually spotted OR Admino in the meets. You can have a look at the minimap as well. There is Admino in the backlines who might hurt LOC when it actually hurts the most.
Metal Esports Goya just taking so many shots against the guy. And Metal Esports still. These guys are in a really interesting spot, but Metal Esports, they need to make it inside the circle. One of the guys in the front line's being knocked out, so at least they know now that position's not too safe. But still, Paradox is bleeding to his death. And speak about bleeding to your death. LOC, they've got the most amount of zone control. These guys have spread themselves out so well. LOC, it's their game.
Should be their game. Two players outside the circle, two of them inside. They are controlling the ins and outs of the circle because they know, as a matter of fact, the circle is completely out in the open, right? If all of the four players, they stay inside, they stand a massive chance of just being backstabbed. But look at this. Now, Omega is tasked with stopping Seal players of getting inside the circle. And I think he's doing his job pretty well. On the other side, it's Kyoya as well from Team Metal Esports trying to chime in, trying to get in the third party. Both of these two teams combined, I think the case for Team Seal Esports might just be turning out pretty bad.
Look at LOC with how they're spread out. They're just taking so many shots against the foes that are trying to breach inside the circle. Clowny almost on the verge of getting knocked out as well. Needs to be a little bit more careful, needs to be a little bit more cautious in that position. Clowny's also pushed outside of the zone. He's trying his best to make it in. It's not going to be a struggle anyways. But Metal Esports, these nades that are being tossed against the players of LOC might just find some openings that they're desperately looking for to find. Even the player from the side of War Esports, who is Admino, is in the back lines going for the med strat. And now LOC, they're the one in the prime spot, and they've only got one more team to deal with in the name of Metal Esports, who's only got 2 players up and alive. And the next circle shift favors the players of LOC, and this is where LOC might just seal the deal. But Admino from the back lines looking for to play the spoiler.
He definitely will play the spoiler. This was important. Another one actually goes down as well. Now it's a 2v2. And for Metal Esports, it's so doable, Necro.
They've managed to neutralize the man numbers. They've managed to even out things over here. And LOC, those 2 players in the back line, it's next to impossible to get the resurrection on the fallen men. So LOC, there's a chance they might have just dug their own grave in this situation. The sprint that they had might just not work out too well, but the Molotov from Mafia is perfect, and it's going to find the knockout from that one guy of Metal Esports, and Kyoya meets his death. Now it's all down to Encore, a 1v2 scenario. This man needs to go heroic to save the day for his team.
And time again, he has done that. He has the experience to pull this off. One of the most experienced players in the IGC up against the newcomers, LOC. And LOC, for sure, they are thanking their gods because they actually found the revive. One of the players is being picked up. But once again, shots. I mean, Redox, this is unfortunate to be honest, but at least Encore knows where 2 players are.
Yeah, but even LOC knows exactly where this last guy from Metal is. And Encore needs to move out in the open. The zone's starting to close up. The only cover he's going to have to himself is this little tree. Spots out Mafia, goes for the scope in. Almost finds the knockout, but that's it. They've played that perfectly. And considering with how things are looking like, This is quite a nice one. Metal Esports, they tried their best to fight back, but once again, LOC Esports, they bounced back in a fantastic way.
I'm actually very happy about Metal Esports and the final performance which they put up, to be honest, because this was needed. I could not have digested the fact that an entire round went by and Metal Esports could not actually find a decent position on the podium. But yeah, speaking of LOC Esports, I think this was a great performance. We were talking about how this team and their chances to come inside the top 4 is still in the question mark. I think with this game, yeah, it might just be possible.
It is. Anything can happen. So fragile the overall standings already were, and now that LOC there managed to get such a good game once again in their hands, considering the previous game was quite decent too. There's a chance LOC might have just cracked inside that top 3.
Well, again, we'll have to actually come back and do your ritual as well. I think I won't be there. You just do your ritual with Johnny as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, it was a really fun game. It was really fun group, Necro.
It's Sanhok. What else are you going to expect? Sanhok is always fun. It's a small map, and that's what's going to happen. Considering with even how aggressive things were, yeah, in the mid-pack, things are sort of dialed down a little bit. Teams were not really able to find that crucial openings that they were needed inside the fight. But, hey, at the end of the day, it was quite a nice game.
But you know what? We'll have to find out who our semi-finalists are from this particular group. But all of this will happen, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, let me introduce you to me. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं. यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है. स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं. अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं. क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है.
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा.
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है. क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शेकेलेला.
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली. BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली.
सर, सीन सेट है. एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो.
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that beautiful break. And considering there's a reason why I call that a beautiful break, it's beautiful for you guys because you guys saw a couple of videos during that break. And inside one of those breaks, which is BGMI Round, a video was being played over there. And inside that video, there's a couple of Easter eggs. You guys need to go ahead and find those Easter eggs. And then you guys need to do this.
Yeah, you have to post a video on social media, on YouTube, using the hashtag BGMI and well, there's a team sitting back in the panels who's just like watching all of the Easter eggs that you guys have put out. And whoever gets the most, has a higher opportunity of getting some UC in their BGMI accounts, which can be used to purchase anything you want.
Exactly. One of the best things you can ask for, right? Considering even I'm quite a UC hungry player, man. I like to have good skins inside the game. But you know what? Speaking about the game, the previous game was quite nice too, as usual. The game of Sanhok, that's what you expected to be. I wanted to go with Team Mayavi, but I do not even know what exactly happened with them. They were just vanished.
Yeah, today wasn't like a comeback that we expected from Team Mayavi. And even in the last game, I think we saw a lot of big names actually drop off the map quite early. Growing Strong was one of the first teams to get eliminated in the game. Titan FTW taking a lot of fights in the early stages of the match was something that I did not expect actually.
Exactly, and Growing Strong, yeah, as you mentioned, getting eliminated this early inside the game was something that none of us expected, and luckily enough for Salty said that Team Crores is really good in their 4v4 battle, and then out of nowhere, this just happens.
I mean, Team Crores, they have been quite interesting. Majority of the times, they do end up finding the advantageous position in a 4v4, but that is it,
They mess
right?
up.
Exactly. Whenever they have the upper hand, they just mess up, and the fight is just gone completely. It slips away. This time, they won one, and then they lost the next one.
Exactly, I mean, Team Crores, they've been in a really sort of a weird spot, but they definitely need to find that consistency in those fights. And speaking about fights too, this was one of the most interesting fights. For a second, we thought the opponents, which was Lucknow Giants, could actually come out on top, but then later on, once again, Titan FTW, they pulled things back. But then once again, Lucknow Giants, they pulled things back, and then Titan FTW is the one who come out on top.
And then this rotation that was delayed because of that earlier fight against the players of Lucknow Giants actually comes back into play, and it bites the players of Titan FTW pretty hard. They ended the game with 11 or 12 finishes, I believe. But I think they would have preferred to walk away with the chicken dinner as well.
Exactly, and then Metal Esports. This is one of those instances that just happened in front of us, right?
Yeah.
Metal Esports, unfortunately, they were trying their best in the final few moments to come out on top, but then one of the guys who was hiding behind the rock, he got Molotov, and that's where, once again, the players of LOC, they sort of swing back inside the action and the advantageous spot.
Yeah, the only thing about Metal and LOC is the fact that that's all of this, the brilliant performance that they had, the run of theirs in this game just came too little too late. And it isn't down in the last game. LOC, I want to see what their final standing in the overall ranking is going to look like. Metal, they're not going to be in the top 4.
Exactly. I mean, Metal Esports, for them, as I mentioned this during the cast as well, they've probably just accepted their fate, and at this point in time, even they themselves know that there's no way they're going to be inside the top 4. So you might as well just try to have a little bit of fun in the games.
Playing for the lower bracket at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, they've already, as you mentioned, accepted that they are heading towards that low bracket, and they're going to they will be looking forward to that journey of how they plan on beating those 64 teams, 63 other teams inside of the low bracket, and sort of bringing themselves back in towards the semifinals. But apart from them, I think at this point we're all just thinking the same thing. Who's in the top 4?
Yeah.
Because Growing Strong would have definitely taken a drop. They were eliminated early on Miramar. They got eliminated early in this match. Insane might just be on that first position.
LOC too. The previous game of Miramar, quite a good ending. Once again, this game of Sanhok, a really good ending. They literally just got the chicken dinner, so what else can you ask for? Have they breached inside a top 4? That's a really big question that I'm trying to wonder, because LOC, they were on this somewhere on the latter half of the board. They were not even doing that good inside the positioning game when it comes to that, but still, there's a chance the bounce back can be seen.
Yeah, there is a possibility. I mean, the bounce back can be seen, but I think top 4 is going to be a little bit too much of a stretch. I think they might be on that within the top 8 for sure, but top 4 is going to be a little bit difficult, because as we noticed, what happened after Miramar was the fact that, again, the top performing teams were doing really well for themselves. Even if they went out in the mid-game stages, they still had those finish points to work with in their favor. I mean, you talk about Team Insane, you talk about Growing Strong. All of them were putting up those numbers one way or the other. Acid Esports in this game had quite a decent run, and they were already in that top 4 bracket. So they are just going to maintain their position. But that 4th spot, who will be on that 4th spot?
4th spot is always sort of like a questionable chance, right?
Yeah.
Considering it's also a little bit at the start of the mid-pack. And you never know. The 4th spot will be in contention, but I was having this conversation with Salty as well. The 3rd and the 4th spot will be the most anxious spots that you will ever find yourself in. Team Insane is one of those teams that in the previous game, not really a good ending, but at least we know they should be somewhere in the top 2.
Yeah, they can be in the top two. I think first position is where Team Insane will be. Because after their run on Miramar, I think they would have definitely toppled over Growing Strong. And their performance in this game would have just helped them that much. On the other side, Growing Strong taking early exits would have been a little bit more beneficial for Team Insane.
Not just that, but as we move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be once again another guy from Titan FTW, Punk, who managed to get 5 finishes and the finish contribution of 50%. This man was able to contribute 50% for his team.
Yeah, Titan FTW did put up a brilliant performance in the game in terms of finishes, but I think placement points is something that will be lacking from their side. But looking at the top 5 rebels, we do have Kyoya from the side of Metal Esports finally show up in this list. Dark Lord from Team Insane. Seal, player 2 is going to be there, and Omega from the side of LOC with 3 finishes. That is 42.8% contribution. So I believe the team is going to be sitting at like 10 or 11 finishes in total.
Yeah, LOC, I mean, they're doing quite decent whatsoever. Yeah, not a lot of elimination-hungry game, but still, they at least needed those points, so they've desperately gotten those. Even Team Seal, not that bad of an outing from this team as well. At least we're seeing a little bit of signs of improvements from the team that were sort of dead in the latter half of the board.
LSA is going to have like 7 or 8 eliminations. My apologies. That's a bad number calculation from my side. But we'll get to see how many points do they have in total, I guess.
You know what? It's time to find out how many points they're going to get. Let's move on forward towards the match scoreboard as the LOC is going to be in front of us, and they only managed to get 7 finish points, but still not that bad of an outing. 22 points in total. Metal Esports with 20, and Team Seal's going to be on the third. OR Esports, Admino was in the back line, just going for that med strat over and over again. He managed to secure a 3rd spot for his team. Not bad. OR Esports, once again, going for that consistent finish.
Exactly, and you talk about polar opposites. You look at how those 11 points were secured by OR Esports and Titan FTW. One team got 1 finish, 10 placements. The other team 10 placements, 10 finishes, and just 1 placement point on the board. But definitely, I think Titan FTW, after the kind of run they have had throughout the day, they weren't really careful about how they were running into fights. Plus, again, as we mentioned, I mean, that earlier fight against the players of LOC did delay them quite a lot in their rotation.
But you know what? Now it's time to take a look at the overall standings. It's time for the icebreaker, ladies and gentlemen, and to find out which is going to be the first 4 individual to book their slot in the semifinals of BGIS 2023. And they are in front of you. Team Insane, Growing Strong, OR Esports, and Titan FTW. At the last moment, these guys secured that 4th spot for themselves.
My goodness, how is Acid Esports out of the top 4? That is something that it makes my mind boggle. Because Acid Esports, they started that day in the top 4 bracket. They were right on that 4th position, and it wasn't like their run today was that bad. It was just like I think a slight underperformance, in Titan FTW popping off right in the nick of time. Consistent performances in all 3 games, and they bring themselves back on that 4th position. OR Esports on the 2nd. These 2 teams haven't moved much, but Insane and Growing Strong swapping spots. Insane finishing on the 1st, and Growing Strong finishing on the 2nd.
LOC is going to be pissed after this one.
Yeah, 3 points.
They made so much hard work happen. They made so much struggle to find that 5th spot for themselves. That was such a big comeback too, but then LOC, not the ideal finish these guys wanted to have in their hands. Just 3 points shy from that 4th spot. They could have been the one to move in the semifinals. For now, it's time to take a look at the latter half of the board, and this is where you're going to be seeing a lot of the upsets. Team Ivy, they started the day off on the 8th spot in the first half of the board, and now look at them on the 12th spot.
And they had 19 points when they started the day. They got 11 points in the entirety of the day, out of which I think the first game itself was like a 9-point or a 10-point finish, if I'm not wrong.
Look at Hub Esports, too. I genuinely had a lot of expectations from Hub.
Five filter did well yesterday. Metal Esports, they're still on that 9th spot.
Metal Esports is one of the known teams, and considering even they're on the latter half of the board on that 9th spot, this definitely does boggle my mind a little bit. But once again, as we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, none of these teams will actually be eliminated. These guys are just going to move down in the lower brackets or the loser brackets, call it whatever you guys want to call it. But yeah, they're just going to move down. It will be tough to bounce back from the loser brackets, that's for sure, but it is what it is. These guys have wrote their own fate.
Exactly. They have sealed their fate. Well, at least not sealed their fate, but they've sealed the sort of the path they're going to take eventually. And at this point, I think we talked about this lower bracket. It's going to be quite tough. 64 teams going up against each other, and only 16 get to move to the semifinals from there. And we'll have to see how these teams will be joining the competition from the other groups as well once the lower bracket eventually begin. But now the matches for this group are done. We have just one more group left.
That is true. Just one more group left, and that means now Group 3 is going to be the one to chime inside the action, which we also like to call Group C, and that means a lot of these known teams are inside the group C. Now, speaking about Group C, we had so many talks about Group C, considering it is just stacked up with all the T1 teams. What are your expectations going to be like inside the day 2?
I think, again, a lot of expectation from Marcos Gaming were not met yesterday, because Marcos Gaming, we know they have quite an experienced team. Aladdin leading the team. He's an experienced IGL as well. We expected them to be somewhere in the top 4 bracket, but I think they are facing a lot of challenges, because Brave Esports have done phenomenal. 4 Aggressive Man is putting up a good performance yesterday. Apart from them, God's Reign, massive expectations from them. Revenant Esports, Newman Gaming have sort of failed along with Midwave. If we are taking names, even Big Brothers as well. This group, as you mentioned, I mean, it is stacked. I mean, we talked about being confused about who actually makes it through. Look at the first 8 names in the list of teams that are there in front of us.
Exactly. God's Reign, Marcos Gaming, 4 Aggressive Men, Brave Esports, all these guys, as soon as you hear the name, you just understand how good these teams are. And then you move on forward towards the overall standings, and even the first top 4 is going to be in front of us. Marcos Gaming 7 Habit is one of those underdog teams that have definitely quite surprised us.
Quite consistent. I mean, look at that. 16 position points, 16 place finishes, and that 1 chicken dinner. I think 7 Habit, it was kind of interesting to see them move up the ranking based on that last performance of theirs, because it is that 1 chicken dinner that has gotten them all the way to the 2nd position. But what I'm actually worried about is the fact that there is no difference between the top 8. You have 33 points on Marcos Gaming, and then you have Revenant Esports on that 8th position with 26. That's just 7 points. 7 points separate the entirety of top 8, and we still haven't talked about the next page.
That is true. Well, let's move on forward to the next page, and this is where we're going to see a lot of the upsets. Newman Gaming, ORB Esports, Midwave Esports, Great Esports, these names that I've taken, we had so many expectations from all these names, but they were not really able to perform yesterday. But considering we consider the day 2 as the day of comebacks, there's a chance at least one of these teams will bounce back.
I think with how Marcos has played so far today, I expect them to actually get that safety cushion earlier on, because that was our expectation yesterday as well from 2 teams, Marcos and God's Reign. Everyone was thinking, alright, these 2 teams will dominate the lobby. Even Newman, we are going to add them to the list, because Newman's run in the previous round was quite phenomenal. Everyone was expecting, alright, these 3 teams will just dominate the entirety of the competition in this group, but that hasn't happened. They face challenges in every step, in every single fight. Marcos as well, as we talked about them, just 33 points on the board. That is an average of 11 points per game. We know they can surpass this by quite a lot.
That is true. Speak about surpassing a lot of things, right? Considering even in the previous group, there were some bounce back being made from teams like Team LOC, TAI, and FTW. Do you think any of these undergods that are on the latter half of the board, even Kerala Esports is one of those new teams that has joined us?
I don't think Kerala Esports is in a position to make a comeback and be in the top 4. They're a little bit too far behind, still on that 16th position with just a single digit on the board. It's going to be extremely tough. If they end up winning 2 games, then maybe they can find themselves in a position wherein in the last game they can fight for the top 4, but it's extremely difficult for them to make it happen. On the rankings, I think it was Silly Esports on the 2nd page of the board. They were there in the mid-pack on the 2nd page, and I think with 15 points, the team sitting on the 2nd page with 15 points, I think from there, coming up to the top 8 is not going to be difficult in the first games, because you just have to cover up like 11 points to be there. And after that, in the next 2 games, you can try and break into the top 4, breach into the top 4.
That is for sure. But you know what? I've also heard the call out from the producer that the upcoming game's going to be on the board soon enough. The map of Vikendi will be booted up. And I want to know your prediction before we jump inside the game.
I'm going to go with Newman, actually. I mean, I believe Newman, they might have actually gone back, realized what the mistakes were made yesterday. But then again, we expected big things from Team Mayavi in the previous group. Did not happen. Medal as well.
That is true. Team Mayavi is one of those teams that is especially known for these type of comebacks. But you know what? We're going to jump inside this upcoming game of Vikendi, as the Plain Flat Pat's going to be starting all the way from Peshkova towards the northern side. Now, this is a Plain Flat Path once again tilted completely on the southern side of the map, but it's not going to be affecting the teams that much. Unless if you want to go to the extreme north towards the Bawa port, then it can be a tough extent.
Yeah, it can be tough to glide to those positions, but I mean, on Vikendi, one more thing that comes into play is the fact that the zone is the quickest thing to form in this map. 90 seconds from the flight path starting to the flight path coming to an end, and within 90 seconds, you will have the first zone in front of you. So you can start planning out your strategies and fleshing out your strategies a little bit quicker in comparison to how would you do it on Sanhok, Erangel, or Miramar. But let's see, we do see a massive cluster heading towards the northern side of the map already, with God's Reign taking control of Trevno and Kerala Esports heading towards Cosmodrome.
This is interesting. Kerala Esports right next to the players of God's Reign. This is not really giving me good vibes, but let's see how things will be looking like in the future lines for these guys. Big Brother Esports is one of those teams that we should talk about as well, considering even these guys have showcased quite a lot of improvement in the yesterday's game.
Yep.
So what do you think? So Big Brother Esports, can they make it inside the top 4? Do they have the consistency?
They do have the consistency, but I think it's in a different sense. I mean, Big Brothers, they're a very momentum-based team. If the players are feeling warmed up, if the players are feeling good, and we will see that right off the bat, then this team does tend to do quite well for themselves. But I think the momentum in this game can be shut down quite early, because with where they are heading, it feels like there might be an early drop clash for them with the players of Newman.
There's definitely a chance. Big Brother Esports, they're in that main land inside the circle in a really good spot. And already a couple of teams just going for a little bit of air shots against the players of 4AM. It's going to be a man from 7-Habit Drago. 7-Habit is one of those teams that knows how to find a good spot inside the circle, and especially it's the map of Vikendi. You do not even need to work hard.
Oh, but something actually can cause them trouble. They've gone for a 2-2 split drop, and as we saw, 2 players did spot out the lads from 4AM. They're going to have to try and see if they can regroup with their teammates by avoiding any early collisions. And if they can actually bring the band back together, then maybe they can aggressively force a fight. But again, as you mentioned a few moments ago, it is the map of Vikendi. No real incentive to aggressively charge towards the opposition if you have cover available and if you are inside the zone. On the other side, though, we did see Big Brothers around the players of Newman Gaming, and Newman is one of those teams. We talked about this yesterday. They're not going to back away from the fight, and it's not just Newman. All right, 4AM as well on Big Brothers.
Exactly, not really looking that good. Even Big Brother Esports in a big world of trouble, 4AM. There's a chance they've got the advantage inside the fight. DBS pulled out. At least he's able to connect the first couple of shots on the opponent. One more shot, maybe from this side, can actually shut the opponent down as well. Misses that ending shot. This could have been so close. But at least the players of 4AM, now they know that the opponent that's on the upper side is not that easy to deal with. He's got the best gun of the game so far in his hands. And Safe, even he gets softened up a little bit.
He has taken a lot of damage at 4AM. Their players are showing up one after the other. All of them armed with the same weapon. DBS on everyone.
Yeah, and Safe now is also getting pinned in a corner, and that's it. One little glimmer is going to be more than enough for the players of 4AM to steal that elimination and also start their day off in the map of Vikendi in a good fashion.
Big Brothers not off to a great start. And this is definitely going to be a momentum breaker for this team. Can be, in fact, in the entirety of the day, but we'll have to see how they recover. I mean, there's still a possibility. They have 3 players left. Those 3 players manage to survive to the late game stages, secure a lot of points, and there might be a possibility for this team to actually end the day with a lot of points on the board. But skillful, not really skillful in terms of driving, rammed into the tree over there. Now just leads his team into a trap that was laid out by the players of Team System. And since they know the system completely, they do manage to secure those 2 early finishes. Karma hitting them hard.
Indeed it does. Team System, with how Yash 2 OP and his teammate Kalyuk. Kalyuk is the guy who's always been the star player. Even if I remember yesterday, Kalyuk was the one who was the fire starter in that team.
What will they do though now? I mean, they did secure those 2 early. Oh man, one after the other. The targets are just presenting themselves to this team.
Yeah, teams do want to take a rotation early inside the safe zone. They know if they're going to be a little bit too late, then problems might just start to rack up. And this is where the players of 7-Habits, they've got their eyes laid on a couple of preys that are in the front lines in the name of 4AM. And the men are already starting to push up. DBS pulled out. The man was almost mowing down all of them. But still, 7-Habits, they somehow catch themselves a little bit of sigh of relief. Now 4AM, there's a chance if they do want to capitalize on this situation, they can. But no, that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah, they are lacking those numbers. I mean, 4AM have in fact been wiped out completely from this match. 7-Habit do manage to secure that last finish as well.
No, did they?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah, one guy was like completely far away, I think so.
3 pushed in the building. The last man just went for an isolated 1v1. And they got that 1 knock on the first floor. The next man, the last man was actually on the ground floor. He was just like trying to hide.
Interesting. 4 aggressive men. A team that pulled off such a nice rotation in the map of Miramar. Now this time they're not really that safe anymore. Being pounced on by the players of 7-Habits like that. All the 3 players just pushing inside a building. Could not even stand a chance. So yeah, 7-Habits, they just played with the odds over there.
Yeah, but kudos to Karan over there. I mean, he did take down 2 players, took down quite a bit of HP from the 3rd lad as well. So tried his level best to survive. Unfortunately, the numbers advantage playing in the hands of 7 Habit, and I think they're going to be quite happy with the elimination points that they have, and also the compound that they've actually managed to steal from 4 aggressive man. It's quite close to the center of the circle, and as we all know, Vikendi, if you are in the center, won't really have to worry about moving around the map in the mid game and well, quite close to the late game stages.
Marcos Gaming. Even this team is one of the known teams, and even these guys are on a move. At this point in time, we just want to have a good spot, a little bit of high ground too. If it is there, then that's an added benefit.
Yeah. I mean, it will definitely prove to be an advantageous position, but I think it was a 4-man split rotation from the side of Marcos. The last player, Sayam, is still yet to, well, now he's finally entered the zone. And Marcos, I mean, on the map, it felt like were a little too quite close for to Revenant Esports, so maybe not now, but stage 3, stage 4, there might be a fight between those two squads.
And God's Reen. Look at how these guys are moving around too on the map. Making it from the edge lines. Interesting. I mean, the first 2 stages, nothing's going to happen anyway, so these guys can just chill out for the first 15 or 20 minutes of the game. Do not even need to move. Midwave Esports is over there too in front of them. Kerala Esports, one of those teams that is currently on the 16th spot in the overall standings. But considering with how 4 aggressive men they have been dealt with, once again, there's always that one team who performs exceptionally well on day 1, and then on day 2, they just completely choke.
Since we talked about 4 aggressive men, their first finish was, in fact, safe from the side of Big Brothers. We were talking about like a potential early drop clash between Big Brother and Newman. Well, an update on that entire situation, ladies and gentlemen. Big Brothers figured out a way to avoid the entirety of Newman, and now they actually have a much safer position on the map in comparison. They are just a little bit north of the center between Mount Kresnik and Goroka, in the middle of nowhere, but hey, at least there's no one around them.
My eyes is just locked up on the players of Brave Esports.
Oh.
These guys are on the southern side of Mount Kresnik. These guys definitely do have a lot of potential as well, and Simple is actually my favorite player inside the squad.
But now here comes the question. Simple or Dude?
It's a tough selection, but I would say Simple is more consistent in the clutches.
True.
He's able to also rack up a lot much more elimination points compared to Dude. So I would say Simple, but Simple and Dude, these guys are definitely quite nice. If you ask me to pick like top 10 players or top 8 players, these guys would definitely be on my list.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have been quite incredible and quite key for Brave Esports. I mean, we all remember that Paradise Resort clutch from Simple in the previous rounds. Was quite incredible, and that was, I think, one of the plays that just like is going to be the one that makes the name and gives recognition to this team.
True that. Great Esports. It's another name that we all have been waiting for to perform. And Great Esports is one of those teams that shook us all when they showcased themselves for the first time on screen, on broadcast in round 3. And now, at least inside the round 4 in the day 1, Great Esports was nowhere to be seen in the first half of the board. They were, I think so if I'm not wrong, they were on the 13th spot, or at least they're on the 13th spot right now. So Great Esports, it will be a tough bounce back, but not impossible.
I mean, it all comes down to this Erangel for any team, this Vikendi for any team that is there on the second page of the ranking. Again, I mean, if you leave things for the last map of Erangel, it's going to be a tough situation to be in, because then it's just that one game that remains. If you pop off on this first map itself, then you have that Miramar and the Erangel to work with at least next. If you are consistent enough, I mean, you can break into the top 4, because, as we mentioned, I mean, the difference is not really there between the teams, even in the top 8.
Speak of things in the top 8. And
oh,
yeah, Newman Gaming. Interesting. These guys are definitely quite in a weird way, in a weird spot too. Silly Esports is one of those teams that is, I don't even know what's going on inside the game for them. They do not really get a lot of limelight. But you just know somewhere in your conscious mind or in your unconscious mind that these guys are there.
Yeah. I mean, you always know, like, all right, this is their one team. And as you mentioned, I mean, we don't really see them in the team fights that much. I mean, I don't even remember watching a proper 4v4 with Silly Esports being involved. But again, I mean, they have made it this far into the BGIS. They are in the round 4, and that only can mean one thing. I mean, the positional play must just be absolutely brilliant. And we have seen them actually survive to the late game stages in quite a lot of in the 3 games they've played so far.
Yeah, I mean, but still, they just do not really get a lot of limelight. They're
Yeah.
sort of like OR Esports. But I would say OR Esports, they are much more polished.
Yeah, I mean, all that experience on Jelly does come in handy.
Yeah. But still, I mean, as usual, the game of Vikendi off to a slow start. Nothing else you can expect. ORB Esports 2 is one of those teams that would like to position themselves at least in the first half of the board at the end of the day. Would like to be on the latter half of the board, especially if you're a known team.
Well, absolutely no one. I think it's going to be quite painful for any of these names to finish their group on the second page of the ranking. But one more team that we haven't really talked about much, but it is quite interesting because it has been like a complete turnaround in their run, is Burnex Official. Burnex Official finished in the top 4 of their particular group, and their run on the second day was absolutely phenomenal. This time, in round 4, it's been a struggle from their side.
Marco's Gaming quite close to Revenant. And Revenant Esports is one of those teams we haven't even talked about just yet. I mean, that switch up in the playstyle, it was there in round 3, but then in the round 4, it did not really carry on that well. The momentum sort of missing up. But maybe if they do find a good start inside this map of Vikendi, then the momentum might just be back once again.
I think that 3-1 split from Revenant might just not work out for them because Sensei is quite close to their players from the side of Team System. And the other 3 players, if they try and pick a fight against Marcos willy-nilly, can be punished, but talk about getting punished. And Big Brothers looked like they were about to be spotted by the players of Midwave.
Great Esports, just pinned inside the house. 2 guys sleeping together, having a good time. Not even playing for the information, they just don't care. They're just staring at that DBS. They're worshipping to the DBS Lord. They know that gun is worth worshipping.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these teams, it is. In the recent days, it has been a weapon that is responsible for just turning fights completely. You have an advantage? Well, I have a DBS. Takes down 2 players if they try to overcommit it to just pick off players indoors. But again, I mean, only works in close quarters. Mid-ranges, the damage falls off. Can't even think about shooting players at a distance. Although, I mean, the game is about to take a swing. We are about to reach the 3rd stage of the game. But again, this what has happened. Midwave finding the opening against the players of Silly Esports. But 7 Habits, they steal the point. Wow.
7 Habit. Kratos is softened up a little bit. But once again, as I mentioned, these guys are just really good at positioning themselves. And now the stage 3 as well hits up. Interestingly enough, nothing's changed. So yeah, for the first 4 stages, or for the first 3 stages, nothing's going to happen. But as soon as that stage 4 is going to be on the board, that's where the real spice, the real masala is going to be there. Burnex Officials 2 is in the outskirts from the edge lines moving up. And yeah, these shots are taken, but nothing's going to be found from this one anyways. It's useless.
Revenant, they find themselves heading behind that cover. And also my apologies. I think it was Midwave taking on Big Brothers and 7 Habit just gatekeeping the players of Silly Esport.
Silly, yeah, they lost out on 1 guy. Down to a 58 men. And even the players of Nest, they have managed to get a couple of knockouts onto their side. But then the return knockout on the players of Nest happens too. And this is how that one single elimination was found by Habit. By the players of 7 Habit at least. Fierce was so lucky.
Yeah, just barely a pixel on that man, and he gets behind that rock right in the nick of time. But talking about Nest, and Nest, well, they've taken a massive hit. ORB did find an opening, in fact, against the players of Nest. And now Kero, he's being brought back into the game. The revive being handed out. Skull trying to take the shots, trying to put the vehicle out of commission. that the players of Nest, well, they're not going to be rotating, or at least they will struggle to rotate into the next zone. That might be the opportunity for ORB to secure the finish points for themselves.
Nest Esports. And considering with how things are looking like over there in the front lines. Oh no. Sakiro moves out in the open. Oh, this is where Skull missed his chance, missed his opportunity to actually go for the taps or maybe a spray with that 6x. But Nest now down to a 3-man squad. Let's see how well they're going to be able to make a comeback, make a bounce back once again inside this game.
It's going to be tough. I mean, Nest is, from where they are on that western edge, they're going to be pinned down for a little while. They also have great esports in the back lines. Can, in fact, third party Nest if they get a little too overconfident. Step out in the open, overexposed. Right now we have the players from the side of God's Reign on our screens, and it feels like they have a little bit of information about the players from Burnex and Kerala Esports. Burnex on the low ground has these houses to work with. Kerala on the other side, Esports on the top of that small little hill. Do have the positional advantage to just gain information, but fights, taking fights, it's going to be a little tricky.
Burnex officials. It's one of those teams that a lot of people have put their faith on. Will they be able to deliver, though? Completely up to them. If they do want to, they can. But once again, considering you know that you're not going to be eliminated, you will also have that little bit of complacency, call it laziness, whatever you want to call it. But the next circle shift comes on aboard once again, just centers on up, nothing's happening. That means not a lot of fights will be seen, maybe a couple of eliminations here and there, but I highly doubt a clear squad wipe will be seen.
I think it can happen, especially towards that northwestern edge. I mean, we do have already 2 gatekeepers present right on the edge of the circle. The third one is joining in the form of Newman Gaming. There's Team System already present in that position. 7 Habit is there as well. They have to inch ever so slightly towards the edge of the circle to find a safe haven, and that spot actually is being blocked by Team System. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what will 7 Habit do to get out of this fiasco. But other than them, it's a few more teams towards that western edge. Nest have found the way inside the zone quite nicely. Great esports. When will they follow up?
Question even I'm wondering. Nest around the entire outskirts. On the opposite side of Marcos Gaming. I mean, look, at this point in time, Nest is just adjusting with whatever they've got.
Yeah.
They know they cannot be the choosers. Just like the saying goes, beggars cannot be the choosers. And right now, the players of Nest, they're just laying their hands up on anything they can get on. And it's not that bad of a spot, but once again, if it does start to get swarmed by a lot of enemies, I highly doubt that spot's going to be holding on together that well. And look at this, Silly Esports. That was such a silly move from them, but they still somehow get out of harm's free.
Yeah, ORB Esports missing the opportunity to take down the opposition as Silly Esports use their vehicle to just scout out the opposition. Now they have the information of where ORB Esports is, so they can be aware of this entire squad just hiding in these small compounds. It was so risky though. The entirety of the team could have been picked off. All of them were in that one vehicle. But now ORB see the players of 7 Habit in the distance. Shots being fired by Yash. No connections though. I mean, this game of Vikendi is so slow. We're about to hit stage 5 of the game and only 7 players have been kicked off back to the lobby. One team has been wiped out completely. Then you have Nest, Silly, and Big Brothers who have just lost 1 player each.
Next circle shift on the board, and this is where the hard circle shift happens. A little bit on another side, Team System's going to find themselves on the edge. That's the good spot Team System has. But still, Big Brother Esports Uzumaki and his teammates right in the smack center. I'm not sure how good of a spot that's going to be. That's going to be swarmed by so many enemies soon enough. Kerala Esports 2 starting to close down up. Burnix officials, these guys better make it quick.
Have to be very quick on their feet. Otherwise, there's going to be God's Reign as well joining the party on the eastern edge, looking to gatekeep the teams, trying to enter the circle. Apart from them, one more fun thing to look at is the fact that Team System, they have not moved an inch from the start of the game when it took down the players of 4 aggressive man in the same compound. They just stayed there for so long. And even now, they find themselves on the edge of the circle. A massive incentive for that early fight.
Speak of having that incentive. On top of the Mount Kresnik right now, the king of the hill's going to be the players of Midwave Esports. And God's Reign slowly and steadily trying to close on up to that prime spot. Look at that separation the players of Midwave have. This can be a big rookie mistake from God's Reign if Midwave's able to connect all the shots, but still, one of the men's actually taken down a bit low, even the Wall of Death now starting to sort of cause a bit of a troubles for the players of God's Reign because they cannot reroute outside of that. And that's where now, this is where the players of Midwave Esports might just get the advantage they desperately wanted. But even the players of God's Reign, they sort of brute forced their way in that edge line.
Yeah, they tried their level best to make it inside the zone, but now they've been sandwiched as well. Because Robin, his finish went to the players of Brave Esports. And that leads me to believe that Brave Esports also have a line of fire available towards that right-hand side of the hill. It'll be quite interesting to see what the moves from God's Reign is going to look like, but now we have 7 Habit, and they're looking to push forward in the zone towards the edge. They are quite close as well.
Indeed they are. Maverick 2 now going to start a move up from the side of 7 Habits, or the entirety of 7 Habits will slowly and steadily at least try to reposition in a better spot. They're on the edge. They do not need to rotate, but once again, it's better to have a future planning.
This does not look good for God's Reign. Brave Esports moving in on their position. Blaze and Aquanox stuck. This massive valley underneath the bridge. Midwave as well closing in now. And both these teams, Brave, in fact all 3 of them are inside the circle, are inside the safe zone. They have the opportunity to force a fight. But Brave trying to catch the players of Midwave off guard as the entirety of the team was distracted.
Yeah. And look at this. Oh, return shots against Brave. Man knocked out. Ken's now going to try to close on up, get that resurrection onto the fallen player. Midwave Esports. Atanki in the front lines. And oh no, Atanki! The shots were taken against Blaze. Aquanox in the back lines, and even Ninja is in the back. But what's God's Reign going to do? These guys are just desperate to get anything in their hands at this point in time. They're just desperate to rotate inside the circle. They do not even have the vehicles anymore.
48 seconds left. Just 17 meters to go for the players of Midwave Esport. Blaze's finish is going to be secured quite easily. There was absolutely no way for God's Reign to bring their player back into the game now. Brave Esports, though, that is the main point of concern for the side of Midwave. That is the only team that's stopping them from moving inside the circle. Well, that and the fact that the circle is out in the open onto the lower ground. They're going to have to run into a dip.
Indeed, they have to. For God's Reign, they're done for. They cannot move out of that spot anymore. They're done. Eliminated, pretty much. Next to impossible to survive that one. Midwave Esports. This is where they start creating a little bit of pathway for that safe zone. Now, Midwave, they know they've got the high ground. They do not even need to rotate early if they want to. They can just sit over here on this high ground, keep ruling, keep on looking against the players of God's Reign, go for those 2 elimination points, and also try to wrap up a little bit more info in the front.
Might not have to rotate now, but the next 15 seconds, they're going to have to move towards the zone. And before that, I think they are desperately trying to make sure the front lines are going to be cleared up. But talk about a cleanup, and it feels like Burnix official are going to be cleaned up from this game. I believe they are down to their last player.
Yeah. Meliodas, the last guy from Burnix. Does want to create himself a little bit of smoke cover, but the smoke's just going to be blocking the visual, not the bullets. It's got the tree and the vehicle to play with. But still, for how long that man's going to be able to tank all those bullets upon himself. The Burnix officials almost on the verge of collapsing down. The last guy, Meliodas, is sort of like that glimmer of hope that they've got left over. They cannot afford to lose out on that guy anymore. Brick Brother Esports still just wanting to find that opening.
They have brought themselves close to the edge. And they're trying to see if
God,
they can snatch this position away from Kerala Esports. The nade was quite close, but Bruiser did manage to survive only for a few seconds, and the push from Brave Esports. They have the opening now, they have the numbers to work with, but the instant trade stopped them in their tracks. It's not going to matter. Kerala Esports, they still get wiped out.
Indeed they do. Brave Esports, still so many shots taken. And now, as the oppositions, the players of Revenant Esports, they're just catching so much hurt upon themselves. It's not looking too good. Marcos Gaming almost getting chipped out as well. They're so low. They're so down low. Big Brother Esports in that shack. These guys are just keeping the doors closed. 3 guys in that one single shack. They know there's so much stuff going down around them.
Just 2 minutes ago, we were all the way up to 14 teams, and now half of them have vanished down to the top 7. And look at this, Revenant Esports, this is tough, such a tough spot to be in. Only 41 rounds left on Apollo. He's run out of ammo, even if his teammate can't spare a lot for him.
The next circle shift did come into play, and it's going to shift right on top of that last guy off Burnix officials. Meliodas. BGMI Gods, they're just dedicated to take that guy down, that single survivor. They do not want him to survive for long enough. He's going to get swarmed soon enough by the enemies. And speak of getting swarmed, right now, the players in the opposition off the side of Team System, they're just getting swarmed by so many bullets. They're just pumping out so much lead in their guts. And now the players of Marcos Gaming, they might just be eliminated slowly and steadily. Team System, they're starting to move on close and personal. And this is where Spray God gets knocked out. It's a big bombardment on their way. And one more nade comes into play. And the last guy, too, he gets claimed.
Just with the nades, the players from the side of System do manage to crack the code to Marcos Gaming System, and well, they have all the finishes in the bag. 9 eliminations secured already on the board, and the team does push towards that southwestern edge of the circle. Well, the southern edge is actually pretty cluttered up. You have Revenant Esports players from the side of Big Brothers also surviving inside that one shack. All 3 players, 1 nade, and all of them are going to be done.
Team System, they look on top of the hill. Mid-wave. They're getting chipped up so much. And considering with how things are looking like for mid-wave too. Let's find out how they can actually try and rotate in a little bit more in a better fashion. Look, for mid-wave, they've got a lot of control. But still, the problem for mid-wave is that they need to move in the open in the future. That's where they'll need to drop all the cover, drop all the luxury that they had, and sort of just move out for a new journey. And this is where the opponents that are sort of positioned themselves already in a good spot inside the circle, they come into play. And right now, Big Brother Esports, the amount of shots they've taken, the amount of damage they've given to the opponents in the name of Team System, definitely it's not looking too good. But even Team System, they've fought back in a fantastic way.
Yeah, and they've brought their numbers back into the game. Uzumaki is going to be the last man left standing. And we have Insane 2 OP going for the push towards the players of Big Brothers with the DBS. Secures the finisher of the 2 lads knocked out in the shack. Now he's only left with Uzumaki, who is hiding on the rooftop. Runs into the blue to try and take this duel. This is not advisable for anyone.
Yeah, one of the most awkward engagements that you could have asked for. Uzumaki now just going for the bandages. He does not even have the first aid. Not looking too good, but the last guy from Burnix official, how is he even still alive? And then he just gets burnt to death. Yeah, well, their name is Burnix, so yeah, he did get burnt to death, incinerated.
Well, I think we might have just had the winners of the game in front of us now. Brave Esports. They have all 4 players left in the game. System, look at this. Yash was stuck inside the blue. Their last player. He has nowhere left to go. He's going to have to stay out in the open. Big Brothers is in the blue as well. Brave Esports just win this entire game by putting in the minimum effort. They have 7 eliminations to their name. That's it.
Yeah, looking pretty solid. Even the players from Midwave Esports, I genuinely thought this could have been their game, but no, it's not going to matter. And I guess my prediction comes true. I just want Salty to hear this.
Yeah, I mean, Brave Esports, just being the smartest team of the bunch, they just stayed back. I thought they were pinned out on that hilltop, but, I mean, refusing to move from the hilltop for absolutely no reason. I thought at one point they might actually go for the push on the players of Big Brother Esports, but I think they were the smarter bunch. They took the position away from KLR Esport and then just held that same spot till the very end. The zone also played a big hand in giving them a massive advantage in that final fight. And it was just a brilliant game of patience put on display.
Yeah, I mean, the zone was also favoring Meliodas from Burnix officials.
Oh, yeah.
That one single guy. The zone was just shifting right on top of him over and over again. But genuinely, Meliodas, considering it's just one guy, what he can try to do is a little cute one little guy. And he just got incinerated.
But I mean, he was so lucky. His teammates were picked off super early in the game. He was the last man left standing, and he just stayed there. I agree with you. I mean, it was confusing. We thought they were not going to survive, but hey, I mean, can't do anything.
I mean, it's quite impressive, right, considering he was able to survive that outcome for such a long time. But ladies and gentlemen, For now, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, वन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an interesting game of Vikendi we just witnessed. I mean, it was quite slow. Did not even realize when the teams just started to disappear from the face of the map. But it's time to move on to the next game. And joining me right now on the panel is going to be Salty, who I believe, were you grinding RTV just before?
Oh man, I mean, to be honest, I was grinding this game. It's actually pretty tough, but with the addition of the Indian faction, you know, even if it's tough, it's actually very fun to play.
Yeah.
You guys should definitely check it out. And to be honest, if you're actually good and consistent with the grind, then hopefully you can overtake Spiro. It's been my life's objective right now for the next 10 days. I will try and do that, but I don't think I'll be
planning
able
to get a band together to put a hit out on Spiro. Not a real life, but inside of Road to Valor. I mean, anyone who takes him down, we're gonna like do something about it.
Yeah, we'll do something about it. I think Spiro is gonna pay for the cafe next time then.
Yeah, I mean, but then it should be us who take him down, I guess, in the game. That is not gonna happen. It's gonna take me like months to be as good, like, very good at the game.
How long did it take Brave Esports to actually be this good inside the game?
Quite a long time. They had to be extremely patient because, I mean, for a team like Brave Esports, for a team like Midwave, it is very difficult to not move, not do anything. And Brave Esports, I think the earlier fights, they were pretty willing to take it, but due to certain circumstances, they weren't really allowed to be in a position from where they can be aggressive, because we talk about how they were trying to pick off the players of God's Reign. Out of nowhere, the players of Midwave show up. And then they can't really go for an aggressive front because the zone is behind them. They have to focus on the rotation. And then the focus on the rotation take on the players of Kerala Esports. And after that, they just were pinned down. They just stayed down, kept their heads down, stuck to the floor, and just waited and waited and waited. And the zone kept forming on top of them. Just a very impressive win.
You know, I think Brave Esports sort of understood the assignment at the start of the game itself, right? We saw the overall standings, and this group is like the closest that I've seen so far. There's barely like a 7-point difference between the first position and like the 8th position. And then even after that, it just very closely follows up. 22 points, 19 points. It's extremely close, and Brave Esports knew that since they are currently on that first page where there's like a barely a difference of like 5 points, just trying to be passive, just trying to be defensive and trying to get the big chicken on board is like the best way to establish your authority up top.
Yeah, I mean, they did establish their authority in the game quite nicely as well. And I think for teams like Brave, as we talked about them, I mean, teams do like to take those fights. For them, it has to be like an anticlimactic finish, considering they did not get that final player as well. He just went down, I believe, to the blue zone. And even in the final few moments, as soon as they started to run down that hill, I think they would have just realized, like, where are these players going? Like, why has everyone just vanished? Is it like the vanishing or something that is happening right now? Are they just being asked to go up to heaven or something? But still, overall, like a very interesting game of Vikendi, a very fun game for the team that actually ended up winning for a lot of teams. Quite awkward.
Quite awkward, but I think a couple of teams who actually made their case very clear was Team System.
Yeah.
From the second page, I think they were somewhere about 15 or 17 points, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, coming into this game, I mentioned right off the get-go itself that the points difference was not massive. And if they bag about like 15 points from this game, I think they're inside the top 4.
It was System. I forgot their name on the overall ranking. It was System because me and Necro were having a conversation about who might actually move forward. And it was System there with the 15 points. And I think they can actually now move forward. They were in the top 3, if I'm not wrong, and they will have an opportunity to get those points. They did secure elimination points as well, wiping out 4 aggressive man, first of all, in the game, and then a few individual finishes during the mid and the late game stages as well. But I think it might just bring them close to the top 8, maybe inside the top 8. Top 4 is going to be extremely far away and quite difficult to breach into, because you're going to have to go for a big game, like a 30 bomb in one match, and that is the only way you break into the top 4 directly.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I think our analogy of this group, particularly being the group of death, is also sort of turning out to be true right now, because you've got so many big names inside this particular group. You've got Godswin, you've got Revenant, you've got multiple other teams who sort of deserve, or rather demand, that sort of respect and command. But they've sort of been shooed away by these undergods, and they are like, all right, fine, your time is out. Your time is done. This is us.
Yeah, that is right on point. I mean, all these teams are just trying to garner the same amount of respect that they usually get, but this time around they're going up against the likes of Brave Esports, the likes of ORV Esports, the likes of Big Brothers, 4 Aggressive Man. I mean, yeah, I understand 4 Aggressive Man did not have a good game in Vikendi, but hey, they were in the top 4 at the start of the day for some reason, right?
Yeah.
They played well yesterday, and I believe they can bring themselves back today as well.
You know, one of the teams I'm actually very positive looking forward to is going to be Big Brother Esports. Their balance is really good, but finding out the right balance is also important. I think the MVP of this game, the rebel of this match, found the right balance of contribution as well as finishes. Bad Boy AG from Team System. This team has sort of transitioned to be one of my favorite teams. I don't know just why their fights are chaotic, but it just feels good to look at this team. And Bad Boy with 4 finishes has been a very bad boy, to be honest. The principal is not happy.
I mean, the name says Bad Boy. What do you expect from him? I mean, it was an impressive run from this team, and we all know why a lot of these players, a lot of our lovely viewers are going to be in love with this team as well. It's the name. System.
For sure. I'm pretty sure they've kind of shook the system as well.
Yeah.
If you kind of get the analogy. But I'm pretty sure the name was sort of derived from that as well. But moving forward, we have the top 5 rebels. And you've got Spray God from Marcos Gaming. Very deserved spot, of course. He's been extremely consistent in the recent days. And I think Marcos Gaming, their top spot is going to be sacrificed. It is going to be taken up by Brave Esports right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even inconsistencies from the top team. The entirety of the top 8, as we mentioned, was separated by just 7 points.
Yeah.
when we started the day off. And now I think all of that is going to change because we do have a few teams who have been consistent. At least Brave Esports was 22 points from this match, 7 for finishes, 15 for placement. But Team System, this was their game. 11 points on the board just from those finishes. And then you add the top 2 exit, 12 placement points, 23 points. This was a good game from this team.
This was a good game, but there is a possibility now, Johnny, that probably for the first time somebody's making catapult from like the second page of the overall standings to maybe the #1 spot.
I don't think they're going to be on the first. I think they might be in the top 4. So.
I mean, top 4 is definitely a possibility. I mean, it very certainly is a possibility, but I think like
38 points. They'll have 38 points.
38 points.
And
Oh no,
Marcus-
Marcus Gaming, they have 40 points.
Yeah, they'll be in the mid 40s somewhere.
Yeah.
And plus there was Revenant Esports as well,
Yeah.
Brave Esports. So all of their points are going to be added. Well, we won't do the maths, right? We can't remember numbers. Let's just have a look at the overall rankings. That is going to be much easier for us. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen. 49 points for Brave Esports. They move up. Big Brothers is there in the top 2. I mean, we've been so critical of them. But look at that. 28 placement points, 12 placements, 40 points total tally there in the top 2. Marcos, they take a massive dip from the first to the third with 40 points. And then you have Team System on the 4th. We've taken a massive leap from the second page of the ranking, as you mentioned, into the top 4 with 38 points now on the board. The second highest number of eliminations within the top 8 teams.
You know, I love how this entire thing is actually panning out right now. Team System, look at that split. Look at the 38-point split, right? You've got 23 finish points and you've got 15 placement points. And I love this, to be honest, because Team System, we talked about how encouraging or how aggressive their playstyle has been. And this is one of the reasons why they're so entertaining. Even Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, I mean, could not really rack up a lot of position points. But when they go for finishes, this team shows no mercy whatsoever. But you know what's surprising? 7 Habit, with 1 chicken dinner, they are suffering the fate of inconsistency.
7 Habit dropped from the 2nd to the 7th position. Brave Esports, the only team right now, I believe, in after Team Soul, because Team Soul secured 3 chicken dinners in their particular group. Brave Esports on the same track. This is their 2nd win in their group. And now we have 4 aggressive man. 4 aggressive man. As I said, were in the top 4. Now they are on the 10th spot. This group is extremely chaotic, man.
It's very dicey, just like I said. And to be honest, this game sort of shook the entire picture of the overall standings. Now there is sort of a power dynamic happening. The top teams are starting to establish themselves. Brave Esports at the very top, they've got that 9-point lead already going on. So I think Brave Esports and somebody to actually take them down, it's going to take a massive performance. And then you look at the difference which has been built up between the top 4 cutoff and the second page. It also is starting to increase slowly and steadily. I think if teams like Newman as well as Midwave or ORB, anybody for that matter from the second page, if they do not come back strong on the map of Miramar, I think it's going to be very difficult.
I think, Miramar can be the decider of the fates for a lot of these teams. Whoever performs, the top 4 teams have a good game or even a decent run, they might build that safety cushion that they need. On the other side, ORB. If ORB goes massive in this game, if they have a run similar to what Brave Esports did, not even Brave Esports, if they have a run similar to Team System in this game, they will move in the top 4. That can still happen. From the 12th or the 13th position straight in the top 4, that is still an option available to these teams. I mean, it's quite crazy, in fact.
Possibly for the first time, I think everybody inside the top 12 is in contention for
Exactly,
qualification, and we are almost at the second last game of the particular round.
And it's not even the top 4. They can literally just take the spot away from the team on the second position. That is actually an option for them.
Well, this is one of the reasons why, ladies and gentlemen, we call this a group of death. Once again, we have the teams up front, and let's just nitpick on certain things right now. God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they were inside, they were in a healthy spot, but once again, just at the very bottom of the overall standings. Not at the bottom, of course, the bottom of the first page, in fact. Not a lot of points difference, but do you see the consistency in their performance as we had seen in the last rounds?
Not really. I mean, that hasn't been the case. And even in the previous round, God's Reign did, in fact, go for a brilliant comeback. Not a brilliant comeback, but like overall, if you look at how the team's form has been, it was a comeback run for them, coming back to their top form. Day 1 was brilliant in the previous round. Day number 2, they did slow down a little bit, but not enough to get toppled over. So they maintained their first position. Now, we haven't even seen them being on the first position after a single game. I mean, even the start of this round 4 was a little bit slow, and that run has that has been maintained. I mean, they have been playing in the middle pack this entire time. But then again, I mean, the difference in the rankings not really being there means if they win this game of Miramar, they might just be on the first position again. What do you think?
I mean, to be honest, yes, for sure. Like
Yeah.
mathematically, at this point, everything is
Exactly,
possible.
yeah.
In terms of performance, I think the undergods have really shined bright. I think there is no question about it. The top tier teams, of course, they might just have to come in from the lower brackets. Well, the elimination chamber, just like you call it, I think it will sort of be the safe haven for everyone. Nobody is getting eliminated, and that is basically the thing. But why we call it the elimination chamber? Because that is where the majority chunk of the teams will just get wiped off.
Yeah, and you know how in the elimination chamber, the chambers that were there in four corners of the ring just open up one after the other. That is going to happen in the lower bracket, in fact. And a lot of these big names, as you mentioned, will be kicked out of that cage. And I believe these undergods are just coming up with new ways of making it happen. I mean, we saw what Brave Esports was doing. I mean, that slow and steady approach has kept them in the fight for so long. In fact, has gotten them 2 chicken dinners. And I think that is the new meta of the game.
Yeah.
Play slow, play to your tempo, play to your pace. Just make sure that you sort of bring in your own unique element to that slow play style. I mean, again, perfect contrast, or in fact, the two sort of extremes of this new play style are Team Soul, who are known to be a little bit aggressive, but that aggression, when they realize it was backfiring upon them, realize like, all right, we'll play for survival up until stage 6 and then take the fights. And then on the other extreme is Gladiators, who just like are slow inherently in their entire approach. They're the last team to rotate in the circles. They're the last team to enter the zone up until stage 4, stage 5. And stage 6 onwards, again, just like Team Soul, is when they take the fight. Soul on the other side, a little bit quicker with their rotation, little bit quicker in taking control of the circle. And then from the center is where they like to fight against the players of, unlike the players of Gladiators, who like to play from the edge. But these teams, they have figured out their own different way. Even as we talk about Brave Esports, their entire method is just watching the game, playing from the edge, figuring out where the center of the zone is going to be, which team has a massive compounds. And this is where Brave is different from both the teams I've mentioned before. Brave actually is not afraid to take the fight even in mid-game. They don't actually care about getting wiped out. But we'll see what the end result is going to be as, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 for this particular group for today. Miramar is live in front of us now.
Let's just not call it game number 2, Johnny. Let's call it game number 5. That's how the stakes are actually going to be even higher, because there's just going to be one game after this. Majority of the points table is going to shift. And we were having this lovely conversation. I think Brave Esports, I completely agree with you, the points that you mentioned. I think we can also draw parallels between Big Brother as well as Brave Esports as well. The fact that Big Brothers are also a little bit slower, but Brave Esports has been very clinical in those final fights. You mentioned the fact that they kind of stay a little defensive in the early game stages, but in the final fights they are extremely clinical in finding the right positions and then absolutely making sure that they take down their oppositions in tandem. One of the reasons why they have the 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that positional play in the recent days, specifically, as we mentioned again, and I'll mention this again, has proven to be the tried and tested meta of the game. You can't just, I mean, yeah, I know people are going to say like, oh no, but Blind Esports does this. Blind is an exceptional squad. Just like Team Mayavi is an exceptional team. These two teams, I mean, of course, built by the same man, right? I mean, always focusing on firepower. So those are two exceptional teams that have enough firepower to sort of brute force their way into any spot that they want. Team Soul also has the same caliber, but we know in the recent days there was a few weeks when that wasn't really working out and they had to rework on their strategy, and they did do that. I mean, if you notice in this round 4, the first 3 games they played were just for placements. And the next 3 games they played were just for aggression. So they did sort of use this round 4 to figure out, all right, this is what we've worked on, and this worked. Now focus on this. But talk about this. Revenant Esports, they are back for revenge against the players of Team System. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the first elimination of the game in front of our eyes. A brutal rundown onto Yash from System. And now, well, their system has been cracked.
My question is, why was Yash dropping all by himself into that shack? Why?
I have no idea. I mean, you should have realized Revenant Esports is a little too close for comfort. But you can't really do anything about that as well. I mean, once you've exited the plane, your team has decided, all right, this is where we are going to go. Maybe they noticed Revenant Esports too close for them a little too late, but talk about being too close for comfort. And 4 aggressive man find themselves against Kerala Esports. 4 aggressive man, the early exit in the previous game brought them from the second to the second page of the leaderboard. They were second in the overall ranking, and now they're on the second page. And I think if they take an early exit in this game, they're going to drop down even further.
And I think it's not just dropping down further. I think that would be it for this team and
Oh,
their
yeah.
journey directly into the semi-finals. I mean,
Yeah.
four aggressive men, they do definitely have the potential of going forward. They know how to convert those fights. It's just been their decision making which has costed them, and I think this is a prime example of what their decision making is going to look like. Like, are they going to come down, converge upon Kerala Esports, or are they going to decide to find out the individual exit strategies? I mean, but talking about the game, in fact, the way it's sort of been set up, Johnny, I feel like the flight path was sort of very default. We got to see a very default flight path. We got to see a very default circle. Majority of the teams are in their locations. Apart from that very awkward early skirmish which we witnessed from Revenant Esports and Team System, there is nothing really bad going in the lobby itself. But for Team System, on the 4th spot in the overall standings, this definitely is going to hurt them. Speaking of being hurt, Team ORB Esports, they are hurting some teams right now.
Skull was just waiting on the other side of that wall. And as soon as the player from the side of Great Esports just pushed, I don't know why for that sniper tower, but he was picked off by ORB without even breaking a sweat. And now ORB, they have the man advantage in this situation. Although Great Esports have the opportunity to come back off completely, abandon this position and sort of play for safety.
Uninvited guests,
Yeah.
ORB right now inside this whole compound which Team Great Esports were holding. And to be honest, Great Esports, I don't think they have the mentality of sort of fencing up in front of ORB as well. They're not really showing the intent to stop them dead on their tracks. One of the players is very far behind. I think he's already trying to scout out information. If there is somebody present on the hills which are to the north of this position, I think the rest of the teammates will be called back as well. But I like what ORB is doing. They know, as a matter of fact, that there is a team, but they're still chiming in compound by compound. They're moving in closer, deeper into it. But look at this, 4 aggressive men, they strike first, Johnny.
Yeah, and talk about knowing where the opposition is. I think Kerala Esports does not have complete information of the position of 4 aggressive man. So 4 aggressive man, they found the opening, and we have Skillful this time going for the backstab. Vicky is extremely low, but even Skillful messes up, ignores the flank, and Kerala Esports, they find the trade. The numbers have been equalized. It's a 3v3 again between these two teams.
It is a 3v3, but there is one player noisy. And I think his position is going to be extremely crucial. If he finds a knock onto King or Spider, I think that would be the breaking point.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the break-even point for Kerala Esports to converge. And I think the player who has been knocked out as well, he as well is in a good spot, almost being finished off in that position. But I think King does not have any angle on it anymore.
I was just thinking, just run in the corner, man. But a little bit of an overcommitment from Kerala Esports as they try to close in. And King is an absolute king of this compound. He's gone on to secure 3 knocks. Well, he secured 2 knocks, so almost finds the second, but a little bit of a miscalculation on the angle of the window, and he takes a lot of damage, but all of the distraction from this individual has resulted in 4 aggressive man bringing their players back into the game. Zayan is still on his knees. Kerala Esports still on a massive numbers disadvantage. Wiki, he is still not healed up. 4 aggressive man, can they win this? Musa is holding his ground quite nicely with the Uzi. Can secure the knock as well, and he does find the opening in a brilliant manner. Quite aggressive with that push, and well, because of all the hard work of that one individual, Kerala Esports, they are able to neutralize the numbers advantage from 4 aggressive man. And look at Karan, he's closing in the distance from the top of the hill. Right now, he's made his way there.
I love how Kerala Esports actually held their towers, especially just like you mentioned, noisy and the heavy lifting from this man. Of course, King was trying to do it as well, but man isn't really immortal. He definitely is going to be a king, but he needs some support of his ministers right now. And they are turning up. Karan is here. He threw in that airstrike to try and delay the ambush coming in from Kerala Esports, but so far, it's sort of been unsuccessful. King is yet to be revived. But I love this. Look at Skillful and his position. He might just have a clear line of sight onto the entirety of Team Kerala Esports. The shots don't connect. The Uzi is not the ideal weapon, especially when, when it has like 20 bullets in his magazine.
Yeah, those are the last 21 rounds on that man and his team. They need to buy him time to fall back or gain some ammo from some other place. But such a chaotic fight between these two teams. I mean, mistakes being made from either side. Vicky has been spotted out by King, but King does not have any utility, not even a Molotov or a nade. Otherwise, he would have actually gone for the shots. Still sees the pixels on that ridge, but not make the same mistake twice of overcommitting on a single player. Skillful in the backlines as well, is looking for ammunition. But over here, what has just happened? Big Brothers against the players of Brave Esports, and I believe on the feed we did see a few moments ago. Big Brothers, they've lost a few players from their side. Uzumaki and Saif still managing to stay alive. But Can is going to be dropped to his knees and he's going to be finished off. Uzumaki from the flank is going to try and take the fight, but it's an absolute fray from either side. Saif knocked out. Uzumaki, last man left. He's not going to survive for long. It's a massive 1v3 that he has to take. Secures the knock, but that has to be it. That has to be all he can do.
Man has to unlock the Sage mode at this point. Uzumaki, the responsibility of the entire village was on his shoulders, but this time it's Brave Esports who actually reign supreme. This fight was for the top of the leaderboard. Brave Esports, Big Brothers, number 1, number 2 on the standings, and Brave Esports, they just justify their position on the tippity top.
I think that might have actually been the only reason why Brave Esports went for that one. But yeah, I think you are pretty on point when you say like that would have decided the leaderboard leaders, at least for now though. The game has just begun. That was just the first squad wipe. Still have the entirety of the Miramar to play out.
Now, I'll tell you the conclusion of that particular fight. Brave Esports, they established their uncontested authority at the very top. They had a 9 points lead, and now with this fight, they have pushed down their closest competitors, and they're going to play further as well in this game. Nobody is coming up to actually trying to chime in. Marcos Gaming is there as well, who also had 40 points apparently. But look at this fight. Team Nest Esports. It seems like one of some nades completely blew up in the face of Athurva.
Were those the nades, or I think the shots from the distance actually?
Was it?
Yeah, I think it was shots from, it was Silly Esports' players, but it was, Hyena, look at him. From the distance actually. With the DMR and with the Scarl, the tap shots, he makes them work. He's securing the finishes of the players of Nest. And this is what you get for ignoring players from the other hills on Miramar. This man is quite open, quite exposed, and it allows you to take these long-distance duels. But Brave Esports getting pushed. Oh no, 4 aggressive man getting pushed by the players of, Kerala Esports. And they make quick work of the entire team, in fact. Spider was the only man who was lost. And 3 players, Karan, Skillful, and King actually make it work. King, with the heavy lifting, secures 2 eliminations.
I think the defense was really good from 4 aggressive men.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact that this fight drew out for quite a while, Kerala Esports were coming in from all different directions. And the fact that King was taken down. King had so much responsibility on his shoulders in the initial stage of the fight. But when King got taken down, I felt like a massive compound or a massive piece of real estate was given to the other team, Kerala Esports, in that particular fight. They could have used it to invade further, deeper into the enemy lines, but they could not actually do that. Look at this. Ryzen once again has such a visibility. This is the thing about Miramar, right? You just love it.
This is payback.
This is payback. This is everything that I love about Miramar, to be honest. You've got the 8x scope. You've got the DMRs running around. Just tap on your opposition. Try and let your presence known. Hey, I'm here.
Hyena did the same thing to the players of Nest. And now I think Nest, they just want to make sure Silly Esports feel what they felt at that time. But unfortunately for the players of Nest, Silly Esports, their lad, Ryzen was a little bit too quick on his feet and he sort of fell back right in the nick of time. Oh, nice little headshot on foul. His helmet is going to be knocked off if he takes 2 more.
Johnny, this situation actually reminds me of another very debatable situation inside the game, of course. If you have a sniper rifle and I have an 8x, how do we settle our differences? Who gives what?
I mean, that depends. One of us had better record of working with the sniper. But usually it's just like whoever's doing well in that game. That's how we decided.
I mean, yeah, considering the fact that you guys definitely are more logical that way, I mean, our squad would just practically fight about it.
So, like, back in the days, like, so now I understand why the fight is there for the 8x and the sniper while the entire debate was there. In the earlier stages, bolt actions actually did have a massive impact. And it was important to make sure that you had the best man on the job, just armed with the bolt action, armed with the scope. Plus, again, back in the days, 8x could be used on assault rifles as well.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure.
Yeah, so it was whoever was, like, doing better in the game would actually get the scope. And bolt action as well. I mean, if you knew your teammate would be like in the zone at that point, he had like already secured like 6-7 eliminations in the early stage, then you would just like, all right, not even a conversation. Yeah, you take this. Go ahead, do the job. you were meant to do, at least in this match. I'll do mine in next one.
Speaking of the bolt actions, I kind of felt sad when I witnessed that in the last game there was that airdrop with the Arctic Warfare Magnum inside of it, and back in the days, once again, I mean, I shouldn't really use this phrase back in the days, but still, even for me, back in the days, we used to fight for that particular weapon.
Yeah, now the AMR is the new replacement, right?
Yeah.
I mean, not a replacement, but a better option available. And
I mean, does the job as well, right? Basically, the use of the marksman in those days was to just, number one, squander for information, and number two, just clear down enemy lines of sight at a distance. I think the DMRs just do the job much better in that particular situation.
yeah, also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering like why our conversation does not match the weapons the players use, because we're talking about our matches. I mean, we used to compete in just classics, and I played a few scrims, that's it. And for these players, every single number matters. They practice their sprays at maximum distances with 6x scopes for hours and hours and hours on stretch. So for them, actually, ARs are better at long distance. And that is why you can see on Miramar, the ideal loadout is actually going to be just 2 ARs. DMR, if you can't find it, can't find the 6x for some reason. But ARs are preferable. Plus, in competitive lobbies, you play for survival. You play to protect your numbers till the late game stage. And by the time you take fights, it's already stage 4, stage 5. And at that stage, you will take the ARs any given day. But talk about right now, the M249, ladies and gentlemen, reigning supreme in the hands of Marcos Gaming. And well. Just quick work of the opposition. They were there the 1 second and not there the next. ORB Esports wiped out on that 14th position. Just 1 point for placement for them.
I'm not even sure like who got it. I think it's Siam with the M249. Was it Siam with the M249? This man just laid upon his entire magazine on the opposition. ORB Esports, my goodness. We were talking about assault rifles, we were talking about DMRs, but then this LMG just comes out of nowhere and is like, alright, I've got 150 bullets in my chamber. What else do you need?
Yeah, it's that one Tyler 1 meme. Just goes, just finishes all 3 of them up like it was absolutely nothing. And I mean, M249 is meant for that. That is the perfect weapon to sort of execute those Rambo plays, and also the perfect weapon to provide suppressing fire for your teammates when they are pushing. Because you won't be running out of ammo for a long nick of time. Even you can keep the opposition pinned down for a good, a good 20-30 seconds.
But he used as a lawnmower in that situation. There was no lawn in that situation. There was the opposition, and ORB Esports just bear the brunt of it.
Yeah. They tried to block it with their bodies, but that is something that almost 10 out of 10 doctors do not recommend.
Oh yes, for sure.
I mean, block bullets with your chest.
Use level 3 vests, ladies and gentlemen, inside your game. That is the best piece of equipment. Sometimes put on a helmet as well. Hopefully nobody hits you on the head. But coming back into this match itself, we have got a very nice circle. I kind of like it. And look at how God's Reign have positioned themselves. They've lost a couple of players, it seems like. But they have got... No, they haven't actually. From the team status, we can find out that God's Reign have all the 4 players up on board. But Aquanox is already on the higher turfs.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how God's Reign actually do make this position work. Because they had a positional advantage in Vikendi as well. But they messed it up. Like, got a little too over-eager to head towards the center. And I have a feeling they're doing the same thing now. But having that hilltop actually does allow Aquanox to sort of deter the opposition from making aggressive move on his team if they are trying to move in. So that actually can work out on this map, but we'll have to see. I mean, there is Newman Gaming on the flank. There's Revenant on the flank as well. Not even on the flank, just pushing in from the rear. There's 4 aggressive man who can actually be brutal on the players of Revenant if Revenant moves in without scouting for information. So that can actually go wrong for this team, RNT, but still the mid-game stages.
I love the split coming in from God's Reign. The Robin is just holding the backlines, preventing teams like Revenant to come in from the backlines and trying to fight for that initial position. I'm pretty sure they have got enough trade potential going on between them. Even if Robin is being charged, I'm pretty sure Aquanox can just clean out magazines on top of the other team. But it seems like the convoy is moving. Revenant Esports are doing exactly that. They don't care about the split. They are pushing up, Johnny.
Well, they are pushing up, and Revenant Esports have in fact closed in on Aquanox's position, and this man is going to have to face this 1v4 until his teammates arrive. We do see the cavalry charging towards the players of Revenant, and they are in fact putting in the work as MJ from the side of RNT is going to be dropped by Ninja. Jord Apollo is also extremely low in terms of HP, and Fierce, he's stuck on that slope, nowhere left to go. God's Reign, their reaction, their analysis of how they want to take this fight was just perfect. Revenant Esports, there's no coming back from this. They have just two players left in this game now.
You know, this is what I said. Aquanox was over there just to try and secure that position. God's Reign was always prepared for an ambush coming in from the back lines. And this is one of the reasons why they did such quick work. The instant rotation came in from Blaze. Instant rotation came in from Robin as well. And Ninja was just there holding the back lines. He took down one of the players. And I'm pretty sure Revenant Esports, they are struggling at this point. But God's Reign, they are going to go their merry ways, I think. They are going to go back, secure their turf on the higher ground, and once again play for survival. But on the other side of the map, on the other side of the zone itself, we've got Brave Esports in a very tricky spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be so difficult to get out of. They have lobbed a lot of smoke to cover up their position, but that 2-2 split that is there from them and the players of Midwave. It's going to be kind of an even fight between these two teams, but for the lads of Brave, I think a lot of trouble can be caused by the players of 7 Habits in the backlines who actually have the high ground advantage. And same goes for Midwave actually, because I just noticed there's Mernix closing in from the rear. Look at that. Towards that western edge.
This circle. This circle. Oh my goodness. Marcus Gaming, they're going to be thanking their forefathers right now because they certainly did something right. They have the smack center of the circle with teams coming in from every single direction. Of course, they don't have a lot of high ground advantage to actually work with. Majority of the teams will come from that. You've got Team Silly as well. You've got Team System. Multiple teams from the Northern Hemisphere. For example, Revenant as well as God's Reign might chime in. But before that happens, this fight needs to come to a conclusion. A 1v4 for Fierce is on the cards.
Oh, I mean, it is there on the cards, and that is exactly the only option available. Secures the opening, will be able to secure the knock on Aquanox as well, the finish, in fact. And he does get it, but now it's down to a 1v2. Let's see, he's trying to make a run for it. A 1v3, in fact. Oh, the players from the side of God's Reign has, in fact, gone for that high ground push. It was Blaze looking to see if he can get his team to the other side. But over here, what is happening? Newman against the players of 7 Habit. Newman, they have the advantage to work with. Skillful, a little too close to the opposition. An extremely risky position to be in, but Rex, Clutchgod, and Savitar right now are completely distracted by Maverick and Kratos. When Skillful is just left unbothered in the backlines, he can turn this entire fight around from that spot.
I love the fact that Newman go in for a reposition, but that reposition has been spotted. The vehicles were utilized, but Newman right now have multiple angles to converge upon 7 Habits, and that is exactly what they're doing, trying to throw in the utilities from every single direction, and the directions which are not covered, they're going to pepper it down. But Newman, they still don't have the numbers advantage. It's still a 4v3, haven't neutralized the pressure coming in from 7 Habit, and it means that they're just wasting time at this point. Multiple teams in the vicinity might as well just leapfrog them. But having said that, just have a look at the radar. It seems like God's Reign have leapfrogged them and entered the circle first.
That is exactly. I mean, you stole the words right out of my mouth. God's Reign is blocking the entry for both these teams, in fact. And for Newman, now it becomes a massive point of concern. They have to deal with the players of 7 Habit first, and then will only be able to take the fight against the players of God's Reign comfortably. And now I think even 7 Habit, they're trying to move away from the players of Newman as well. Charan and Maverick still focused in on the players, on the entirety of the team. Kratos in the backlines. The damage is just out. The knock has finally been secured. And Newman, it's a massive blunder. Savitar, look at how low he is. Clutchgod tries to go for the push, takes a lot of damage, and is going to be top drop before Kratos goes down. The God of War, well, in a war of his own. Maverick extremely low now. Charan is there to back him up, but Newman, can they recover? They're right on the edge of the circle. They have that going for him, and of course, Brave Esports. Simple! Can he pull this off? It's a 1v1, man!
I'm pretty sure he has not been spotted, especially because of the smoke clouds right up front.
Yes.
Charan's entire focus is on the enormous pressure coming in from Midwave Esports, and he has no clue. Simple might actually find the opening, but he is remaining to choose stay anonymous at this point. My God, Charan just looked behind.
Oh no. Simple overthought the entire thing. He thought there might be a few more players, but Charan was one of the last few players for his team. Midwave Esports though, they can take advantage of the entire fiasco, because now 7 Habit, they're down to their last 2 players. Charan is extremely low, And Charan's knock is secured by the players of Newman. Maverick, last player left from the side of 7 Habit. And midwave, if they finish him off, they can actually secure that point and secure their rotation inside the circle. Because after 7 Habit is done, Newman might rotate wide, and midwave can just straight move down south towards the edge of the circle, find some cover to work with, and then play for the late game. So chaotic, this end game of this Miramar.
Exactly, this game has just become an absolute lava. The entire field is lava at this point. And Midwave, I completely agree with you. They have the close end of the circle. Nobody's going to come and backstab them. They might as well go in and challenge their position and take out Burnix from their spot. But on the other side of the edge, you've got Marcos Gaming trying to challenge Team Silly Boys. And I think the first knock has been secured. SprayGod wants to line them up with nades one after the other, and he is being almost successful.
Ooh, Hyena takes so much damage with that nade, and I think one more nade from the side of Marcus will actually be the final nade in the coffin for the players of Silly Gaming. We're down to the top 6 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and so far in this matchup, it has just been Marcos Gaming dominating the zone, dominating the other teams. But look at that! Midwave, they get wiped out by the hands of Newman.
And I like this. I like the recovery from Newman. It almost felt like they would get taken down by 7 Habit and Kratos himself. But Newman, from that position, the way they recovered, the way the revives came through, they still have that positional play going in for them. They still have that map control.
With Brave Esports being kicked out this early in this match, it is important for Marcos to win this game and regain their first position. That is going to be an opportunity. Burnix can bring themselves back into the top 4 fight, and so can Newman.
For Newman, it's going to be a little tough, but I think they can pull this off. Marcos Gaming, considering the fact that they've got the most amount of map control and the numbers advantage, it seems like the
Why is he
the
needing
odds are
us?
stacked. Yeah, I'm not even sure. It felt like it's coming towards us.
Yeah. I mean, if you...
Hopefully the screens do not explode.
yeah, I mean, it would have been fun to watch if that was in 3D.
I would have fallen from my chair.
Oh, but talk about falling off, and it feels like Newman, their momentum of this game is about to fall off. A lot of pressure being brought upon all of these teams by none other than Marcos Gaming, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, Marcos, this might be their first win of this particular lobby, but oh no, SprayGod, his nade, and Vexy just ran towards it. It wasn't SprayGod's fault, to be very honest. I mean, that was a little too quick of a rotation from the side of Marcos Gaming, but this does not really put them at a disadvantage. If SprayGod wins this 1v1, it's all good, but Sayam from the back lines are unpleasant. He misses the shots, and look at him. He's sitting on the back of the buggy for some reason, and SprayGod is also going to ask him the same question as me. Why would you do that?
This is like a comedy of errors at this point. Marcus Gaming, they're just toying with the opposition, toying with themselves as well. A deja vu moment of what happened between Neo and S-Power from that Erangel game that we witnessed. But at least Marcus Gaming, they're not going to suffer from that particular situation. They still have the man advantage. And now they've got the compound for themselves. They have dethroned Silly Esports from that piece of real estate. And now I think the game is set.
And that was an important fight for them to win. I mean, as you mentioned, taking that compound away does give them so much cover to work with in these final few zones. And now the only team that can actually cause a lot of trouble for them is going to be Burnix Official. But luckily, Burnix is down to 3 players. And Marcos has just finished off 3 players from the side of Silly Esports. That means crates to loot, utilities to refill, and if they find a lot of throwables to work with, well, it's going to be their game to win. But Burnix Millen actually with a brilliant nade finds an opening. So it's a 3v3 between Marcos and Burnix and Newman. Look at them, they're waiting. They're waiting in a corner.
Yeah. I mean, Savita going in for that heal battle. I think Rex at this point is sort of like the 5th player for Marcos Gaming at this point.
Are you going to heal battle with, find 6 more?
Yeah, he's got like the entire crate. So I'm pretty sure he's got like a sufficient supply of the first aid kits. But the fact that Burnix Official, they're basically pinned down in this spot. They can't even move. They're using the slope of the field to try and use as cover because they practically have nothing else. And right now, of course, the pieces are going to fall apart. Like I said, it's game, set, match already for Marcos Gaming.
Well, it can be already. There's Rex from the side of Newman is going to be dropped as finally.
Oh, no.
Burnix Official realized there's another team holding the flank, and they have, in fact, secured the finishes from the side of Marcos. But Burnix Official, they're down to their last player, in fact, and he's going to be pushed by the entirety of Marcos Gaming. Aladin is going to be the man to, well, lead the charge and also secure that last exit. Impressive win coming in from the players of Marcos Gaming, and as we talked about, it's so important for them. This is their first chicken, and I believe, of round 4, and this gets them back on that first position in the overall rankings.
Very deservedly so, to be honest, because they felt so comfortable throughout this entire game. They did not really break a sweat. Went through multiple teams, went through multiple defensive fortresses as well, but still having that coordination in spite of that little bit of a skirmish that happened. Not a skirmish, but just an unfortunate situation, Vexy being knocked down. Apart from that, I think everything was just flawless from Marcus.
That is why it is important to communicate whether you are lobbing utility. I mean, the moment you start cooking up that nade, you have to let your teammates know. All that guy is nade being lobbed in over here. Otherwise, there might be a little bit of a mess up. And, well, we did see that happen. But Marcos Gaming, they recovered quite nicely. And we know for a fact they might have recovered on the overall rankings as well. But one more game still to go. What is going to happen? Only time will tell. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Marcos जीती है.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी. एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं. यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है. स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं. अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं. क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है.
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा.
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है. क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला.
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली. BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली.
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो.
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो. हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार.
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को. आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ. गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो.
खत्म कर दो.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the BGIS. For sure, we've had a small change on the panel. Mr. Necro is back with us. But if you guys haven't really noticed, there is a little bit of a commercial that's playing during the breaks as well. You have to find Easter eggs from it. Of course, record yourself a video that you are finding the Easter egg and then tag us in any social platform, be it Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. I'm pretty sure you will be winning some crazy UCs. Me and Necro have been trying, but I'm not really sure if we have the Sherlock eyes.
Yeah, we found a couple. I think so. I found 3 in total where there's like one jar, 7.62 is written on it.
That's
there's
basic.
one little template in the back lines where the name keeps on changing. And there's one more. I forgot where I found it. But if I take a look at the video once again, I'll be able to link that. But you know what? Going back inside the game once again, let's move on forward towards the highlights of the day. And this is how the action really kicked off, right? Revenant Esports been able to get their hands on that elimination point. It's definitely quite scrappy.
It was very scrappy. I mean, just one player from Team System, and Team System could not really patch up on that last real game of Vikendi where their performance was really good. This particular fight, it drew out for an extremely long time. Kerala Esports tried their best, but the other team was just too good. 4 aggressive men, they lost just one player in this particular fight, but just wiped out the entirety of the opposition.
Once again, though, big concern in the name of Big Brother Esports, getting eliminated that early, and that too not even having a chance anymore to step inside the top 4. This is definitely quite a bit of a problematic start for the side of Big Brother Esports. Now, in the final game, these guys would need to go all guns blazing, and considering it's the game of Erangel too, every single team's going to be quite comfortable on that map.
Every single team is going to be comfortable. But the fact is, on the overall standings, nobody is comfortable, Necro, because every single spot is barely having like a 1 or 2 point lead, to be honest. And me and Johnny were having this discussion that right now the power dynamic is still not set on the overall standings. It's still very, very dicey, where one good game can actually pick you up. You saw how Team System came back from the second page inside the top 4, but that quickly they are going to drop down from the top 4 as well. Marcos Gaming, they were not really competing for the #1 spot, but the fact that Brave Esports got taken down early, and this winner chicken dinner for Marcos Gaming,
my god.
this was a perfect moment for them, a perfect game for them. And of course, apart from this particular flaw, I think their entire gameplay was flawless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Marcos Gaming been able to execute so nicely, and that too in the end, being able to secure that chicken dinner definitely is going to give them a big sigh of relief. I don't think so in the overall standings Marcos Gaming was doing that good anyways, but now this chicken dinner is going to give them such a big boost.
Yeah, it certainly will give them. And I think, speaking of the boost itself, they might even go to the #1 spot as well, which they very deservedly want, or very desperately want at this point. But apart from that, there are multiple teams after that. There's Revenant Esports, right? And then you've got other big names as well. Newman Gaming. Newman Gaming tried a lot in this one. They secured the 3rd position, the podium finish for them. But still, it does not look like the real Newman Gaming that we witnessed in the previous rounds. They are just a very oblique shadow of their prime self.
Yeah, exactly. Newman Gaming is playing a little bit passive, I would like to say. They're focusing on too much on those placement points, which is understandable. It's a new stage. There will be a lot of pressure onto yourself, but still, I genuinely think so. Newman Gaming should play the original gameplay they like to, and not instead try to adjust to all the other teams that are over here playing against them. Speaking about Marcos Gaming too, they were in the 3rd spot before this previous game, but still being in that 3rd spot and the 4th spot is sort of like that anxiety-inducing position. So now after this win, that's going to propel them on the 1st spot in the overall standings. So this is just going to be confirming that ticket in the semifinals anyways.
Exactly. You know, speaking of teams as well, ORB Esports just got eliminated pretty early. God's Reign also could not really show up their true potential. I mean, speaking of God's Reign, this team showed us in the previous rounds that they are untouchable. Majority of the maps, they sort of have it secured. And in this map as well, they had a very good position. Their fight against Revenant was also pretty anxiety-inducing, just like you said. I felt like that was the exact term for that particular fight. They had high ground control. But after that, all of a sudden, all that lead just kind of dwindled and God's Reign just got eliminated.
Exactly. Speaking of these known names, right? God's Reign, Revenant Esports not really having that good of a games that you really wanted to. Even in the previous game, if you mentioned, or in the previous game, as I'm saying, inside Vikendi as well, God's Reign, they were definitely trying their best to sort of position themselves in a better spot, but that was not really enough.
It certainly wasn't enough, and it's not just God's Reign as well. Even Midwave Esports, as a matter of fact, they had a good position. They were trying to kind of fight it out. But this kind of strategy of trying to consistently fight for your position, fight for your finishes isn't really working out. Now look at this, right? Revel of the match. Saiyam, he had the M249 for the longest duration, and this man just laid upon 8 bodies like it was nothing.
I mean, M249 is the lawnmower. That's what I like to call it.
Yeah.
It has so many bullets into it. You can just keep on spraying all day throughout the day. And then speaking about the lawnmowers too, you've got Newman Gaming Rex, this time managing to get that 6 elimination points. And then you move on forward towards Aladdin with 3 eliminations. And then you take a look at Hyena, 3 from the side of Silly. Silly Esports is finally able to step up onto the occasion, slowly and steadily. I would say these are baby steps. But maybe they're also getting prepped up for the lower brackets.
prepped up for the lower brackets, but you mentioned that M249, you call that as a lawnmower. You know who was a lawn? It was Silly Esports. How beautifully Marcus Gaming just completely wiped them out. And then you've got 7 Habit as well. Now, 7 Habit, trying to go in for those early fights has not really worked out for them. Just getting those early finishes and then getting eliminated. But as we move on to the overall standings, as the match scorecard, I think this is going to give us a clearer picture. Marcus Gaming at the dirty top, 29 points to work with, and then the massive jump.
Almost a 30 bomber being pulled out. Newman Gaming, do they stand a chance to bounce back inside the top 4? That's a big question. I mean, when we started off the day, Newman Gaming was on the 9th spot, which is on the latter half of the board. Now, do they stand a chance to be in the top 4 in the overall standings after this decent game? I do not know.
Yep. And then you've got Burning Sufficient. Consistently trying to be in that position where they are getting those 10 to 15 points all around, right? Consistently getting those good positions to try and push them forward inside the top 4. I don't really think Burnix Official have actually done enough. They need that big game at the very end on the map of Erangel. But apart from that, nothing really special. But they've been consistent throughout the 6 games, which is the best part about it.
Yeah, this really brings up a big conversation, right? Burnix Official, yesterday they were not able to perform consistently at all. And now today it's a complete opposite affair. Melodious, I think, was the guy who was able to sort of perform pretty nicely. And then if we speak about the overall standings too, now I think Burnix Official, they must have made a big progress.
Yep, for sure. But where does things stand right now? Of course, production will not show us the overall standings. And this is something which I love about them. Just trying to induce our anxiety, just trying to, make it, amp it up before the final game. But what are your expectations? Erangel, do you expect discipline or do you expect utter chaos?
Erangel is an interesting thing, but considering it's the last game, I think we might just go for a complete all-out aggression. Still, never know. Maybe that might just not be happening, but for now, as we do move on forward and take a look at the matchup, this is where the interesting stuff will be seen. I want to know your prediction inside this upcoming game, Salty. It's going to be the last game, too. Which team do you think is going to win?
I think it's going to be Big Brother Esports. I kind of had a vibe, especially when all the logos kind of put up. My eyes went straight to Big Brother Esports, and I feel like this team definitely has the potential to make it directly to the semi-finals. But they could not really find that big chicken. It's been lacking. Consistent performances are there. They were in that second spot, which has been stolen away, by the way. Now it's time for them to perform. Now it's time for them to either do or die.
Speak about do or die, for a lot of these teams, it's going to be do or die, especially the teams that are trying to make a jump from the latter half of the board. Burnix Official is one of those. Burnix Officials desperately need a chicken dinner in their hands to sort of put themselves in the top 4.
Yeah.
And this is why I said it. Being on the 3rd and the 4th spot is not the best position to be in. There will be so much pressure on top of you.
It's this specific group, to be honest, we call it the group of death because me and Johnny were having this discussion up until the second last game of the day. We had no clue absolutely that what our top 4 is going to look like. Because, of course, you mentioned it correctly, 3rd and the 4th spot. But in this particular group, even the 2nd spot is sort of very dicey. Nobody knows. The points gap is just bare minimum. It's only Brave Esports who sort of created that little bit of a lead for themselves. But even now, that is gone. Marcus Gaming just stole it up.
Marcus Gaming are probably on the 1st spot, without a doubt. So Brave Esports' lead being taken away. It's so confusing. Are Midwave Esports somewhere in the first half of the board now? Even that's a question. The game of Vikendi was quite decent to start off the entire group, but then the second game, it was, I don't even know, a shaky start, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, shaky start for Midwave Esports, shaky start for a lot of these teams. And at this point, I'm not even sure. Our tradition of trying to predict the top 4, I don't think it's going to count in this group because this is the group of death, man. And it has come down to the wire. The last final game, I'm pretty sure whoever goes for a good performance, whoever goes in for a consistent performance, they're going to make it. No questions asked whatsoever.
Speak about questions asked. I mean, I did ask you a question. Which team do you think is going to, which team do you pick?
Big Brother Esports.
Okay, Big Brother Esports. You did not ask me the question in return, though.
I mean, all right, just curse the one team.
Okay, wow, really? So that's what you're going to say now. But you know what? You know what? There's one team that desperately needs my prayers, which is Burnix Official. So now I do want to go with them. Yeah, I do want to. But somewhere down the line, my other half of the mind is just saying that maybe Burnix Official might not be a good pick. Which team do you think I should go for?
I think you should go for God's Reign. I think God's Reign has sort of a caliber where they always do tend to come back on the final games. I'm still waiting, though. It should be either God's Reign or Revenant, but then I am rooting for Big Brother Esports. You mentioned Burnix Official as well. Just stick with Burnix Official. Just try and stick for one team, at least for once,
Okay, you know
How
what?
many times are you going to pick multiple teams and just go away with it? This is
I'm
just
not
not
even.
done.
I do not even go for multiple teams.
You
my
always
friend.
go
That's
for
you who
multiple
do it.
picks.
But you know what? Jokes apart, I think so. I'm going to go with God's Reign. At the start of the day, they were, I think so, inside the top 4 somewhere. And then now I'm not exactly sure where the position is. But one thing is for sure, they need a really good game. So God's Reen, this game is also where their fate will be written. And if they do want to shake their hands with destiny, and if they do want to move on forward inside the semifinals, they will need to put a lot of work inside this last game.
Oh, for sure. And I'm pretty sure they are capable of doing that. But this last game, this last flight is filled with turbulence, ladies and gentlemen. Tighten your seatbelts as we prepare for takeoff.
Exactly. The plane flat path starting all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Georgia Pole. Now, this plane flat path is heavily tilted on the left side of the map, a little bit tilted to the southern side as well. My friend, I think so God's Reen's going to have a big trouble right now. They like to go towards Yasna Poliana. It's going to be a tough extent.
Oh, for sure it will be. They need to find those intermediate vehicles. I'm just praying that they don't get swatted by other teams because we've seen that
you
happen.
told me to pick them anyway, so...
Alright, so now even his pick is my fault, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it all along the process. I was laughing throughout the pregame segment that this man just changed his entire pick, listening to me.
Listen, because I wanted to go with Burnix officials, but I think so. Something tells me, I don't know, something tells me. Maybe it's you sitting away from me, and you're just making that eye contact with me and then just making me rethink my decisions. Salty the manipulator.
Yeah, I do tend to manipulate. But for these teams, I do tend to manipulate in a good way. But look at this, very surprising. The military base has 5 teams, Necro. 5 teams, 3 in military base, 2 on the Novorupnoye region.
Marcos Gaming is up against the players of Silly. This is going to be an interesting battle. I guess Silly, they're over here to get some revenge, Salty. This is going to be a nice one. Silly, they want to get the revenge of that previous game. And also, we're going to see a military circle. I'm already excited.
I am excited as well. I'm pretty sure Revenant as well is going to keep marking that farm in the Milda region, which kind of prevents majority of the teams coming in from the northern mainland and trying to rotate towards that military circle, just like you mentioned. But oh, wait, actually not Marcus Gaming. It's Midway Esports towards Novorupnoye, and they are actually trying to go away from the Novorupnoye region as well. They're trying to move towards Milta Power.
This is interesting. Marcos Gaming, they've dropped towards Fair Pier and Quarry. Yeah, that's where they like to go. But I thought for a second that's Marcos Gaming when I just saw the M in front of my screens. But yeah, Midway Esports, and that too, they're not going to drop inside Novorupnoye just yet. They're still just gliding all the way towards Milta. So for them, it's going to be a safe journey towards that entire drop spot, which is quite far away. Revenant Esports on our screens. There, what are your thoughts on this team? I mean, if they've been sort of in a really interesting spot in general.
Interesting spot in general, and then their performance has been very shaky. Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, if you try and look at their past stats, when they are actually at their peak, their position points and their finish points are quite balanced. Here, in this particular round, I'm not really sure why, but their finish points are like 3 times their position points. They had 1-digit position point at the start of the day, which is just absolutely does not make sense. So for Revenant Esports, I think they really need to come back into the groove, just get their rotations right. They have the firepower, they have the players who can finish off multiple teams at once. And they've been doing so. They've been doing that, but it's been the rotation where they've been cut off very awkwardly, and they find themselves in extremely weird spots. Can't really go in for the end game battles, and that has been costing them their positions.
So generally, Revenant Esports, they like to drop inside Milta.
Yeah.
But considering the play zone is sort of down south, so now Revenant Esports, they've made that quick adaptation towards the southern side of that military island. This is going to be an interesting one. I want to see how this adaptation is going to work. Salty, what are your thoughts on this one? Because there's a chance Revenant Esports can loot up quickly and also get an early battle.
You know, I'm not really a fan of changing your drop location at the end game stages. This is like playing with fire. It's a trial by fire for Revenant Esports, to be honest. But if they have done it correctly, right?
Wow.
If they have figured out the right spot for themselves, got themselves the proper loot, and have scouted the nearby territories, I think they should be fine. I mean, military base, considering the fact that the circle is also on them, this might be a gamble which pays off. But Nest Esports, they're just holding their ground and looking at their surroundings, watching the convoy just pass right in front of them.
Great Esports on that rotation too. And yeah, Great Esports is a part of the conversation as well, Salty. Considering Great Esports inside the round 3, these guys were just dominating. And now look at them, it's in the round 4, completely opposite performance. And Drago is pulled up a little bit too close against the players in Nest Esports. Even Nest, they do not really have the best of the gears to play around with inside this fight. So for the players of Great Esports, This could have been a trap, but then they move away from this one at the end of the time, and that's why for now, Great Esports, they have avoided that threat.
They certainly have avoided the threat, but they've been shooed away from the military base region. But they're heading towards an even bigger cluster. Marcus Gaming have actually split up. They are present in multiple islands right now. Siam has actually crossed over towards the military base region. Meanwhile, the rest of his 3 players are still there in the ferry pier side. But it's not just Marcus Gaming. Team System is also into the mix of things. And now look at this. Team Nest Esports. They are being peppered by bullets by the lads of Brave Esports.
Speak about Brave Esports and Marcos Gaming already. Marcos Gaming already on top of the bridge. Considering with how things were for Marcos Gaming in the previous game, they've already got the momentum in their hands. All they need to do is just keep on moving forward like that.
Yeah. And I'm actually very curious to find out what does the military circle bring us in terms of action as well, because expecting a couple of bridge camps, Necro?
I mean, they're already going for a bridge camp.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
do we need to expect? They're already parking their vehicles underneath the bridge. And then they're going to sit on top of the bridge, just going for a bridge camp. This is going to be a nice one from the side of Marcos Gaming. I also like this repositioning that's came into play. A little bit split, too, around the bridge, just to make sure that they're not going to be backstabbed even from the back lines, from the higher grounds.
Good positioning from this team, but over there, I think Kerala Esports, one of the teams who's still way back, is still in the northern parts towards Zarki region, just south of Zarki, and certainly nowhere near contention. Look at the amount of distance they need to cover. It's 3,000 meters to get inside the circle. I mean, they will get inside the blue zone, of course, but the play zone is just way behind, and now Marcus Gaming has also found Team System into the mix of things. Vexy did take a couple of shots, but I think this is not going to be like a lethal battle at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to be. Kalyugi in front of us. This man was softened up so low. And he's actually quite lucky to make it out alive as well from that entire fiasco that was going on. He could have been eliminated in that scenario, but speak about getting eliminated, Brave Esports definitely looking forward to put that nail in the coffin against the players. So Nest Esports, but the man fights back, finds 2 knockouts, even one with the shotgun. Nicely done. There's a really big fight being put up against the players of Nest Esports, but Brave Esports, as they're down to just a 2-man squad, this is just going to make things even more difficult. Simple getting knocked out on the front lines. That's supposed to be that Clutchmeister for the side of Brave Esports, but they've lost out on that big diamond early off in this one. Dude still has the clutching potential, has the clutch cheats, and he might just clutch it out for the team once again. And as he knows that he's managed to isolate at least a couple of more duels in this one, he finds the first knockout, goes for the second, swings around the corner. The third man's quite low as well. He's softened up, and there's a chance dude might just seal the deal, but no! The opponent's a little bit more quicker to react onto this one, and he's got his hands on the shotgun, still behind the entire cover, but it's not gonna matter. It's going to be Ken who saves the day for the team, but still dude went massive in that game.
Absolutely. I mean, it basically was dude written all over that particular fight. You mentioned it properly. Simple being taken down in that early fight. That was a massive setback for Brave Esports. They did not imagine that would happen. Atharva from Nest Esports tried to work really hard. He didn't really have the best of shotguns to work with, but whatever he had, it's almost like he scored a 6 set off of it. But then, of course, came up dude, and he flew off the charts, just completely isolating those battles. And that was also sort of error coming in from Nest Esports, right? When you've got the numbers advantage, just try and climb on all together instead of giving them individual 1v1s. And these silly mistakes, that's going to cost Nest Esports and their life.
Yeah, that was over-aggression from the side of Nest Esports. But dude, as I mentioned in the past, he's proved his clutch genes too, and this time as well, dude was able to pop off nicely. 2 knockouts being found with the DBS, playing so nice. And then over here on our screens, we've got another battle brewing up. Silly Esports, once again, this battle finally breaks out. Great Esports is in the clotheslines, Revenant Esports 2 on the high ground. This can be a big threat that both these teams need to evade.
Revenant Esports actually joining into the mix is very surprising, because you usually do not tend to see a team like Revenant Esports getting involved into early collisions. Just like you meant, they are moving toward the high tiers, but it also means like the lines of fire will be open, and Silly Esports, They will obviously try to chime in, but Revenant Esports were like, all right, fine, we're going to back off. You guys settle your disputes among yourself. On the other side, look at this. For Brave Esports, it seems like problems don't seem to end. It's System who is up against them, and now Can once again needs to bring it back.
Yeah, Can still just repositioning around. Oh, nice nade, nice utilities. Lock tossed on forward. Can is a little bit softened up, and that's it. Brave Esports, they can't survive anymore. Have they made it inside top 4? Well, that secret's going to go with them.
I'm not really sure, Necro, at this point. With so many teams who are so close. Marcos Gaming, they're going to be eyeing their chances. There are so many teams in the mix of things as well. The game sort of opened up for Big Brothers right now because Big Brothers have that entire convoy still alive. And that just means that they will have the opportunity of getting a good game and maybe dethroning Brave Esports. I am absolutely going bonkers because the numbers are making me crazy. Numbers usually make me crazy, but this group, it's just way too close for comfort, isn't it, Necro?
It indeed is. And this is what happens on the day, too. When the other teams, they start to rise from the ashes. Considering this fight, too, how it really went down. I mean, Brave, Dude just brought this team back right into the action. If Dude was not able to find those 2 knockouts, one thing is for sure, it was done for Brave Esports in this fight itself. At least they got taken out with 4 points, right?
I missed out on that reaction. Oh, dude! When he actually went for the clutch. I should have done that. I think that's why he has named himself Dude.
It's a cool name. Cool dude, cool name.
Oh, for sure he
Cool
was that.
Newman.
What?
Yeah.
Cool Newman?
Yeah, you don't know. Newman Gaming are pretty cool, too. Watch this game, they're going to perform really well.
So you curse another team right up front.
That's not a curse. That's just called blessings. You'll see in the you'll see in the future lines. You'll see.
All right. We'll see in the future lines. But so far, 7 Habit. Still on the mainland. They're yet to rotate. And just like you mentioned, it seems like Revenant Esports are currently marking that Nova Rupnoy bridge. Marcos Gaming, who was supposed to gatekeep that initially, have sort of moved territories. They are moving on to some other bridge right now.
No. Marcos Gaming still over here. Sayam finds that knockout, and then instantly the confirmation's going to follow up. Spray God's over there, too. Big Brother Esports, they're starting to get picked up. This is your team. And there's a chance these guys can be eliminated within a flash. Still one man's in the clothesline, the Molotov as well. Now that's going to start to create a bit more problems. Marcos Gaming, they want to save Sayam at least for a couple of more seconds. It might just be a tough rescue. Save the VIP, but then Big Brother Esports, they're getting picked off by Vexy, who's in the far fray. A really good spray comes into play, and Marcos Gaming, they're on the verge of eliminating Big Brother Esports, and Salty once again curses his teams.
Oh, well, we'll actually find out. Marcos Gaming just doing so good in this particular fight, especially Vexy and his positioning. That came out of the syllabus for the entirety of the team, but look at that beautiful comeback. Marcos Gaming, at this point, I feel like they are overextending. Lost a player in the form of Spray God. Aladdin as well getting knocked out. It's just one player who is still carrying the responsibilities.
Yeah, this one single guy is doing a great job in fighting back, but still, he is going to be outnumbered soon enough. Marcos Gaming, they're down to a 3-man squad. Big Brother Esports down to a 2-man squad. The Mans ran out of meds too. And look at Vexy, just looking forward to create that off angle. I don't think Rishi's going to be expecting that anytime soon. One single peek out, and that might just be it. Shots taken. Rishi once again softened up, and even the Wall of Death is now going to be dealing so much damage against him. And Rishi looking forward to just peek out like that. That was one of the most rookie mistakes you can try to commit inside a game. But Uzumaki, at least is making sure that the players of Marcos Gaming too, they won't be hurt.
Uzumaki, once again, this man is the lone survivor. He was in the backlines. I'm not even sure why he did not participate in the fight. But, well, at least he's still keeping the mantle for the team alive. But it seems like their journey inside this game, in terms of getting the chicken dinner, as far as getting the chicken dinner is concerned, is almost done and dusted, Necro. Don't give me that look.
You got something to say about that?
I mean, it's fine. It's a good performance from the other team. Marcos Gaming was certainly really good in terms of the bridge camp. So
True. They were.
But look at this though. God's Reign. Yeah, it's your pick for sure. Even technically, it's still my pick. But
No, it's not.
we'll find out what kind of performance they can come up with. But it seems like Newman Gaming sort of gave it up. They were also in sort of a formation to try and block this bridge. But when it actually mattered, they were like, all right, fine, let's just give it up. Because look at the circle, right? It shifts away from the bridge itself. And Newman Gaming instead wanted to guard the shorelines.
This is going to be an interesting circle already, I can tell. This game's shaping up pretty nice. 4 a.m. in front of us. These guys are pretty good at finding themselves a good pathway inside the circle before 4 a.m. Now they need to perform. And this is how Rishi was actually able to clutch out a couple of things for himself. And then this second knockout as well. Brilliant stuff. The head was visible for a couple of seconds, but then Rishi still went so humongous in that initial moment. Got to give it to him. This guy has been performing nicely.
Man did not have any first aid or healing utilities in that situation, and that sort of costed them. But look at this Marcus Gaming as well, being picked off from the distance. 4 aggressive man. Just looking at Siam and picking him off. I'm not really sure how many players from Marcus Gaming are still alive. It's just one?
I think so. It's just one guy alive from Marcus Gaming, who's Vexy and currently trying to close in inside the safe lines. So at least Marcus Gaming, they're alive inside the game. Even Big Brother Esports, Uzumaki still up and alive in the game too. And then this bridge lines is being guarded by the players of God3, and they're just holding the players of Burnix officials on the opposite side. Aquanox going for the first aid. He's got so many utilities. 5 grenades, 7 smoke grenades. This man is ready for war.
But he needs to be alive for it. I mean, was inside the blue zone. I understand that they are in the open end of the circle. There is a lot of space to actually move about. And they might have actually spotted a player from Burnix official. They've spotted Millions coming in and trying to cross the bridge. And that's what they're waiting for, to get that extra finish point to work with. But the risk to reward ratio is still not that much. It seems like Burnix official have also spotted them rotate, and that just makes way for easy entry into the circle.
Yeah, Burnix officials, they're just down to a 2-man squad, so it's not really the ideal way to win a game. It's going to be a little bit too tough for the players of Burnix official to actually pull off anything. If they do manage to win the game with just a 2-man squad, though, this will definitely be a fairy tale run for them. Robert and his teammate Milland in the front. Both these guys just going for the patch-up. Utilities available in their hands. And now as we've got the players of 4 a.m. in front of us, aggressive men. Skillful. I like the positioning from 4 a.m. It's really nice. They're holding on to that high ground. But once again, the problem will be if the circle takes a hard shift away from them, that's where 4 a.m. will start to collapse.
It's one of the best space inside the circle so far right now. They do not really have anybody to contest against them. Kerala Esports were rotating. There's just going to be one guy noisy coming in from the back lines. But apart from that, their backs are completely cleared. And that high ground is also going to give them that advantage. But it seems like Revenant Esports right now are currently under fire. But I'm not really sure from whom. It seems like it's Silly Esports.
Revenant Esports, they're in the smack center in a really good spot. And now two teams over here duking it out against each other. This will be the battle of the century. Team System versus Great Esports. Especially System is one of those teams that has been showcasing so many nice performances. Great Esports is one of those teams that wants to get their hands warmed up for the lower brackets. I think so this is the perfect battle, and we know what Great Esports is capable of. All they need is one little bit of wind in their sail, and as soon as they get that, there's a chance they might as well just seal the deal against the players of Team System. Kalyug in the front line's a star player for this team. And Team System still trying to move around, bob and weave in these moments. So many utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but none of them is actually able to find that confirm opening.
Oh, it's such a chaotic situation inside this compound right now. Great Esports as well, just trying to hold on to the higher grounds.
He opened that door and then they blasted on his face, but he's lucky that he was on the other side of the wall. But you know what? Who's not going to be lucky over here? 7 Habit pushing up against the players of Newman Gaming, and Savitar's down low. Avi's also in the front line. Savitar gets finished off, and it's all down to Avi, but the shotgun is definitely making it count. Finds 2 bodies in front of him, drops him dead, and now Avi looking for up against the players. Up close and personal, and he 1v4s against the foes just like that. Within a blink, the entirety of 7 Habits have been eliminated.
Avi! Newman Gaming, what was this, to be honest? I have absolutely no clue. This man used the DBS to its utmost potential, ate up the other team alive.
Every single man got dropped down with just 1 shot.
Yeah, and he was just so precise with it.
That is a Phil's Batman moment. for 7 Habit.
That was filthy.
Or you think that you can eat the opponent alive and he's the only one just isolated on the top, but then this is where they just messed up massively. You should never push a guy who's holding with a shotgun on top of the stairs. It's one of the biggest mistakes that you can make. And then Avi, just a beast unleashed, devours his prey, not even thinking twice before pushing down like that. It's just the heat of the moment where Avi was feeling himself.
Yeah, for sure. This man individually manhandles the opposition. 7 Habit, they are going to be kicking themselves. This is just a brilliance. This is technical brilliance, individual brilliance coming in from this lad. And 7 Habit, they messed up very bad. But speaking of being messed up, look at this. Revan Esports, they have a nice position, but it seems like they will be challenged by multiple teams. And once again, this fight is breaking up in front of our screens.
I told you, Great Esports is one of those teams. All they need is just a little bit of wind to their sails, and as they find that, they will be taking down the competition. Too easy for Great Esports. They did lose out on 2 players. They did find those 2 players knocked out, but it's completely fine. They can get them back up on their feet.
I kind of feel like Team System sort of overextended in this particular fight. They did not really need to kind of do that, but look at this. It seems like Avi and his position was just giving out that massive clutch. Kind of attracted a lot of attention from Burnix official, but Burnix official, for their problems don't end because ORB officials are also in the mix of things. Third party happening and a body dropping down dead.
Yeah, Burnix officials, that's it. They're not going to be too official inside the game anymore, as ORB Esports are going to be the one to fiddle around with them like a fiddle.
Like a fiddle? Well, we'll find out once again. It's just third parties after third parties. God's Reign from the distance. They've found the high ground for themselves. Nicely done, and it seems like they've spotted the entirety of ORB. What are you doing, Lynch?
Yeah, he's just moving out in the open. This man is also on something else right now. I do not even know what he's trying to pull off inside the game, but one thing is for sure. He did not care about the world at all. The only thing he had in front of him was the safe zone to cross on that line. And he was not able to do so. It was like a runner in the marathon who's finally able to see the end. And all he wants to do is cross on over. But then he fails to do that.
God's Reign, as a matter of fact, they've got 8 finishers to work with, and all the 4 players are still alive. Well, and they're also inside the circle, at least inside the blue zone right now. Gatekeeping the lads from Team ORB Esports. Yash has been taken down as well. I'm pretty sure that Yash... Wait, they're not actually going in for his finish? He was taken down over the play zone. Easy finish point over there.
I mean, it was like in perfect sync. He tossed in that nade and then Yesh got knocked out, but he was just by the play zone. It was a perfect sync. But you know what, God's Reign? They can start to move around, and also they've pretty much just got so much fray to play around with. Look at this. If God's Reign do try to close on up to the zone, they know that no one's going to be taking him down anyways. Uzumaki's behind that single individual tree. If he even moves a muscle, even moves an inch, God's Reign will take him down quite easily, so he needs to be a little bit more careful. Look at Blaze being so precise. These guys of God's Reign from the high ground, they're just raining down death and destruction on every single player in the team that's underneath them. And now Skull 2 trying to move inside the safe zone. He can't do that, and he mays, and even he gets taken out.
What is wrong with ORB right now? Everybody is just lying around, running around out in the open without even caring about the world. But look at God's Reign just raining down supremacy over every single team. This is brilliant stuff. They've got the advantage of the high ground, and they are going to use it to perfection. It's gonna be very difficult to actually dethrone them right now, Necro.
That's what you call desperation, my friend. That's what happened with the players of ORB Esports. All they wanted to do was move inside the safe zone. 4 AM can be a potential great threat against them. And for now, God's Reign, even they're trying to get rid of that one single guy from the side of Great Esports who's around them, who's pretty close to them. And now God's Reign looking forward to put the full stop to the fairy tale of Revenant Esports. Fierce in the clotheslines. The utilities are definitely being tossed on way too close, but still Fierce has done a great job in dodging all those utilities. Even Apollo gets knocked out. What's going on? Revenant Esports, they're getting picked apart piece by piece.
Revenant Esports could not even see their opposition. They could only see the artillery just flying in towards the direction, and it's so well cooked. It's all exploding right in front of their eyes. MJ as well has been spotted out in the open, and Aquanox finds another finish. Revenant Esports, just like you said, they are being picked apart one by one, piece by piece.
Oh my god, it's just the players of God's Reign. As I mentioned, they're currently the King of the Hills too. Or you can also say the God of the Hills, and now Fierce finds one retaliation knockout. But that's all he's gonna find, because the DBS once again swings back into the action and shuts that man down, puts him down on his knee, and that means Revenant Esports, they're down to just that one last glimmer of hope alive inside the game.
Revenant Esports and Apollo. This man just only has a buggy as to be used as cover, but I'm pretty sure his position has been given out from the backlines as well. Silly Esports are there. God's Reign, they don't really care about anything in the world. Their vehicles are colliding, but all of their 4 players, they are in the zone right now. They can smell blood and they can smell the sense of victory. 6 teams and 12 players in the competition so far, and it seems like Apollo has still not been spotted.
Apollo not spotted yet, but maybe now he will be. How is he getting ejected? Oh no, that was a little bit of an awkward moment. Apollo, he was prone down. He wanted to spray down Equinox. He should have went for that trigger discipline play though.
Man was bunny hopping inside the final circle. This is the amount of confidence that God's Reign have currently inside the lobby right now. But we've got 4 teams left, and nobody seems like can actually match up against God's Reign.
Of course, they'll have the confidence because I picked them. They know that this game is going to be theirs. No one's going to be stealing it away from them. It is theirs. It's just waiting for them to snatch it away. And now the players are silly in the front lines. Look at these 2 guys. Oh, the man pulls out the DBS. You can instantly see that, but it's not going to matter. He gets ran over, and that's it. God's Reign, they even popped the last man down. Now the biggest thorn in their way is going to be in the name of 4 AM. And even if these guys gets eliminated, that's it. God's Reign will be the one to rule this final game as well. 18 elimination points found from the side of God's Reign. These guys are over here to make a statement before they enter in the semifinals.
The way these lads are swinging, it's nuts. It's insane, to be honest. God's Reign have truly summoned the gods for themselves. 4 aggressive men will be the last thorn in front of their eyes between them and victory right now.
I mean, hey, look, all I'm saying is that God's Reign was my pick, and today, in total, I've got 2 picks right.
Oh, for sure. And I'm sure you're a great picker. I'm sure you're a great predictor. Why don't you become somebody? Why don't you become a palm reader? Or a luck predictor, whatever you call it. I don't know.
Luck predictor.
Yeah, I mean, people will just come to you and hear about their future.
4 aggressive men. Just feel the silence. Let it sink in. Let it breathe in. Take some deep breaths as the wall of death as well is now going to close up and the next stage begins once again. Just feel the moment.
The rustling of leaves.
You can hear everything. You can hear that fire too. That's currently right next to the players of God's Reign, and even in the fire that's currently in them to win the game.
It's such a massive dead stop to the entirety of the action. All of a sudden, God's Reign, they stop in their tracks because they know they won the chicken dinner. They don't want to let it out. They don't want to give it out due to some rookie mistakes. And this is experience. They've lost Blaze in the process already. They know it's a very dicey situation. And in spite of the fact that they have the advantage, they have the momentum, they're still playing for discipline, still trying to dissipate the smokes left, right,
he
and
can
center.
see him. He can see him on the right. White Hat spotted the guy in the front. Equinox positions known. But now Equinox once again goes back in those thick bushes, and that's why his position's not known anymore. And finally, yeah, White Hat, as I mentioned, he knew that Equinox was over there. He was pinned down in that same spot. And now, from the back lines, SNS 4 AM, hear that little bit of sound going around them. They instantly peek out and shut him down. Now, God's Reign, they're in a big man disadvantage. And
wow.
once again, they bounce back in this spray. They shut down another man from 4 AM, and now things are back to the equal grounds once again. Ninja pulls out the DBS for the clotheslines, and God's Reign on the verge of winning this game too. But then 4 AM, this lap down Ninja, and his hopes of winning the game once again. Robin's going to be the last man up and alive, pulls out the DBS once again for the clotheslines, but then he slaps down the man in the back. One more shot's needed for the victory, but he misses that shot, and that's where the players of 4 AM, they come into play.
Oh my goodness! Robin was hesitating which weapon to use in that situation. Once he was actually switching to the M4, once he was switching to the DBS. It was so confusing, but at the end of things, I mean, just imagine this. Ninja, he had like a sliver of HP, finds that last knock onto that player, but then 4 aggressive men finding that knock on Ninja was so crucial.
I think so Ninja went over aggressive in that scenario. He should not have went for the solo push. Instead, he should have tried to regroup with his teammate. I think so that would have been much more wiser option. Fighting the opponents with a two-man would have been much more better option than to go for a heroic play all by yourself, and that's where Ninja, I think, is screwed up. But still, a valiant game from the side of Godsreen, and even a solid performance being put up by the players of 4AM.
I mean, for 4 aggressive men, there has to be a lot of credit. They stopped an unleashing beast. They stopped an emerging dragon out of Godsrain, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure Godsrain are going to push up to the very top of the overall standings. But that will come on the other side of this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that phenomenal last game. But you know what? Before we begin with the entire post-game segment, I've got something to let you guys know, and that too is that Indian faction is being added inside RTV, so make sure to go ahead forward and check that game out because it is quite fun and I'm addicted to that. But you know what? Getting back inside the conversation once again, another factor that I'm really addicted to is that Godsreen just dominating over and over again. And once again, in that final game, these guys just, the domination that was missing sort of in the round 4, they just fulfilled that completely.
Yeah, it's sort of like, all right, boys, I think the backs are against the wall right now. This is like boardroom discussion meetings, which I'm leaking. Godsrain are like, all right, fine, boys, we'll have to really buckle up. pull our socks up and go for a lot of finishes because otherwise we're not qualifying. So Godwin just purely decide to, all right, let's just push up every single team that's in the vicinity and clean them up, mow them up, mow down the lawn. That's what they did.
Yeah, God's Rain's like, for no reason, we've been overthinking a lot of these scenarios. Might as well just try to go aggressive. Yeah, these guys are supposed to be the undergods, and we're supposed to be the gods. So let's show them that who is the real god inside these type of situations, and then God's Rain's the one to come out on top. But you know what? This is how the action really kicked off in the previous game of Erangel. Brave Esports, so much back and forth was going on inside this one, but in the end, it was Dude to sort of save the day, and in the end, Ken was able to just seal the deal.
I mean, Dude, every single time you mention it properly, his clutch potential is insane, and then Can is always there to support him up. And this is where I think like the entire bridge camping situation became so exciting because Marcus Gaming, they did a fantastic job in stopping Big Brother Esports dead on their tracks.
Okay, I do understand that Big Brother Esports was sort of pinned over here, but what was the guy in the backlines doing? He kept himself pinned behind the entire cover. He could have tried to help his teammate out if he wanted to.
But I think he kind of wanted to play for placement as well, and one of the reasons why Big Brother finished on that 5th or the 4th spot is because Uzumaki was able to survive for that long. So that also, like the position play is also brilliant, and then of course, who can forget this 1v4 clutch?
Exactly, Ubby just going all out in that entire 1v4 clutch when we all thought that Newman Gaming is going to be down 6 feet under in their graves, but then this single man rises from the ashes and shuts down the opponents without any issues. Just makes some light work, and then in the end, another team closes on up in the name of Burnix officials, and they do some light work on him.
I mean, it's always going to be a part and parcel of the game. Multiple third parties happening in this one as well. And to be honest, this game has sort of everything, right? We see one-sided domination. We see multiple clutches. From Dude, we get to see a 1v3, 1v2. From Avi, we get to see a 1v4 clutch being completed. We get to see some absolute domination, and then we see an upset of an ending as well. This was actually funny. Aquanox was feeling so good himself that he was bunny hopping the entire time while approaching that particular enemy. It's just funny, to be honest.
Yeah, then later on, God's Reign, they just keep on continuing taking down teams left, right, and center. They just continue their terror on the lobby. 4 a.m., the only way they really got the advantage inside the fight was right over here. As soon as Ninja Jomo got that first elimination point, he decided to move out in the open, and that's where 4 aggressive men knew that, okay, now once again, we have sort of switched things back into a little bit of a good form for ourselves. Now we can desperately try to get this chicken dinner secured. And the last guy, he knew that, okay, the opponent has missed a lot of shots with the DBS. Now it's my time to peek out, pull out the UMP-45 in the close, and shut him down, and that's what he did.
To be honest, Robin got the first knock with the DBS behind that tree, and that was like a pretty good range. And it wasn't even like the opposition was at quite low.
Yeah, he was low though. He was
low. Like at 50%.
No, he was 40. He was 40.
All right.
40 or 30, something like that. But it was definitely 40 though. I think
I'll trust your math on that. 40% HP, but still like pretty decent for a shotgun. And I felt like he was still hesitating which weapon to use. He kind of felt like which man is going to peek first? Is the man from the distance going to peek first, or the man in the close lines? But he eventually decided to go for the DBS because he was like, all right, fine, let's just go with a reliable weapon. Could have actually pulled out the clutch. You know, I would have been very happy if Gosrin would have got the chicken dinner, even if it was your pick, and you're like, you know, we are oppositions in this particular game. I still don't mind because practically I was the one who sort of had the hunch.
Huh, okay. Well, you know what? I'm not really going to say a lot of things about that. But you know what? God's Reign almost been able to win that game. That could have been, of course, a memorable moment. But still, them being able to get, what, like 18 or add a little bit more elimination
19.
point on top of that. Yeah. Almost close to 20. That's all we know. They've got a lot of elimination points. Let's just summarize that. God's Reign, they should be on the first spot now in the overall standings. No one's going to be stealing that away. Marcos Gaming will be dialed down to the second or third. This is where the top 4 crunching begins. God's Reign on the first. Marcos Gaming on the second.
Yeah.
Who's going to be on the third?
I think Brave.
Brave Esports. Yeah, Brave. I think so. Brave can be on the fourth.
Okay.
Brave can be on the fourth, but third, I think so. Someone else is going to be on third.
Either it's going to be a surprise in the form of 4 aggressive men, but if they're not going to be that, then I think it might be Big Brother Esports as well.
Actually, now that you brought up 4 aggressive men as well, that's a really interesting pick from your side. Makes a lot of sense. If 4 a.m. is able to squeeze themselves somehow inside the top 4, I'm not going to be surprised at all. But you know what? Let's move on forward towards the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Ninja Jomo from the side of God's Reign. It's not exactly Jomo, but it's Jommed. But yes. You know what? Jomo sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, Jomo sounds funny, and I'm going to give you that. 8 finishes from this lad all by himself. You know, Johnny was saying that Ninja actually found his groove, found the form which we always knew about. And this is the form. This is the form which destroys the lobby up front. 8 finishes, 42% contribution, and
Listen.
it's all about God's reign on the top 5.
I understand this is the form Ninja's got, but then those 4 elimination points from Avi
Oh, yeah.
should be enough to compete against all of that. That one single pressurized clutch. You need to understand, when there's 4 dudes pushing against you, on top of you, and you've only got that TBS to help with, yeah, I do understand the first 2 knockouts were quite easy, but still, then being able to
wasn't
pull
easy
off
by
that
any chance.
another... Listen, when you're going to be holding the third-person perspective and the opponents are pushing through a staircase,
Yeah.
that means they will be narrowed down to 1 by 1.
Yeah.
2 guys cannot push up together.
Yeah.
That's where you get the advantage. You peek out, you take the first guy down. You peek out the second time, you take the second guy down. Yeah, still, the execution's going to be a little bit tough, but these guys are the professionals. The movement's not going to be that tough for them to execute.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I completely agree with you over there. The entire clutch was really great. But look at this, the match scorecard. A 30 bomb from God's Reign, 31 points. We were talking about how this game sort of pushes them upstairs, sort of pushes them in the number 1 spot. I'm not really sure if it does that, but definitely in the top 4 for us. 4 aggressive men with 21 points. Once again, consistent performances. And this is one of the reasons why I've been telling you that they might just be inside the top 4 somewhere.
That is true, but now it's time to take a look at the overall standings of this group. It's time to find out which teams are going to be in the top 4, and 4 aggressive men, they have barely squeezed themselves in there. Only 2 points differentiating from Burnix officials and even Newman Gaming. That was quite a big leap and valiant effort from these teams, but 4 aggressive men, they're going to be the one to snatch that 4th spot away from them at this last moment. Brave Esports on the 3rd, Godscreen on the 2nd, Marcos on the 1st.
I mean, absolutely right. Right from the tippity top, Marcus Gaming maintaining that consistency. They've got 70 points, 74 points in fact, to actually work with it. And I'll tell you the fun fact is, this 74 points is actually lower than the 4th position cutoff from some other group that I'm talking about. They had 100 points, 76 points, and then 74 if I'm not mistaken. So this is the lowest but the toughest group that we have seen. You mentioned it correctly. 4 aggressive men qualifying at the 4th position, 54 points. Just a bare difference of 2 points. Newman Gaming and Burnix Official, they're going to be kicking themselves. And then, of course, Big Brother and others with 50 points. This is the closest we have seen the competition get.
I am just so sad for Newman Gaming. The amount of hard work these guys showcased is insane. At the start of the day, they were on the 9th spot in the overall standings, where 7 Habit is right now. And then from the 9th spot, they made the leap on the first half of the board in the top 6, on the 6th spot. And the only thing that differentiated them from getting that 4th spot in the hand is 2 points.
Yeah.
That's gotta hurt.
And that's how merciless the game is.
Or the tournament is.
Yeah, I mean, the esports of the tournament of the game is, right? I mean, look at Team System. They managed to find themselves inside the top 4 at the end of the first game today. But still, they are dropping so massively. It's just how competitive this group was. I mean, the cutoff for the group is like 54, 56. It's not that high, to be honest. But the amount of competition, every team inside that first page, they've crossed the 50-point mark, like, which is very rare.
I'm just thinking about it. We've got our couple of teams who are directly going to be chiming in to the semifinals.
Yeah.
And that just means that now the semifinals is already going to be quite interesting. We've got our couple of teams that we're looking forward to sort of moving forward. And now, Salty, a big question for you. There will be a couple of more teams joining them, right, in the semifinals. But this is where the lower brackets are now starting to shape out quite an interesting one.
Yeah.
Which team do you think from the lower brackets to actually have a massive chance to bounce back? Or you think will 100% make that bounce back?
Should be a very obvious pick, but I'm going to go with it. I think it's going to be X-Pac. X-Pac is one of those teams who knows how to come back. I think alongside X-Pac, it has to be Velocity as well. But these are just the top-tier teams whom I know their performance has been consistent throughout. X-Pac sort of missed out on that qualification of the semi-final just on the basis of one day. They had like about single-digit points at the end of the first day. And then the next day, they came up with 49 points. So the jump was massive. It was just that one-day slumber which affected their qualification. But I'm pretty sure in the lower brackets, they'll manage it.
I'm pretty sure as well, but considering we had so much talks about the lower brackets, Definitely lower brackets are now starting to shape out quite nicely. A lot of the known teams were not really able to move in forward to the semifinals itself to grab that top 16 spot, but it's completely fine, ladies and gentlemen, because for now, it's time for us to end the week 4, and well, we'll see you guys once again in the lower brackets itself, so bye-bye.
है